about what's out there in the universe. That means that other stars have similar types of variety as we have in our solar system. They have an Io, they have a Europa, and so on, which means like there's a lot of possibility for icy planets, for water, for planets that enable planets and moons. That's super exciting because that means everywhere through our galaxy and beyond, there is just innumerable possibility for weird creatures.
I agree. You don't have to convince me. NASA has been on this quest for a long time, and it's sometimes called Eta Earth. It's the frequency of Earth-like, usually they say planets, in the universe. How common are planets similar to our Earth in terms of ultimately, we'd like to know everything about these planets in terms of the amount of water they have, how much atmosphere they have. But for now, it's kind of focused just on the size and the distance from the star, essentially. How often do you get similar conditions to that? That was Kepler's primary mission, and it really just kind of flirted with the answer. It didn't quite get to a definitive answer. But I always say, look, if we're looking, if that's our primary goal, to look for Earth-like, I would say, worlds, then moons has to be a part of that, because we know that Earth-like, from the Kepler data, the preliminary result is that Earth-like planets around sun-like stars is not an inevitable outcome. It seems to be something like a 1 to 10% outcome. So it's not particularly inevitable that happens. But we do often see about half of all sun-like stars have either a mini Neptune, a Neptune, or a Jupiter in the habitable zone of their stars. That's a very, very common occurrence that we see. Yet we have no idea how often they have moons around them, which could also be habitable. And so there may very well be, if even 1 in 5 of them has an Earth-like moon or even Mars-like moon around them, then more habitable real estate in terms of exomoons than exoplanets.
3x, 5x, maybe 10x the number of habitable worlds out there in the universe. Our current estimate, like the Drake equation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So this is one way to increase the confidence and increase the value of that parameter.
And just know where to look. I mean, we would like to know where should we listen for technosignatures, where should we be looking for biosignatures, and not only that, but what role does the moon have in terms of its influence on the planet? We talked about these directly imaged telescopes earlier, these missions that want to take a photo, to quote Carl Sagan, the pale blue dot of our planet, but the pale blue dot of an exoplanet. And that's the dream, to one day capture that. But as impressive as the resolution is that we are planning and conspiring to design for the future generation telescopes to achieve that, even those telescopes will not have the capability of resolving the Earth and the Moon within that. It'll be a pale blue dot pixel, but the Moon's grayness will be intermixed with that pixel. Because one of the ways that we are in the universe is chemical disequilibrium. So you see two molecules that just shouldn't be there. They normally react with each other, or even one molecule that's just too reactive to be hanging around the atmosphere by itself. So if you had oxygen and methane hanging out together, those would normally react fairly easily. And so if you detected those two molecules in your pale blue dot spectra, you'd be like, okay, we have evidence for life. Something's metabolizing the planet. However, the challenge here is, what if that moon was Titan? Titan has a methane-rich atmosphere. And what if the pale blue dot was in fact a planet devoid of life, but it had oxygen because of water undergoing this photolysis reaction, splitting into oxygen and hydrogen separately? So then you have all of the hallmarks of what we would claim to be life. But all along you were tricked. It was just a moon that was deceiving you. And so we're never going to, I would claim, really understand or complete this quest of looking for life biosignatures in the universe unless we have a deep knowledge of the prevalence and role that moons have. They may even affect the habitability of the planets themselves. Of course, our own moon is freakishly large. By mass ratio, it's the largest moon in the solar system. It's a 1% mass moon. If you look at Jupiter's moons, they're like 10 to the power minus 4, much smaller. And so our own moon seems to stabilize the obliquity of our planet. It gives rise to tides. Especially early on when the moon was closer, those tides would have covered entire continents. And those rock pools that would have been scattered across the entire plateau may have been the origin of life on our planet. the moon forming impact may have stripped a significant fraction of lithosphere off the Earth, which without it, plate tectonics may not have been possible. We'd had a stagnant lid because there was just too much lithosphere stuck on the top of the planet. And so there are speculative reasons, but intriguing reasons as to why a large moon may be not just important, but central to the question of having the conditions necessary for life. So moons can be habitable in their own right, but they can also play a significant influence on the habitability of the planets they orbit. And further, they will surely interfere with our attempts to detect life remotely from afar.
So, taking a tangent upon a tangent, you've written about binary planets. What's and that they're surprisingly common, or they might be surprisingly common. What's the difference between a large moon and binary planet? What are binary planets? What's interesting to say here about giant rocks flying through space and orbiting each other?
The thing that's interesting about binary objects is that they're very common in the universe. Binary stars are everywhere, but the majority of stars seem to live in binary systems. When we look at the outer edges of the solar system, we see binary Kuiper belt objects all the time, asteroids basically bound to one another. Pluto-Charon is kind of an example of that. It's a 10% mass ratio system. It almost is, by many definitions, a binary planet, but now it's a dwarf planet. So, yeah, I don't know what you call that now. But we know that these, the universe likes to make things in pairs.
Yeah. So you're saying our sun is an incel? It's looking. So most things are dating, they're in relationships, and ours is alone.
It's not a complete freak of the universe to be alone, but it is. It's more common for sun-like stars. If you count up all the sun-like stars in the universe, about half of the sun-like star systems are in binary or trinary systems, and the other half are single. But because those binaries are 2 or 3 stars, then cumulatively, maybe like a third of all sun-like stars are single.
I'm trying hard to not anthropomorphize the relationship the stars have with each other. But yeah,
the triplets.
I've met those folks also. So is there something interesting to learn about the habitability, how that affects the probability of habitable worlds when they kind of couple up like that in those different ways?
Well, it depends if we're talking about the stars or the planets. Certainly, if stars couple up, that has a big influence on the habitability. Of course, this is very famous from Star Wars. Tatooine in Star Wars is a binary star system, and you have Luke Skywalker looking at the sunset and seeing 2 stars come down. And for years, we thought that was purely a product of George Lucas's incredibly creative mind, and we didn't think that planets would exist around binary star systems. It seems like too tumultuous an environment for a quiescent planetary disk, circumstellar disk, to form planets from. And yet, one of the astounding discoveries from Kepler was that these appear to be quite common. In fact, as far as we can tell, they're just as common around binary stars as single stars. The only caveat to that is that you don't get planets close into binary stars. They have like a clearance region on the inside where planets, maybe they form there, but they don't last. They are dynamically unstable in that zone. But once you get out to about the distance that the Earth orbits the Sun, or even a little bit closer in, you start to find planets emerging. And so that's the right distance for liquid water, it's the right distance for potentially life on those planets. And so there may very well be plenty of habitable planets around the binary stars. Binary planets is a little bit different. Binary planets, I don't think we have any serious connection of planet binarity to habitability. Certainly when we investigated it, that wasn't our drive, that this is somehow the solution to life in the universe or anything. It was really just like all good science questions, a curiosity-driven question.
What's the dynamic? Are they legit orbiting each other as they orbit the star?
So the formation mechanism proposed here, because it is very difficult to form 2 protoplanets close to each other like this. They would generally merge within the disk, and so that's why you normally get single planets. But you could have something like Jupiter and Saturn form at separate distances. They could dynamically be scattered in towards one another and basically not quite collide, but have a very close-on encounter. Now, because tidal forces increase dramatically as the distance decreases between 2 objects, the tides can actually dissipate the kinetic energy and bring them bound into one another. So that seems, when you first hear that, that seems fairly contrived. The conditions just right to get the highest cause of capture. But numerical simulations have shown that about 10% of planet-planet encounters are shown to produce something like binary planets, which is a startling prediction. And so that seems at odds with, naively, the exoplanet catalog, for which we know of so far no binary planets. Mm-hmm. And we propose one of the resolutions to this might be that the binary planets are just incredibly difficult to detect, which is also counterintuitive, because remember how they form is through this tidal mechanism. And so they form extremely close to each other. So the distance that Io is away from Jupiter, just a few planetary radii, they're almost touching one another, and they're just tidally locked, facing each other for eternity. And so in that configuration, as it transits across the star, it kind of looks like you can't really resolve those two planets. It just looks like one planet to you that's going across the star. The temporal resolution of the data is rarely good enough to distinguish that. And so you'd see one transit, but in fact it's two planets very close together which are transiting at once. And so, we wrote a paper just recently where we developed some techniques to try and get around this problem and hopefully provide a tool where we could finally look for these planets.
The problem of detection of these planets when they're so close.
That was our focus, was how do you get around this merging problem? So whether they're out there or not, we don't know. We're planning to do a search for them, but it remains an open question. And I think just one of those fun astrophysics curiosities questions, whether binary planets exist in the universe. Because then, you have binary Earths, you could have binary Neptune, all sorts of wild stuff that would, float the sci-fi imagination.
I wonder what the physics on a binary planet feels like. It might be trivial. I have to think about that. I wonder if there's some interesting dynamics. Like, you feel multiple, or would gravity feel different on different parts of the surface of the sphere when there's another large sphere? That's interesting.
Yeah, I would think that the force would be fairly similar, because the shape of the object would deform to a flat geopotential, essentially a uniform geopotential, but it would lead to a distorted shape for the two objects. I think they'd become ellipsoids facing one another. So it would be pretty wild when people like flat Earth or spherical Earth, you fly from space and you see a football-shaped Earth. That's planets.
Finally, there's proof, and I wonder how difficult it would be to travel from one to the other, because you have to overcome no, it might be kind of easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close to each other, that helps. And I think the most critical factor would be how massive is the planet. That's always, one of the challenges with escaping planets, there was a fun paper one of my colleagues wrote that suggested that super Earth planets may be inescapable. Mm-hmm. If you're a civilization that were born on a super Earth, the surface gravity is so high that the chemical potential energy of oxygen or methane, whatever fuel you're using, simply is at odds with the gravity of the planet itself. And so you would, our current rockets, I'm not sure of the fraction, but maybe like 90% of the rocket is fuel or something by mass. These things would have to be like the size of the Giza pyramids of fuel with just a tiny tip on the top in order just to escape that planetary atmosphere. And so it has been argued that if you live on a super Earth, you may be forced to live there forever. There may be no escape unless you invent a space elevator or something. But then, how do you even build the infrastructure in space to do something like that in the absence of a successful rocket program? And so the more and more we look at our Earth and think about the sorts of problems we're facing, the more you see things which make it ideally suited in so many regards. It's almost spooky, right? That we not only live on a planet which has the right conditions for life, for intelligent life, for sustained fossil fuel industry, just happens to be in the ground. We have plenty of fossil fuels to get our industrial revolution going. But also the chemical energy contained within those fossil fuels and hydrogen and other fuels is sufficient that we have the ability to escape our planetary atmosphere and planetary gravity, to have a space program. And we also happen to have a celestial body which is just within reach, the moon, which doesn't also necessarily have to be true. Were the moon not there, what effect would that have had on our aspirations of a space program in the 1960s? Would there have ever been a space race to Mars or to Venus? That's a much harder, certainly for a human program, that seems almost impossible with 1960s technology to imagine ever come to fruition.
It's almost as if somebody constructed a set of challenging obstacles before us, challenging problems to solve. They're challenging, but they're doable. there's a sequence to them. Gravity is very difficult to overcome, but we have, given the size of Earth, it's not so bad that we can still actually construct propulsion systems that can escape it.
Yeah, and the same with climate change, perhaps. I mean, climate change is the next major problem facing our civilization, but we know technically surmountable.
Yeah.
It does seem sometimes like there has been a series of challenges laid out to progress us towards a mature civilization that can one day perhaps expand to the stars.
A little more concerned about nuclear weapons, AI, and natural or artificial pandemics. But yes, climate change.
Well, there you go. I mean, plenty of
fun
milestones that we need to cross, and we can argue about the severity of each of them. But there is no doubt that we live in a world that has serious challenges that are pushing our intellect to the limit of whether we're really ready to progress to the next stage of our development.
So thank you for taking the tangent, and there'll be a million more. But can we step back to Kepler 1625b? What is it? And you've talked about this kind of journey, this effort to discover exomoons, so moons out there, or small, cool objects out there. Where does that effort stand, and what is Kepler 1625b?
Yeah, I've been searching for exomoons for most of my professional career, and I think a lot of my colleagues think I'm kind of crazy to still be doing it. You know, after 5 years of not finding anything, I think most people would probably try doing something else. I even had people say that to me. They said, professors, and I remember at a cocktail party, took me to the side, an MIT professor, and said, you should just look for hot Jupiters. They're everywhere. It's really, you can write papers. They're so easy to find. And I was like, yeah, but hot Jupiters they're not interesting to me. I want to do something that I feel intellectually pushes me to the edge, and is maybe a contribution that no one else could do, but maybe is not certainly the thing that anybody could do. I don't want to just be the first to something for the sake of being first. I want to do something that feels like a meaningful intellectual contribution to our society. And so, this exomoon problem has been haunting me for years to try and solve this. Now, as I said, we looked for years and years using Kepler, and the closest we ever got was just a hint for this one star. Kepler 1625 has a Jupiter-like planet in orbit of it, and that Jupiter-like planet is on a 287-day period, so it's almost the same distance as the Earth around the Sun, but for Jupiter. So that was already unusual. I don't think people realize that Jupiter-like planets are quite rare in the universe. Certainly mini Neptunes and Neptunes are extremely common, but Jupiter's, only about 10% of Sun-like stars have Jupiters around them, as far as we can tell.
When you say Jupiter, which aspect of Jupiter?
In terms of its mass and its semi-major axis. So anything beyond about half an AU, so half the distance of the Earth and the Sun, and something of order of a tenth of a Jupiter mass, that's the mass of Saturn, up to, say, 10 Jupiter masses, which is basically where you start to get to brown dwarfs. Those types of objects appear to be somewhat unusual. Most solar systems do not have Jupiters, which is really interesting because Jupiter, again, like the moon, seems to have been a pivotal character in the story of the development of our solar system, perhaps especially having a large influence on the development of the late heavy bombardment and the rate of asteroid impacts that we receive and things like this. Anyway, to come back to 1625, this Jupiter-like planet had a hint of something in the data. But what I mean by that is when we looked at the transit, we got the familiar decrease in light that we always see when a planet travels in front of the star. But we saw something extra. Just on the edges, we saw some extra dips around the outside. It was right at the hairy edge of detectability. We didn't believe it because I think one of the challenges of looking for something for 10 years is that you become your own greatest skeptic. And no matter what you're shown, you're always thinking, it's like falling in love so many times and it not working out. Right. You convince yourself it's never going to happen. Not for me. This isn't going to happen. And so I saw that and I didn't really believe it because I didn't dare let myself believe it. But being a good scientist, we knew we had an obligation to publish it, to talk about the result, and to follow it up and to try and resolve what was going on. So we asked for Hubble Space Telescope time, which was awarded in that case. So we were one of those lucky 20 that got telescope time. and we stared at it for about 40 hours continuously. And to provide some context, the dip that we saw in the Kepler data corresponded to a Neptune-sized moon around a Jupiter-sized planet, which was another reason why I was skeptical. I was like, that we didn't have that in the solar system. That seems so strange. And then when we got the Hubble data, it seemed to confirm exactly that. There was two really striking pieces of evidence in the data that suggested this moon was there. Another was a fairly clear second dip in light, pretty clearly resolved by Hubble. It was about a 5 sigma detection. And on top of that, we could see the planet didn't transit when it should have done. It actually transited earlier than we expected it to, by about 20 minutes or so. And so that's a hallmark of a gravitational interaction between the planet and the moon. We actually expected that. You can also expect that if the moon transits after the planet, then the planet should come in earlier than expected, because the barycenter, the center of mass, lives between the two of them, kind of like on a balancing arm between them. And so we saw that as well. So the phase signature matched up. The mass of the moon was measured to be Neptune mass, and the size of the moon was measured to be Neptune radius. And so everything just really lined up. And we spent months and months trying to kill it. This is my strategy for anything interesting. We just try and throw the kitchen sink at it and say, we must be tricked by something. And so we tried looking at the centroid motion of the telescope, at the different wavelength channels that have been observed, the pixel level information. And no matter what we did, we just couldn't get rid of it. And so we submitted it to Science. And I think at the time, Science, which is one of the top journals, said to us, would you mind calling your paper Discovery of an Exomoon? And I had to push back, and we said, no, we're not calling it that. Even despite everything we've done, we're not calling it a discovery. We're calling it evidence for an exomoon. Because for me, I'd want to see this repeat 2 times, 3 times, 4 times before I really would bet my house that this is the real deal. And I do worry, as I said, that perhaps that's my own skepticism, self-skepticism going too far. But I think it was the right decision. And since that paper came out, there has been continuous interest in this object. Another team independently analyzed that star and recovered actually pretty much exactly the same results as us, the same dip, the same wobble of the planet. And a third team looked at it and actually got something different. They saw the dip was diminished compared to what we saw. They saw a little hint of a dip, but not as pronounced as what we saw. And they saw the wobble as well. So there's been a little bit of tension about analyzing the reduction of the Hubble data. And so the only way in my mind to resolve this is just to look again. We actually did propose to Hubble straight after that. And we said, look, if our model is right, if the moon is there, it came in late last time. It transited after the planet. Because of the orbit, we can calculate that it should transit before the planet next time. If it's not there, if it doesn't transit before, and even if we see a dip afterwards, we know that's not our moon. It's obviously some instrumental effect with the data. We had a causal prediction as to where the moon should be. And so I was really excited about that, but we didn't get the telescope time. And unfortunately, if you go further into the future, we no longer have the predictive capability, because it's like predicting the weather. You might be able to predict the weather next week to some level of accuracy, but predicting the weather next year becomes incredibly hard. The uncertainties just grow and compound as you go forward into the future more and more.
How were you able to know where the moon would be positioned? So you're able to tell the orbiting like geometry and frequency?
Yeah, so from the basically from the planet itself, that tells us the orbital motion of the moon. It's the reflex motion of the moon upon the planet.
Isn't it just an estimate to where, like, I'm concerned about you making a strong prediction here, because like if you don't get the moon where the moon leads on the next time around, if you did get Hubble time, couldn't that mean something else if you didn't see that? Like, because you said it would be an instrumental. I feel the strong urge to disprove your which is a really good imperative. It's a good way to do science, but like this is such a noisy signal, right? Or blurry signal, maybe. Low resolution signal, maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's a 5 sigma signal, so that's at the slightly uncomfortable edge. I mean, it's often said that for any detection of a first new phenomena, you really want like a 20, 25 sigma detection. Then there's just no doubt that what you're seeing is real. This was at that edge. I mean, I guess it's comparable to the Higgs boson, but the Higgs boson was slightly different because there was so much theoretical impetus as to expect a signal at that precise location. A Neptune-sized moon was not predicted by anyone. There's no papers you can find that expect Neptune-sized moons around Jupiter-sized planets. So I think we were inherently skeptical about its reality for that reason. But this is science in action, and when we fit the wobbles, we fit the dips, and we have this 3D geometric model for the motion of the orbit, and projecting that forward, we found that about 80% of our projections led to the moon to be before. So it's not 100%. There was maybe 20% of the cases it was over here, but to me that was a hard enough projection that we felt confident that we could refute which was what I really wanted. I wanted a refutable. It's the basis of science, a falsifiable hypothesis. How can you make progress in science if you don't have a falsifiable, testable hypothesis? And so that was the beauty of this particular case.
So there's a numerical simulation with the moon that fits the data that we observed, and then you can now make predictions based on that simulation.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Okay.
It's fun. These are like little solar systems that we can simulate on the computer and imagine their motions. But we are pushing things to the very limits of what's possible, and that's double-edged sword. It's both incredibly exciting intellectually, but you're always risking to some degree the pushing too far.
So I'd like to ask you about the recent paper you co-authored, an exomoon survey of 70 cool giant exoplanets, and the new candidate Kepler 1708 bi.
I'd say there's like 3 or 4 candidates at this point, of which we have published 2 of them. And to me, 2 are quite compelling and deserve follow-up observations. And so to get a confirmed detection, at least in our case, we would need to see a repeat for sure. One of the problems with some of the other methods that have been proposed is that you don't get that ability. So for instance, an example of a technique that would lack that would be gravitational microlensing. So it is possible with a new telescope coming up in the future, called the Roman Space Telescope, which is basically a repurposed spy satellite that's the size of the Hubble mirror going up into space. It will stare at millions of stars simultaneously, and it will look to see, instead of whether any of those stars get dimmer for a short amount of time, which will be a transit, it'll look for the opposite. It'll look to see if anything can get brighter. And that brightness increase is caused by another planetary system passing in front and then gravitationally lensing light around it to cause a brightening. And so this is a method of discovering an entire solar system, but only for a glimpse. You just get a short glimpse of it passing like a ship sailing through the night, just that one photo of it. Now the problem with that is that it's very difficult. The physics of gravitational lensing are not surprisingly quite complicated, and so there's many possible solutions. So you might have a solution which is, this could be a red dwarf star with a Jupiter-like planet around it. That's one solution. But another solution is that it's a free-floating planet, a rogue planet like Jupiter, with an Earth-like moon around it. And those 2 solutions are almost indistinguishable. Now, ideally, we would be able to repeat the observation. We'd be able to go back and see, well, if the moon really is there, then we could predict its mass, predict its motion, and expect it to be maybe over here next time or something. With microlensing, it's a one snapshot event. And so for me, it's intriguing as a way of revealing something about the exomoon population. But I always come back to transits because it's the only method we really have that's absolutely repeatable, that will be able to come back and prove to everyone that, look, on the 17th of October, the moon will be over here and the moon will look like this, and we can actually capture that image. And that's what we see with, of course, many exoplanets. So we want to get to that same point of full confidence, full confirmation, the slam dunk detection of these exomoons. But it's been a hell to try and push the field into that direction. And
is there some resistance to the transit method?
Not to the transit method. I just say to exomoons. So the transit method is by far the most popular method for looking for exoplanets. But as I've alluded to, exomoons is kind of a niche topic within the discipline of exoplanets, and that's largely because there are people I think are waiting for those slam dunks. And it was like if you go back to the first exoplanet discovery that was made in 1995 by Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz, I think it's true at the time that they were seen as mavericks, that the idea of looking for planets around stars was considered fringe science. And I'm sure many colleagues told them, why don't you do something more safe, like study eclipsing stars? 2 binary star systems, we know those exist, so why are you wasting your time looking for planets? You're going to get this alien moniker or something. You'll be seen as a fringe maverick scientist. And so I think it was quite difficult for those early planet hunters to get legitimacy and be taken seriously. And so very few people risked their careers to do it, except for those that were either emboldened to try or had maybe the career, maybe like tenure or something. They didn't have to necessarily worry about the implications of failure. And so once that happened, once they made the first discoveries, overnight, everyone and their dog was getting into exoplanets, and all of a sudden the whole astronomy community shifted, and huge numbers of people that were once upon a time studying eclipsing binaries, changed to becoming exoplanet scientists. And so that was the first wave of exoplanet scientists. We're now in a kind of a second wave, or even the third wave, where people like me, to some degree, kind of grew up with the idea of exoplanets as being normal. I was 11 years old, I guess, when the first exoplanet was discovered. And so to me, it was a fairly normal idea to grow up with. And so we've been trained in exoplanets from the very beginning. And so that brings a different perspective to those who have maybe transitioned from a different career path. And so I suspect with exomoons and probably technosignatures, astrobiology, many of the topics which are seen at the fringes of what's possible, they will all open up into becoming mainstream one day. But there's a lot of people who are just waiting for that assuredness that there is a secure career net ahead of them before they commit.
Yeah, it does seem to me that exomoons open wider, or open for the first time, the door to aliens. So more seriously academically studying, all right, let's like alien worlds. So I think it's still pretty fringe to talk about alien life, even like on Mars and the moons and so on. You're kind of like, it would be nice, but imagine the first time to discover a living organism. That's going to change. Then everybody will look like an idiot for not focusing everything on this, because the possibility of the things it's possible it might be super boring. It might be very boring bacteria, but even the existence of life elsewhere, that changes everything. That means life is everywhere.
Yeah. If you knew now that in 5 years, 10 years, the first life would be discovered elsewhere, you knew that in advance, it would surely affect the way you approach your entire career. Especially someone junior in astronomy, you would surely be like, well, this is clearly going to be the direction I have to dedicate my classes and my training and my education towards that direction.
All the new textbooks, all the and I think there's a lot of value to hedging, like allocating some of the time to that possibility, because the kind of discoveries we might get in the next few decades, it feels like we're on the verge of a lot of getting a lot of really good data and having better and better tools that can process that data. So there's just going to be a continuous increase of the kind of discoveries that will open. But a slam dunk, that's hard to come by.
Right? Yeah, I think a lot of us are anticipating. We're already seeing it to some degree with Venus and the phosphine incident. But we've seen it before with Bill Clinton's and the White House lawn announcing life from Mars. And there are inevitably going to be spurious claims, or at least claims which are ambiguous to some degree. There will be, for sure, a high-profile journal like Nature or Science that will one day publish a paper saying biosignature discovered or something like that on TRAPPIST-1 or some other planet. And then there will be years of back and forth in the literature. And that might seem frustrating, but that's how science works. That's the mechanism of science at play, of people scrutinizing the results to intense skepticism. And it's like a crucible. You burn away all irrelevances until whatever is left is the truth. And so you're left with this product, which is that, okay, we either believe or don't believe that biosignatures are there. So there's inevitably going to be a lot of controversy and debate and argument about it. We just have to anticipate that. And so I think you have to basically have a thick skin to some degree academically to dive into that world. And you're seeing that with phosphine. It's it's been uncomfortable to watch from the outside, the kind of dialogue that some of the scientists have been having with each other about that, because
they get a little aggressive.
Yeah, and you can understand why, because
jealousy. I don't know. That's me saying, not you. That's me talking.
I'm sure there's some envy and jealousy involved on the behalf of those who are not part of the original discovery. But there's also, in any case, just leave the particular people involved in Venus alone. In any case of making it a claim of that magnitude, especially life, because life is pretty much one of the biggest discoveries of all time. You can magically, you can see, and I'm so conscious of this in myself when I get close to, as I said, even the much smaller goal of setting an exomoon, the ego creep in. And so as a scientist, we have to be so guarded against egos. You see the lights in your eyes of a Nobel Prize, or the fame and fortune and being remembered in the history books. And we all grew up in our training learning about Newton and Einstein, these giants of the field, Feynman, Maxwell. And you get the idea of these individual contributions which get immortalized for all time. And that's seductive. It's why many of us with the skill set to go into maybe banking instead decided, actually, there's something about the idea of being immortalized and contributing towards society in a permanent way that is more attractive than the financial reward of applying my skills elsewhere. So to some degree, that ego can be a benefit because it brings in skillful people into our field who might otherwise be tempted by money elsewhere. But on the other hand, the closer you get towards when you start flirting with that Nobel Prize in your eyes, or you think you're on the verge of seeing something, you can lose objectivity. A very famous example of this is Barnard's star. There was a planet claimed there by Peter van der Kamp, I think it was in 1968, 69. And at the time, it would have been the first ever exoplanet ever claimed. And he felt assured that this planet was there. He was actually using the wobbling star method, but using the positions of the stars to see them, to claim this exoplanet. It turned out that this planet was not there. Subsequent analyses by both dynamicists and theorists and those looking at the instrumental data established fairly unanimously that there was no way this planet was really there. But Peter van der Kamp insisted it was there, despite overwhelming evidence that was accruing against him. And even to the day he died, which was, I think, in the early 90s, he was still insisting this planet was there, even when we were starting to make the first genuine exoplanet discoveries. And even at that point, I think Hubble had even looked at that star and had totally ruled out any possibility of what he was talking about. And so that's a problem. How do you get to a point as a scientist where you just can't accept anything that comes otherwise, because it starts out with the dream of fame, and then it ends in a stubborn refusal to ever back down.
Of course, the flip side of that is sometimes you need that to have the strength to carry a belief against the entire scientific community that resists your beliefs. And so it's a double-edged sword.
That can happen, but I guess the distinction here is evidence.
Yes.
So in this case, the evidence was so overwhelming. It wasn't really a matter of interpretation. It was you'd observed this star with the same star, but with maybe 10, even 100 times greater precision for prolonged, much longer periods of time. And there was just no doubt at this point this planet was a mirage. And so that's why you have to be very careful. I always say, don't ever name, my wife, my daughter, name this planet after me that you discover. And I can't ever name a planet after you, because I won't be objective anymore. How could I ever turn around to you and say that planet wasn't real, that I named after you?
So you're somebody that talks about, and it's clear in your eyes and in your way of being, that you love the process of discovery, that joy, the magic of just, seeing something, a new observation, a new idea, right? But I guess the point is, when you have that great feeling, is to then switch on the skepticism, like to start testing, what does this actually mean? Is this real? What are the possible different interpretations that could make this a lot less grand than I first imagined, and so both have the wonder and the skepticism all in one brain.
I think generally the more I want something to be true, the more I want it. And I think that just comes from, I grew up with a religious family and was just sort of indoctrinated to some degree, like many children are, that, okay, this is just normal, that, there's a God and this is the way the world is. God created the earth. And then as I became more, well-read and literate of what was happening in the world scientifically, I started to doubt. And it really just struck me that the hardest thing to let go of when you do decide not to be religious anymore, and it's not really like a light bulb moment, but it just kind of happens over sort of 11 to 13, I think for me it was happening. But it's that sadness of letting go of this beautiful dream which you had in your mind of eternal life, for behaving yourself on earth. You would have this beautiful heaven that you could go to and live forever, and that's very attractive. And for me personally, that was one of the things that pulled me against it, was this. It's like it's too good to be true, and that it's very convenient that this could be so, and I have no evidence directly in terms of a scientific sense to support this hypothesis, and it just became really difficult to reconcile my growth as a scientist. And I know some people find that reconciliation. I have not. Maybe I will one day, but as a general guiding principle, which I think I obtained from that experience, was that I have to be extremely guarded about what I want to be true, because it's going to sway me to things which are not true if I'm not careful. And that's not what we're trained to do as scientists.
So you felt from a religious perspective that there was a little bit of a gravitational field in terms of unions, like it was affecting how you could be as a scientist. Like as a scientific thinker, obviously you were young.
Yeah, I think I think that's true. That whenever there's something you want to be true, it's the ultimate seduction intellectually. And I worry about this a lot with UFOs, and with it's true already with things like Venus, phosphine, and searching for astrobiological signals. We have to guard against this all the way through, from however we're looking for life, however we're looking for whatever this big question is. There is a part of us, I think, I would love there to be life in the universe. I hope there is life in the universe, but I'm somewhat been on record several times as being fairly firm about trying to remain consciously agnostic about that question. I don't want to make up my mind about what the answer is before I've collected evidence to inform that decision. That's how science should work. If I already know what the answer is, then what am I doing? And that's not a scientific experiment anymore. You've already decided, so what are you trying to... What's the point of doing the experiment if you already know what the answer is? There's no point.
It's so complicated because, so if I'm being honest with myself, when I imagine the universe, so first thing I imagine about our world is that we humans, and me certainly as one particular human, my first assumption is I know almost nothing about how anything works. So first of all, that actually applies for things that humans do know, like quantum mechanics, and all the things that there's different expertises that I just have not dedicated to. So even that's starting. But if we take all of knowledge as human civilization, we know almost nothing. That's kind of an assumption I have, because it seems like we keep discovering mysteries, and it seems like human history is defined by moments when we said, okay, we pretty much figured it all out, and then you realize a century later, when you said that, you didn't figure out anything. Okay, so that's like a starting point. The second thing I have is I feel like the entirety of the universe is just filled with alien civilizations. Statistically, there's the important thing that enables that belief for me is that they don't have to be human-like. They can be anything. And it's just the fact that life exists, and just seeing the way life is on Earth, that it just finds a way. It finds a way in so many different complicated environments It finds a way. Whatever that force is, that same force has to find a way elsewhere also. But then if I'm also being honest, and I don't know how many hours in a day I spend seriously considering the possibility that we're alone.
Mm.
I don't know when my heart is and mind are filled with wonder, I think about all the different life that's out there. But to really imagine that we're alone, like really imagine all the vastness that's out there, we're alone, that not even bacteria.
I would say you don't have to believe that we are alone, but you have to admit it's a possibility of our ignorance of the universe so far. You can have a belief about something in the absence of evidence. Carl Sagan famously described that as the definition of faith. If you believe something when there's no evidence, you have faith that there's life in the universe, but you can't demonstrate, you can't prove it mathematically, you can't show me evidence of that.
But is there so mathematically, math is a funny thing. Is there, the way physicists think, like intuition,
Mm-hmm.
so it's like basic reasoning. Is there some value to that?
I'd say there's certainly make a very good argument. I think you've kind of already made one. Just the vastness of the universe is the default argument people often turn to. That surely there should be others out there. It's hard to imagine. There are of order of 10 to the 22 stars in our observable universe. And so really the question comes down to what is the probability of one of those 10 to the 22 planets, let's say, Earth-like planets, we all have Earth-like planets, going on to form life spontaneously. That's the process of abiogenesis, the spontaneous emergence of life.
Also, the word spontaneous is a funny.
Well, okay, maybe we won't use spontaneous, but not being, let's say, seeded by some other civilization or something like this. Like, it naturally emerges.
Because even the word spontaneous makes it seem less likely.
Yeah,
like there's just this chemistry and an extremely random process.
Right, it could be a very gradual process over millions of years of growing complexity in chemical networks.
Maybe there's a force in the universe that pushes it towards interesting complexity, talkative complexity, that ultimately creates something like life which we can't possibly define yet. And sometimes it manifests itself into something that looks like humans, but it can be a totally different kind of computational information processing system that we're too dumb to even visualize.
Yeah, certainly, it's kind of weird that complexity develops at all, right? Because it seems like the opposite to our physical intuition, training in physics, of entropy, that things should, complexity is hard to spontaneously, or I shouldn't say spontaneously, but hard to emerge in general. And so that's an interesting problem. I think there's been, certainly from an evolutionary perspective, you do see growing complexity. And there's a nice argument who show that if you have a certain amount of complexity, it can either become less complex or more complex through random mutation. And the less complex things are stripping away something that was necessary potentially to their survival. And so in general, that's going to be not particularly useful in its survival. And so it's going to be detrimental to strip away a significant amount of its useful traits. Whereas if you add something, the most typical thing that you add is probably not useful at all. It's probably just doesn't really affect its survival negatively, but neither does it provide any significant benefit. But sometimes, on rare occasions, of course, it will be a benefit. And so if you have a certain level of complexity, it's hard to go back in complexity, but it's fairly easy to go forward with enough bites at the cherry. You will eventually build up in complexity, and that tends to be why we see complexity grow in certainly in an evolutionary sense, but also perhaps it's operating in chemical networks that led to the emergence of life. I guess the real problem I have with the numbers game, just to come back to that, is that we are talking about a certain probability of that occurring. It may be to go from the primordial soup, however you want to call it, the ingredients that the Earth started with, the organic molecules, the probability of going from that initial condition to something that was capable of Darwinian natural selection that maybe we could define as life. The probability of that is maybe 1% of the time that happens, in which case you're right, the universe will be absolutely teeming with life. But it could also be 10 to the power minus 10, in which case it's 1 per galaxy, or 10 to the power of minus 100, in which case the vast majority of universes even do not have life within it.
Or 90%.
Or 90%.
You said 1%. You said 1%. It could be 90% if the conditions, the chemical conditions of a planet are correct or a moon are correct.
I admit that. It could be any of those numbers. And the challenge is we just have no rigorous reason to expect why 90% is any, because we're talking about a probability for probability. Is 90% more a priori likely than 10 to the power minus 20?
Well, the thing is, we do have an observation, N of 1, of
Yeah.
Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult to know what to do with that, what kind of intuition you build on top of that, because on Earth, it seems like life finds a way.
Okay.
In all kinds of conditions, in all kinds of crazy conditions.
Good.
And it's able to like build up from the basic chemistry. You could say, okay, maybe it takes a little bit of time to develop some complicated technology like mitochondria. I don't know, like photosynthesis. Fine, but it seems to figure it out, and like do it extremely well.
Yeah, but I would say you're describing a different process. I mean, maybe I'm at fault for separating these two processes, but to me, you're describing basically natural selection, evolution at that point. Whereas I'm really describing abiogenesis, which is to me a separate, distinct process.
To you, limited to human scientists, yes, but why would it be a separate process? Why is the birth of life a separate process from the process of life? Why is the? I mean, we're uncomfortable with the Big Bang. We're uncomfortable with the first thing. I think. Like, where does this come from?
Right. So I think I would say I just twist that question around and say, what you're saying? Why is it a different process? Why? And I would say, why shouldn't it be a different process? Which isn't really a good defense, except to say that we have knowledge of how natural selection, evolution works. We think we understand that process. We have almost no information about the earliest stages of how life emerged on our planet. It may be that you're right, and it is a part of a continuum. It may be that it's also a distinct, improbable set of circumstances that led to the emergence of life. As a scientist, I'm just trying to be open-minded to both possibilities. If I assert that life must be everywhere, to me, you run the risk of experimental bias. If you think you know what the answer is, if you look at an Earth-like planet and you are preconditioned to think there's a 90% chance of life on this planet, it's going to, at some level, affect your
throwing up gang signs
data.
like the pimp that they are.
However
West
critical
side.
You might be of the
shit.
agnosticism that I impose on myself, remain open to both possibilities, then I trust
like
in myself
poop.
to make a fair assessment as to the reality of that evidence for life.
Yeah, but I wonder sort of scientifically, and that's really beautiful to hear and inspiring to hear. I wonder scientifically how many firsts we truly know of, like, and then we don't eventually explain as actually a step number 1 million in a long process. So I think that's a really interesting thing if there's truly first in this universe. Like, you know, for us, whatever happened at the Big Bang is a kind of first, the origin and stuff. But it just, again, it seems like history shows that we'll figure out that it's actually a continuation of something. But then physicists say that time is emergent and there are causality in time is a very human kind of construct, that it's very possible that all of this, so there could be really firsts of a thing to which we attach a name. So whatever we call life, maybe there is an origin of it.
Just so that
and I would also say I'm open to the idea of it being part of a continuation, but the continuation maybe is more broader, and it's a continuation of chemical systems and chemical networks. And what we call this one particular type of chemistry and this behavior of chemistry life. But it is just one manifestation of all the trillions of possible permutations in which chemical reactions can occur. And we assert specialness to it because that's what we are. And so it's also true of intelligence. You could extend the same thing and say, you know, we're looking for intelligent life in the universe. And you sort of, where do you define intelligence? Where's that continuum of something that's really like us? Are we alone? There may be a continuum of chemical systems, a continuum of intelligences out there.
And I gotta take a dump.
we have to be
Oh,
careful of
dog.
our own arrogance of
Dog.
assuming specialness.
Dog,
about
I gotta
what we
take
are,
such
that
a
we are
shit.
some distinct category of phenomena,
Dog.
whereas the universe doesn't really care about what category
it's
we
in
are.
my second
it's just
colon.
doing what it's doing,
And I don't
doing
have a
everything
third one.
in,
Oh man,
you know,
I gotta
infinite,
take a dump.
infinite diversity and infinite
I gotta
combinations,
take a
especially what it's
shit.
doing. And so
I gotta take
we
a
are taking
shit.
this one slice.
Perhaps there's still some of
and
that
saying,
spaghetti ramen
no, this
shit.
has to be treated separately.
Look at this athleticism.
And I'm open to the idea that it could be a truly separate
I just
phenomenon,
met
but
this
it may just be like a snowflake. Every snowflake's different.
You think
It may just be that this
good?
one
Girl,
particular
you're gonna
iteration
love 5 9
is
3/4. I gotta
vast
take a shit. I
maybe
gotta
the
take a
algorithm
shit,
of
no
natural
matter
selection
what.
itself
Got
is an
money on my
invention of
mind
Earth.
and I never get
I
enough.
kind of also tend to
And every
suspect
time I step into the building,
whatever
everybody's
the algorithm is,
butts
it kind
go
of
up,
operates at all levels
and they
throughout
stay
the universe.
there, and they stay
But
there,
maybe this
and
is
they
very
stay
kind of
there, up,
peculiar
down,
thing
up, down, up,
that's,
down, because all I do is shit.
where there's a bunch of chemical systems that compete against each other somehow for survival under limited resources, and that's a very Earth-like thing.
Mm-hmm.
We have a nice balance of there's a large number of resources, enough to have a bunch of different kinds of systems competing, but not so many that they get lazy.
Yeah,
and maybe that's why bacteria were very lazy for a long time. Maybe they didn't have much competition.
Quite possibly. I mean, I tried to, as fun as it is to get into the speculation about the definitions of life and what life does and this gross network of possibilities. Honestly, for me, the strongest argument for remaining agnostic is to avoid that bias in assessing data. I mean, we've seen it. I mean, Paul Lowell, I talked about on my channel, and maybe last year or 2 years ago. You know, he's a very famous astronomer who, in the 19th century, was claiming the evidence of canals on Mars. And from his perspective, and even at the time, culturally, it was widely accepted that Mars would, of course, have life. I mean, I think it seems silly to word. It was kind of similar arguments to what we're using now about exoplanets. That, well, of course, there must be life in the universe. How could it just be here? And so it seemed obvious to people that when you looked at Mars with its polar cap, even if its atmosphere had seasons, it seemed obvious to them that too would be a place where life not only was present but had emerged to a civilization which actually was fairly comparable in technology to our own, because it was building canals. Of course, the system seems a bizarre signature to us, but it was a product of their time. To them, that was the cutting edge in technology. It should be a warning shot, actually, a little bit for us, that if we think solar panels or building Starlinks or whatever, space mining is like an inevitable technical signature, that may be laughably antiquated compared to what other civilizations far more advanced than us may be. And so anyway, Percival Lowell, he I think was a product of his time, that he thought life was there inevitably. He even wrote about it extensively. And so when he saw these lines, these lineae on the surface of Mars, to him it was just obvious that they were canals. And that was experimentalist bias playing out. He was told, for one, that he had basically the greatest eyesight out of any of his peers. An ophthalmologist had told him that in Boston, that his eyesight was absolutely spectacular. So he just was convinced everything he saw was real. And secondly, he was convinced there was life there. And so to him, it just added up. And then that kind of wasted decades of research of treating the idea of Mars being inhabited by this canal civilization. But on the other hand, it's maybe not a waste, because it is a lesson in history of how we should be always on guard against our own preconceptions and biases about whether life is out there, and furthermore, what types of things life might do if it is there.
If I were running this simulation, which we'll also talk about because you make the case against it, but if I were running a simulation, I would definitely put you in a room with an alien and just to see you mentally freak out for hours at a time. You for sure would have thought, you would be convinced that you've lost your mind. I mean, no, not that, but I mean, like, if we discover life, we discover interesting new physical phenomena, I think the right approach is definitely to be extremely skeptical and be very, very careful about things you want to be true. That's really,
I would say I'm not like some extreme denialist of evidence. If there was compelling evidence for life on another planet, I would be the first one to be celebrating that and be shaking hands with the alien on the White House lawn, whatever. I grew up with Star Trek, and that was my fantasy, was to, be Captain Kirk and fly across the stars, meeting other civilization. So there's nothing more I'd want to be true, as I've said. But we just have to guard against it when we're assessing data. But I have to say, I'm very skeptical that we will ever have that Star Trek moment. even if there are other civilizations out there, they're never going to be at a point which is called lockstep with us, similar level of development, even intellectually. The idea that they could have a conversation with us, even through a translator. I mean, we can't communicate with humpback whales, we can't communicate with dolphins in a meaningful way. We can sort of bark orders at them, but we can't have abstract conversations with them about things. And so the idea that we will ever have that fulfilling conversation, I'm deeply skeptical of. And I think a lot of us are drawn to that. It is maybe a replacement for God to some degree, that father figure civilization that might step in, teach us the error of our ways, and bestow wisdom upon our civilization. But they could equally be a giant fungus that doesn't even understand the idea of socialization, because it's the only entity on its planet. It just swells over the entire surface, and it's incredibly intelligent, because maybe each node communicates with each other to create essentially a giant neural net, but it has no sense of what communication even is. And so alien life is out there is surely going to be extremely diverse. I'm pretty skeptical that we'll ever get that fantasy moment I always had as a kid of having a dialogue with another civilization.
So dialogue, yes. What about noticing them? What about noticing signals? Do you hope? So one thing we've been talking about is getting signatures, biosignatures, techno-signatures about other planets. Maybe if we're extremely lucky in our lifetime to be able to meet life forms, get evidence of living or dead life forms on Mars or the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. What about getting signals from outer space, interstellar signals? What would those signals potentially look like?
That's because we are essentially engaging in xenopsychology to some degree, activities of another nation. But that is
what does the word xenopsychology, I apologize to interrupt, mean?
Well, maybe I'm just fabricating that word, really, but they're trying to guess at the machinations and motivations of another intelligent being that was completely evolutionarily divorced from us.
So it's like you said, exomoons, exopsychology, extrasolar psychology.
Yeah. Alien psychology is another way of maybe making it more grounded, but we can't really guess at their motivations too well, but we can look at the sorts of behaviors we engage in and at least look for them. We're always guilty that when we look for biosignatures, we're really looking for, and even when we look for planets, we're looking for templates of Earth. When we look for biosignatures, we're looking for templates of Earth-based life. When we look for technosignatures, we tend to be looking for templates of our own behaviors or extrapolations of our behaviors. So there's a very long list of technosignatures that people have suggested we could look for. The earliest ones were, of course, radio beacons. That was sort of Project Ozma that Frank Drake was involved in, trying to look for radio signatures, which could either be just like blurting out high-power radio saying, hey, we're here, or could even have encoded within them galactic encyclopedias for us to unlock, which has always been the allure of the radio technique. But there could also be unintentional signatures. For example, you could have like the satellite system that we produced around the Earth, the artificial satellite system, Starlink type systems we mentioned. You could detect the glint of light across those satellites as they orbit around a planet. You could detect a geostationary satellite belt, which would block out some light as the planet transits across the star. You could detect solar panels potentially spectrally on the surface of the planet. Heat island effects. New York is hotter than New York State by a couple of degrees because of the heat island effect of the city, and so you could thermally map different planets and detect these. So there's a large array of things that we do that we can go out and hypothesize we could look for. And then on the furthest end of the scale, you have things which go far beyond our capabilities, such as warp drive signatures, which have been proposed. You get these bright flashes of light, or even gravitational wave detections from LIGO could be detected. You could have Dyson spheres, the idea of covering it, basically a star is completely covered by some kind of structure which collects all the light from the star to power the civilization, and that would be pretty easily detectable to some degree because you're transferring all of the visible light thermodynamically. It has to be re-emitted to come out as infrared light. So you have an incredibly bright infrared star, yet one that was visibly not present at all, and so there would be a pretty intriguing signature to look for.
Well, is there efforts to look for something like that for Dyson spheres out there with the strong infrared signal?
There has been, and there's been. I think in the literature there was one with the IRAS satellite, which is a satellite. They targeted, I think, of order of 100,000 stars, nearby stars, and found no convincing examples of what looked like a Dyson sphere star. And then Jason Wright and his team extended this, I think, using WISE, which is another infrared satellite, to look around galaxies. So could an entire galaxy have been converted into Dyson spheres, or a significant fraction of the galaxy, which is basically the Kardashev type 3, right? This is when you've basically mastered the entire galactic pool of resources. And again, out of 100,000 nearby galaxies, there appears to be no compelling examples of what looks like a Dyson galaxy, if you want to call it that. So that by no means proves that they don't exist or don't happen, but it seems like it's an unusual behavior for a civilization to get to that stage of development and start harvesting the entire stellar output.
Unusual, yes. I mean, LIGO is super interesting with gravitational waves. If that kind of experiment could start seeing some weirdness, some weird signals, some that compare to the power of cosmic phenomena.
Yeah. I mean, it's a whole new window to the universe, not just in terms of astrophysics, but potentially for technosignatures as well. I have to say, with the warp drives, I am skeptical that warp drives are possible because you have kind of a fundamental problem in relativity. You can either really have relativity, faster than light travel, or causality. You can only choose two of those three things. You really can't have all three in a coherent universe. If you have all three, you basically end up with the possibility of these kind of temporal paradoxes and time loops and grandfather paradoxes.
Well, can't there be pockets of causality, something like that? Like where there's like pockets of consistent causality?
You could design it in that way. You could be, if you had a warp drive or a time machine, essentially, you could be you can be very conscious and careful of the way you use it so as to not to cause paradoxes or just do it in a local area or something. But the real fundamental problem is you always have the ability to do it. And so in a vast cosmic universe, if time machines are all over the place, there's too much risk of someone doing it, right? Of somebody having the option of essentially breaking the universe with this. So there's a fundamental problem. Hawking has this chronology protection conjecture where he said that essentially this just can't be allowed because it breaks all our laws of physics if time travel is possible.
Current laws of physics, yes.
Correct, yeah. And so we need to rip up relativity. I mean, that's the point, is the current laws of physics. So you'd have to rip up our current law of relativity to make sense of how FTL could live in that universe, because you can't have relativity, FTL, and causality sit nicely and play nicely together.
But we currently don't have quantum mechanics and relativity playing nice together anyway, so it's not
Correct.
like everything is all fast.
It's certainly not the full picture. There must be more to go.
Yeah.
But
so it's already ripped up, so might as well look it up a little more. And in the process, I actually try to connect the two things, because maybe in the unification of the standard model and general relativity, maybe there lies some kind of new wisdom about warp drives. By the way, warp drives is somehow messing with the fabric of the universe to be able to travel faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, you're basically bending space-time. You could also do it with a wormhole or some other hypothetical FTL. So this doesn't have to necessarily be the Alcubierre drive, the warp drive. It could be any faster than light system. As long as it travels superluminally, it will violate causality.
Right? Observable with LIGO.
Potentially. Depends on, I think, the properties of whatever the spacecraft is. I mean, one problem with warp drives is there's all sorts of problems with warp drives, but when
like the start of that sentence, one problem.
Yeah, warp drive. There's just this one minor problem that we have to get around. But when it arrives at destination, it basically collects vast basically has like an event horizon almost at the front of it, and so it collects all this radiation at the front as it goes, and when it arrives, all that radiation gets dumped on its destination, basically completely exterminate the planet it arrives at. That radiation is also incident within the shell itself. There's Hawking radiation occurring within the shell, which is pretty dangerous. And then, it raises all sorts of exacerbations of the Fermi paradox, of course, as well. So you might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire. I mean, even here it's hard. You might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire if everybody's limited to Voyager 2 rocket speeds of like 20 kilometers per second or something. But it's a lot harder to explain why we don't see the stars populated by galactic empires when warp drive is eminently possible, because it makes expansion so much more trivial that it makes our life harder. There's some wonderful simulation work being done out at Rochester where they actually simulate all the stars in the galaxy, or a fraction of them, and they spawn a civilization, one of them, and they let it spread out at sublight speeds. And actually the very mixing of the stars themselves, because the stars are not static, they're in orbit of the galactic center and they have crossing paths with each other. If you just have a range of even like 5 light years and your speed is of order of a few percent the speed of light is the maximum you can muster, you can populate the entire galaxy within something like 100,000 to about 1 million years or so. So in a fraction of the lifetime of the galaxy itself. And so this raises some fairly serious problems, because if any civilization in the entire history of the galaxy decide to do that, then either we shouldn't be here, or we happen to live in this kind of rare pocket we chose not to populate to. And so this is sometimes called fact A, Hutt's fact A. As the fact A is that a civilization is not here now. An alien civilization is not in present occupation of the Earth, and that's difficult to resolve with the apparent ease at which even a small extrapolation of our own technology could potentially populate a galaxy in far faster than galactic history.
So, to me, by the way, the Fermi paradox is truly a paradox for me. But I suspect that if alien visit Earth, if they do, if they are everywhere, I think they're already here, and we're too dumb to see it. But leaving that aside, I think we should be able to, in that case, have very strong, obvious signals when we look up at the stars, at the emanation of energy required. We would see some weirdness, that like where these are these kinds of stars and these are these kinds of stars that are being messed with, like leveraging the nuclear fusion of stars to do something useful. Like the fact that we don't really see that, like maybe you can correct me. Wouldn't we be able to, if there is like alien civilizations running galaxies, wouldn't we see weirdnesses from an astronomy perspective with the way the stars are behaving?
Yeah, I mean, it depends exactly what they're doing, but I mean, the Dyson sphere example is one that we already discussed, where a set of 100,000 nearby galaxies find that they have all been transformed into Dyson sphere collectors. You could also imagine them doing things like, we read a paper about this recently, of star lifting, where you can extend the life of your star by scooping mass off the star, so you'd be doing stellar engineering, essentially. Space, if you're doing a huge amount of asteroid mining, you would have a spectral signature, because you're basically filling the solar system with dust by doing that. There'd be debris from that activity. And so there are some limits on this. Certainly we don't see bright flashes, which would be, one of these chemicals in warp drive, as I said, is as they decelerate, they produce these bright flashes of light. We don't seem to see evidence of those kind of things. We don't see anything obvious around the nearby stars or the stars that we've surveyed in detail beyond that indicate any kind of artificial civilization. The closest maybe we had was Voyager's star that there was a lot of interest in. There was a star that was just very peculiarly dipping in and out its brightness. And it was hypothesized for a time that may indeed be some kind of Dyson-like structure. So maybe a Dyson sphere that's half built. And so as it comes in and out, it's blocking out huge swaths of the star. It was very difficult to explain it really with any kind of planet model at the time. But an easier hypothesis that was proposed was it could just be a large number of comets or dust or something, or maybe a planet that had broken apart, and as its fragments orbit around, it blocks out starlight. And it turned out, with subsequent observations of that star, which especially the amateur astronomy community made a big contribution to as well, that the dips were chromatic, which was a real important clue that probably wasn't a solid structure then that was going around it. It was more likely to be dust. Dust is chromatic. By chromatic, I mean it looks different in different colors. So it blocks out more red light than blue light. If it was a solid structure, it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't be. It should be opaque, right? A solid metal structure or something. So that was one of the clear indications. And the behavior of in the way the light changed or the dips changed across wavelength was fully consistent with the expectations of what small particulates would do. And so that's very hard. I mean, the real problem with alien hunting, the real
technical term.
This is the real
one problem.
Yeah.
The one problem with the warp drive, and the one problem alien hunting. Yes.
But well, I'd say there's three big problems for me with any search for life, which includes UFOs all the way to fossils on Mars, is that aliens have three unique properties as a hypothesis. One is they have essentially unbounded explanatory capability. So there's almost no phenomena I can show you that you couldn't explain with aliens to some degree. You could say, well, the aliens just have some super high-tech way of creating that illusion. The second, the unbounded avoidance capacity. So I might see a UFO tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next day, and then predict I should see it on Thursday at the end of the week. But then I don't see it, but I could always get out of that and say, well, that's just because they chose not to come here. You know, they have this, they can always avoid future observations fairly easily. If you survey an exoplanet for biosignatures and you don't see oxygen, you don't see methane, that doesn't mean there's no one living there. They could always be either tricking their atmosphere, engineering it. We actually wrote a paper about that, how you can use lasers to hide your biosignatures as in fact civilization. Or you could just be living underground or underwater or something where there's no biosignatures. So you can never really disprove there's life on another planet or on another star. It has infinite avoidance. And then finally, the third one is that we have incomplete physical understanding of the universe. So if I see a new phenomena, which Voyage and Star is an example of that, we saw this new phenomena of these strange dips we'd never seen before. It was hypothesized immediately this could be aliens. It's like a god of the gaps. But it turned out to be incomplete physical understanding. And so that happens all the time. In the first pulsar that was discovered, same story. Jocelyn Bell kind of somewhat tongue-in-cheek called it Little Green Man 1 because it looked a lot like the radio signature that was expected from an alien civilization. But of course, it turned out to be a completely new type of star that we had never seen before, which was a neutron star, two jets coming out of the top of it. And so that's a challenge. Those three things are really, really difficult in terms of experimental design for a scientist to work around. Something that can explain anything, can avoid anything, so it's almost unfalsifiable, and could always just be, to some degree, as you said, we have this very limited knowledge of the infinite possibilities of physical law, and we're probably only scratching the surface. Each time, and we've seen it so often in history, we may just be detecting some new phenomena.
Well, that last one, I think I'm a little more okay with making mistakes on.
Yeah,
which is
because it's exciting still.
But it's because no matter, so you might exaggerate the importance of the discovery, but the whole point is to try to find stuff in this world that's weird, and try to, you can throw a Little Green Man as a label on it, but eventually it's as mysterious and as beautiful as interesting as Little Green Man. Like we tend to think that there's some kind of threshold, but like there's all kinds of weird organisms on this earth that operate very differently than humans that are super interesting. The human mind is super interesting. I mean, like weirdness and complexity is as interesting in any of its forms as what we might think from Hollywood what aliens are. So like that's okay. Looking for weirdnesses on Mars.
That's one of the best sales pitches to do techno-signature work, is that, you know, we always have that as our fallback, that look, we're going to look for alien signatures. If we fail, we're going to discover some awesome new physics along the way. And so even any kind of signature that we detect is always going to be interesting. And so that compels us to have not only the question of looking for life in the universe, but it gives us a strong scientific grounding as to why this sort of research should be funded and should be executed, because it always pushes the frontiers of knowledge.
I wonder if we'll be able to discover and be open enough to a broad definition of aliens, where we see some kind of techno signature, basically like a Turing test. Like, this thing is intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's processing information in a very interesting way.
Mm-hmm.
But you could say that about chemistry. You could say that about physics. Maybe not physics. Chemistry. Like, anything complex chemistry, you could say that this is processing. This is storing information.
Mm-hmm.
This is propagating information over time. So, I mean, it's a gray area between a living organism that we would call an alien and a thing that's super interesting, that's able to carry some kind of intelligence.
Yeah, information is a really useful way to frame what we're looking for, though, because then you're divorced from making assumptions about even a civilization necessarily or anything like that. So any kind of information-rich signature, indeed, you can take things like the light curve from Voyager's star and ask, what is the minimum number of free parameters or the minimum information content that must be encoded within this light curve? And the hope is that maybe from, a good example would be from a radio signature, you detect something that has, 1,000 megabytes of parameters essentially contained within it. That's pretty clearly at that point not the product of a natural process, or at least any natural process that we could possibly imagine with our current understanding of the universe. And so thinking, even if we can't decode, which actually I'm skeptical we'd be able to ever decode it in our lifetimes, it would probably take decades to fully ever figure out what they're trying to tell us. But if there was a message there, we could at least know that there is high information content and there is complexity, and that this is a attempt at communication and information transfer, and leave it to our subsequent generations to figure out what exactly it is they're trying to say.
Again, the question, and thank you for entertaining them. I really, really appreciate it. But what kind of signal in our lifetime, what kind of thing do you think might happen, could possibly happen, where the scientific community would be convinced that there's alien civilizations out there? Like what? So you already said maybe a strong infrared signature or something like a Dyson sphere.
That's possible. That's also to some degree a little bit ambiguous, because
right, that's the challenge. Sorry to interrupt. Is where your brain would be, like, you as a scientist would be like, I know it's ambiguous, but this is really weird.
Yeah, I think if you had something, I can imagine something like a prime number sequence or a mathematical sequence like the Fibonacci series, something being broadcast.
Mathematically provable that this is not a physical phenomenon.
Right. I mean, prime numbers is a pretty good case because there's no natural phenomena that produces prime number sequences. It seems to be a purely an abstract mathematical concept as far as I'm aware. And so if we detected, a series of radio blips that were following that sequence, it would be pretty clear to me, or it could even be, Carl Sagan suggested that pi could be encoded in that, or you might use the hydrogen line but multiplied by pi, like some very specific frequency of the universe, like a hydrogen line, but multiply it by a abstract mathematical constant that would imply strongly that there was someone behind the scenes operating that.
Sorry, stored in which phenomena though?
So in that case, I think of a radio wave. But the information, I mean, we kind of toyed with this idea in a video I did about hypothetical civilization on my channel. But one kind of fun way, I do want to bring this conversation towards time a little bit, and thinking about not just looking for life and intelligence around us right now, but looking into the past and even into the future to some degree, or communicating with the future. And so we had this fun experiment of imagining a civilization that was born at the beginning of the history of the galaxy and being the first, and what it would be like for them. They were desperately searching for evidence of life but couldn't find it. And so they decided to try and leave something behind for future civilization to discover, to tell them about themselves. But of course, a radio thing is just not going to work there because it has to have a power source, and that's a piece of machinery. It's going to eventually break down. It's going to be hard to maintain that for billions of years timescale. And so you wanted something that was kind of passive, that doesn't require an energy source but can somehow transmit information, which is hard to think about something that satisfies those criteria. But there was a proposal by one of my colleagues, Luke Arnold, which inspired a lot of us in technosignatures. And he suggested that you could build artificial transitors. So you could build sheets of material that transit in front of the star. Maybe one thin sheet passes across first, then 2, then 3, then 5, then 7. So you could follow the prime number sequence of these. And so there'd be a clear indication that someone had manufactured those, but they don't require any energy source because they're just sheets of material in orbit of the star. They would eventually degrade from micrometeorites. Maybe their orbits would become destabilized, but these times far exceeding the lifetime of any battery or mechanical electronic system that we could, at least with our technology, conceive of building. And so you could imagine then extending that, and how could you encode not just a prime number sequence, but maybe in the spatial pattern of this very complex light curve we see, you could encode more and more information through 2D shapes and the way those occultations happen. And maybe you could even encode messages and in-depth information from you could even imagine it being like a lower layer of information, which is just the prime number sequence, but then you look closely and you see the smaller divots embedded within that have a deeper layer of information to extract. And so to me, something like that would be pretty compelling, that there was somebody who would manifest, unless it's just a very impressive hoax. That would be a pretty compelling evidence of civilization.
And actually, the methods of astronomy right now are kind of marching towards being able to better and better detect a signal like that.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it's just building bigger aperture in space. The bigger the telescope, the finer ability to detect those minute signals.
Do you think the current sort of the scientific community, another weird question, it's just the observations that are happening now, do you think they're ready for a prime number sequence in the so if we're using the current method, the transit timing variation method, like, do you think you're ready? Do you have the tools to detect the prime number sequence?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's 200,000 stars that Kepler monitored, and it monitored them all the time. It took a photo of each one of them every 30 minutes, measured their brightness, and it did that for 4.5 years. And so you have already, and Tesla's doing it right now, another mission. And so you have already an existing catalog, and people are genuinely scouring through each of those light curves with automated machine learning techniques. We've even developed some in our own team that can look for weird behavior. We wrote a code called the weird detector, for instance, that, of course, it was just the most generic thing possible. Don't assume anything about the signal shape for anything that repeats. The signal shape can be anything, and we kind of learn the template of the signal from itself, and then it's like template matching filter to see if that repeats many, many times in the data. We actually applied that and found a bunch of interesting stuff. We didn't see any that was the prime number sequence based on the Kepler data. That's 200,000 stars, which sounds like a lot, but compared to 200 billion stars in the Milky Way, really just scratching the surface.
So because there could be something much more generalizable than the prime number sequence. It's ultimately the question of a signal that's very difficult to compress in the general sense of what compress means. So maybe as we get better and better machine learning methods that automatically analyze the data to understand how to compress it, you'll be able to discover data that's for some reason is not compressible. But then, compression really is a bottomless pit, because that's really what intelligence is being able to compress information.
Yeah. On behalf of the decoder, the more skilled, a prime number sequence is completely on information essentially. But if you look at our receive message, they were fairly careful with their pixelation, this simple image they sent, to try and make it as interpretable as possible, to be that even a dumb alien would be able to figure out what we're trying to show them here, because there's all sorts of conventions and rules that are built in that we tend to presume when we design our messages. And so if your messages, assuming they know how to do an MP3 decoder, a particular compression algorithm, I'm sure they could eventually reverse engineer it and figure it out, but you're making it harder for them to get to that point. So maybe I always think you probably would have a 2-tier system. Like you'd probably have some lower tier key system, and then maybe beneath that you'd have a deeper compressed layer of more in-depth information.
What about maybe observing actual physical objects? So first, let me go to your tweet as a source of inspiration. You tweeted that it's interesting to ponder that if Oort clouds are ever mined by the systems of alien civilizations, mining equipment from billions of years ago could be in our Oort cloud, since the Oort clouds they extend really, really, really far outside the actual star.
Yeah.
Mining equipment, just like basic boring mining equipment out there. I don't know if there's something interesting to say about Oort clouds themselves that are interesting to you, and about possible non-shiny light emitting mining equipment from alien civilization.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the field of technosignatures and looking for life, is you can find inspiration and intellectual joy in just the smallest little thing that starts a whole thread of building upon it and wondering about the implications. And so in this case, I was just really struck by, we kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, the idea that stars are not static. We tend to think of the galaxy as having stars in a certain location from the center of the galaxy, and they kind of live there. But in truth, the stars are not only orbiting around the center of the galaxy, but those orbits are themselves changing over time. They're precessing. And so in fact, the orbits look more like a spirograph. If you've ever done those as a kid, they kind of whirl around and trace out all sorts of strange patterns. And so the stars intersect with one another. And so the current closest star to us is Proxima Centauri, which is about 4.2 light years away. But it will not always be the closest star. And over millions of years, it will be supplanted by other stars. In fact, stars that will come even closer than Proxima within just a couple of lights. And that's been happening, not just we can project that will happen over the next few million years, but that's been happening presumably throughout the entire history of the galaxy for billions of years. And so if you went back in time, there would have been all sorts of different nearest stars throughout different stages of the Earth's history. And those stars are so close that their Oort clouds do intermix with one another. So the Oort cloud can extend out to even a light year or two around the Earth. There's some debate about exactly where it ends. It probably doesn't really have a definitive end, but just kind of peters out more and more and more as you go further away.
By the way, for people who don't know, an Oort cloud, I don't know what the technical definition is, but a bunch of rocks that objects that orbit the star, and they can extend really, really,
Correct.
really far because of gravity.
These are objects that probably are mostly icy rich. They were probably formed fairly similar distances to Jupiter and Saturn, but were scattered out through the interactions of those giant planets. We see a circular disk of objects around us, which kind of looks like the asteroid belt, but just further away, called the Kuiper belt. And then further beyond that, you get the Oort cloud. And the Oort cloud is not a disk, it's just a sphere. It kind of surrounds us in all directions. So these are objects that were scattered out through three-dimensionally in all different directions. And so those objects are potentially resources for us, especially if you were planning to do an interstellar mission one day. You might want to mine the water that's embedded within those and use that as either oxygen or fuel for your rocket. And so it's quite possible. There's also some rare earth metals and things like that as well. But it's quite possible that a civilization might use Oort cloud objects as a jumping off point. Or in the Kuiper belt, you have things like Planet 9 even. So there might even be objects beyond in the Oort cloud, which are actually planet-like that we just cannot detect. These objects are very, very faint. So that's why they're so hard to see. I mean, even Planet 9 is hypothesized to exist, but we've not been able to confirm its existence because it's at something like 1,000 AU away from us, 1,000 times the distance of the Earth from the Sun. And so even though it's probably larger than the Earth, the amount of light it reflects from the sun just looks like a star at that point, so far away from it that it barely reflects anything back. It's extremely difficult to detect. So there's all sorts of wonders that may be lurking out in the outer solar system. And so this leads you to wonder, that Oort cloud must have intermixed with other Oort clouds in the past. And so what fraction of the Oort cloud is truly belongs to us, belongs to what was scattered from Jupiter and Saturn, what fraction of it could in fact be interstellar visitors. And of course, we've got excited about this recently because of Oumuamua, this interstellar asteroid, which seemed to be at the time the first evidence of an interstellar object. But when you think about the Oort cloud intermixing, it may be that a large fraction of comets are seeded from the Oort cloud that eventually come in. Some of those comets may indeed have been interstellar in the first place that we just didn't know about through this process. There even is an example, I can't remember the name, there's an example of a comet that has a very peculiar spectral signature that has been hypothesized to have actually been an interstellar visitor, but one that was essentially sourced through this Oort cloud mixing. And so kind of intriguing. It also, the outer solar system is just it's like the bottom of the ocean. We know so little about what's in the bottom of our own planet's ocean. And we know next to nothing about what's in the outskirts of our solar system.
It's all darkness.
Yeah.
So like that's one of the things is to understand the phenomena, we need light. And we need to see how light interacts with it or what light emanates from it. But most of our universe is darkness. So there could be a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, this is where your interest is with the cool worlds. And the interesting stuff lurks in the darkness, right?
Basically, all of us, 400 years of astronomy, our only window into the universe has been light. And that has only changed quite recently with the discovery of gravitational waves. That's now a new window. And hopefully, to some degree, I guess, solar neutrinos we've been detecting from it, but they come from the sun, not interstellar space. But we may be able to soon detect neutrino messages, as even been hypothesized as a way of communicating between civilizations as well, or just do neutrino telescopes to study the universe. And so there's a growing interest in what we call multi-messenger astronomy now. So not just messages from light, but messages from these other physical packets of information that are coming our way. But when it comes to the outer solar system, light really is our only window. There's two ways of doing that. One is you detect the light from the Oort cloud object itself, which, as I just said, is very, very difficult. There's another trick, which we do in the Kuiper belt especially, and that's called an occultation. And so sometimes those objects will just pass in front of a distant star, just coincidentally. These are very, very brief moments. They last for less than a second. And so you have to have a very fast camera to detect them, which conventionally astronomers don't usually build fast cameras. Most of the phenomena we observe occurs in hours, minutes, days even. But now we're developing cameras which can take thousands of images per second, and yet do it at the kind of astronomical fidelity that we need for this kind of precise measurement. And so you can see these very fast dips. You even get these kind of diffraction patterns that come around, which are really cool to look at. And I kind of love it because it's almost like passive radar. You have these pinpricks of light. Imagine that you live in a giant black sphere, but there's these little pinholes that have been poked, and through those pinholes almost laser light is shining through. And inside this black sphere, there are unknown things wandering around, drifting around that we are trying to discover. And sometimes they will pass in front of those little pencil-thin laser beams, block something out, and so we can tell that it's there. And it's not an accident. We didn't actually beam anything out and get a reflection off, which is what the sun does. The sun's light comes off and it comes back. That's more like an active radar system. It's more like a passive radar system where we are just listening very intently. And so I'm kind of so fascinated by that, the idea that we could map out the rich architecture of the outer solar system just by doing something that we could have done potentially for a long time, which is just listening in the right way, just tuning our instrumentation to the correct way of not listening but viewing the universe to catch those objects.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It seems almost obvious that your efforts, when projected out over like 100 or 200 years, will have a really good map through even methods like basically transit timing, high resolution transit timing, but basically the planetary and the planet's satellite movements that of all the different star systems out there.
Yeah, and it could revolutionize the way we think about the solar system. I mean, that revolution has happened several times in the past. When we discovered Vesta in the 19th century, that was, I think, the seventh planet for a while, or the eighth planet when it was first discovered. And then we discovered Ceres, and there was a bunch of asteroid objects, Janus. And so for a while, the textbooks had there was something like 13 planets in the solar system, and then that was just a new capability that was emerging to detect those small objects. And then we ripped that up and said, no, we're going to change the definition of a planet. And then the same thing happened when we started looking at the outer skirts of the solar system. Again, we found Eris, we found Sedna, these objects which resembled Pluto, and the more and more of them we found, make. And eventually we again had to rethink the way we even contextualize what a planet is and what the nature of the outer solar system is. So regardless as to what you think about the debate about whether Pluto should be demoted or not, which I know often invokes a lot of strong feelings, it is an incredible achievement that we were able to transform our view of the solar system in a matter of years just by charge-coupled devices, the things that's in cameras. The invention of that device allowed us to detect objects which were much further away, much fainter, and revealed all of this stuff that was there all along. And so that's the beauty of astronomy. There's just so much to discover, and even in our own backyard.
Do you ever think about this? Do you imagine what are the things that will completely change astronomy over the next 100 years? Like if you transport yourself forward 100 years, what are the things that will blow your mind when you look at, wait, what? Would it be just a very high resolution mapping of things? Like, holy crap. Like one surprising thing might be, holy crap, there's like Earth-like moons everywhere.
Yeah.
And another one could be just totally different devices for sensing.
Yeah, I think usually astronomy moves forward dramatically, and science in general, when you have a new technological capability come online for the first time. And we kind of just give examples of that there with the solar system. So what kind of new capabilities might emerge in the next 100 years? The capability I would love to see is not just, in the next 10, 20 years, we're hoping to take these pale blue dot images we spoke about. So that requires building something like JWST, but on an even larger scale and optimized for direct imaging. You have to have either a coronagraph or a star shade or something to block out the starlight and reveal those pale blue dots. So in the next sort of decades, I think that's the achievement that we can look forward to in our lifetimes, is to see photos of Earths. Going beyond that, maybe in our lifetimes, towards the end of our lifetimes perhaps, I'd love it if we, I think it's technically possible, as Breakthrough Starshot are giving us a lot of encouragement with, to maybe send a small probe to the nearest stars and start actually taking high resolution images of these objects. There's only so much you can do from far away if you want to have, and we can see it in the solar system. There's only so much you can learn about Europa by pointing a Hubble Space Telescope at it, but if you really want to understand that moon, you're going to have to send something to orbit it to hopefully land on it and drill down to the surface. And so the idea of even taking a flyby and doing a snapshot photo that gets beamed back, that could be, doesn't even have to be more than 100 pixels by 100 pixels. That would be a completely game-changing capability to be able to truly image these objects. And maybe at home in our own solar system, we can certainly get to a point where we produce crude maps of exoplanets.
Well, that was great.
One of the kind of the ultimate limit of what a telescope could do is governed by its size. And so the largest telescope you could probably ever build would be one that was the size of the sun. There's a clever trick for doing this without physically building a telescope that's the size of the sun, and that's to use the sun as a gravitational lens. This was, I think, by von Eschlemer in 1979. It builds upon Einstein's theory of general relativity, of course, that there is a warping of light, a bending of light from the sun's gravitational field. And so a distant starlight is like a magnifying glass. Anything that bends light is basically, can be used as a telescope. It's going to bend light to a point. Now it turns out the sun's gravity is not strong enough to create a particularly great telescope here, because the focus point is really out in the Kuiper belt. It's at 550 astronomical units away from the Earth, so 550 times further away from the sun than we are. And that's beyond any of our spacecraft have ever gone. So you have to send a spacecraft to that distance, which would take 30, 40 years, even optimistically improving our chemical propulsion system company. You'd have to bound it into that orbit, but then you could use the entire sun as your telescope, and with that kind of capability, you could image planets to kilometer scale resolution from afar. And that really makes you wonder. if we can conceive, maybe we can't engineer it, but if we can conceive of such a device, what might other civilizations be currently observing about our own planet? And perhaps that is why nobody is visiting us, because there is so much you can do from afar that to them that's enough. They, maybe they can get to the point where they can detect our radio leakage, they can detect our terrestrial television signals, they can map out our surfaces, they can tell we have cities, they can even do infrared mapping of the heat island effect and all this kind of stuff. They can tell the chemical composition of our planet. And so that might be enough. Maybe they don't need to come down to the surface and study do anthropology and see what our civilization is like. But there's certainly a huge amount you can do, which is significantly cheaper to some degree than flying there, just by exploiting cleverly the physics of the universe itself.
So your intuition is, this very well may be true, that observation might be way easier than travel. From our perspective, from an alien perspective, like we could get very high resolution imaging before we could ever get there.
It depends on what information you want. If you want to know the chemical composition and you want to know kilometer scale maps of the planet, then you can do that from afar with some version of these kind of gravitational lenses. If you want to do better than that, if you want to image a newspaper sell on the porch of somebody's house, you're going to have to fly there. There's no way, unless you had a telescope the size of Sagittarius A star or something, you just simply cannot collect enough light to do that from many light years away. So there is certainly reasons why have its place, depending on what information you want. We proposed in my team actually that the sun is the ultimate pinnacle of telescope design, but flying to 1,000 AU is a real pain in the butt because it's just going to take so long. And so a more practical way of achieving this might be to use the Earth. Now, the Earth doesn't have anywhere near enough gravity to create a substantial gravitational lens, but it has an atmosphere. And an atmosphere refracts light, it bends light. So whenever you see a sunset, just as the sun's setting below the horizon, it's actually already beneath the horizon. It's just the light is bending through the atmosphere. It's actually already about half a degree down beneath, and what you're seeing is that curvature of the light path. And your brain interprets it, of course, to be following a straight line because your brain always thinks that. And so you can use that bending. Whenever you have bending, you have a telescope. And so we've proposed to my team that you could use this refraction to similarly create an Earth-sized telescope.
Called the Terrascope.
The Terrascope,
yeah. Great video.
Yeah. And
do you have a paper on the Terrascope?
I do, yeah.
Great.
Sometimes get confused with this because they've heard of an Earth-sized telescope because may have heard of the Event Horizon telescope, which took an image of, taking an image right now of the center of our black hole. And it's very impressive, and this previously did Messier 87, a nearby supermassive black hole. And so those images were interferometric. So they were small telescopes scattered across the Earth, and they combined the light paths together interferometrically to create effectively an Earth-sized angular resolution. Telescopes always have two properties. There's the angular resolution, which is how small of a thing you can see on the surface, and then there's the magnification. How much brighter does that object get versus just your eye or some small object? Now, what the Event Horizon telescope did, it traded off amplification or magnification for the angular resolution. That's what it wanted. It wanted that high angular resolution, but it doesn't really have much photon collecting power because each telescope individually is very small. The Terrascope is different because it is literally collecting light with a light bucket, which is essentially the size of the Earth. And so that gives you both benefits potentially, not only the high angular resolution that the large aperture promises you, but also actually physically collects all those photons so you can detect light from very, very far away, the very outer edges of the universe. And so we propose this as a possible future technological way of achieving these extreme goals, ambitious goals we have in astronomy. But it's a very difficult system to test because you essentially have to fly out to these focus points. And these focus points lie beyond the moon, so you have to have someone who is willing to fly beyond the moon and hitchhike an experimental telescope onto it and do that cheaply. If it was something doing low Earth orbit, it'd be easy. You could just attach a CubeSat to the next Falcon 9 rocket or something and test it out. It'd probably only cost you a few tens of thousands of dollars, maybe $100,000. But there's basically no one who flies out that far except for bespoke missions, such as like a mission that's going to Mars or something that would pass through that kind of space, and they typically don't have a lot of leeway in excess payload that they're willing to strap on for medical experiments. So that's been the problem with it. In theory, it should work beautifully, but it's a very difficult idea to experimentally test.
Can you elaborate why the focal point is that far away?
So you get about half a degree bend from the Earth's atmosphere when you look at the solar horizon, and you get that 2 times over if you're outside the Earth's atmosphere, because it comes, the star is half a bend to you on the horizon and half a degree back out the other way, so you get about a 1 degree bend. Take the base of the Earth, which is about 7,000 kilometers, and do your arc-tan function, you'll end up with a distance that's about, it's actually the inner focal point is about 2/3 the distance of the Earth-Moon system. The problem with that inner focal point is not useful, because that light ray path had to basically scrape the surface of the Earth. So it passes through the clouds, it passes through all the thick atmosphere, it gets a lot of extinction along the way. If you go higher up in altitude, you get less extinction. In fact, you can even go above the clouds, and so that's even better, because the clouds obviously are going to be a pain in the neck doing anything optical. But the problem with that is that the atmosphere, because it gets thinner at higher altitude, it bends light less. And so that pushes the focal point. So the most useful focal point is actually about 3 or 4 times the distance of the Earth-Moon separation. And so that's what we call actually not there. And so there is a stable orbit happening.
The atmosphere does bad things.
Yeah, it's
is that to reconstruct, to remove the noise. So it's just strength. It's nothing else.
It's possible to reconstruct. I mean, to some degree, we do this as a technology with wavefront errors that happen in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is turbulent. It is not a single plane of air of the same density. There's all kind of wiggles and currents in the air. And so each little layer is bending light in slightly different ways. And so the light actually kind of follows a wiggly path on its way down. What that means is that 2 light rays, which are traveling at slightly different spatial separations from each other, will arrive at Texas at different times, because one maybe goes on more or less a straight path and the one wiggles down a bit more before it arrives. And so you have an incoherent light source. And when you're trying to do image reconstruction, you always want a coherent light source. So the way they correct for this is that if this path had to travel a little bit faster, the straight one goes faster and the wiggly one takes longer, the mirror is deformable. And so you actually bend the mirror on the straight one down a little bit to make it an equivalent light path distance. So the mirror itself has all these little actuators. And it's actually made up of like thousands of little elements, almost looks like a liquid mirror, because they can manipulate it in kind of real time. And so they scan the atmosphere with a laser beam to tell what the deformations are in the atmosphere, and then make the corrections to the mirror to account for it.
That's amazing.
So you could do something like this for the terror, but it would be
it's cheaper and easier to go above the atmosphere and just fly out.
I think so. It would be that's a very challenging thing to do. And normally when you do adaptive optics, as it's called, you're looking straight up. So you're or very close to straight up. If you look at the horizon, we basically never do astronomical observations on the horizon, because you're looking through more atmosphere. If you go straight up, you're looking at the thinnest portion of atmosphere possible. But as you go closer and closer towards the horizon, you're increasing what we call the air mass, the amount of air you have to travel through. So here, it's kind of the worst case, because you're going through the entire atmosphere in and out again with a telescope. So you'd need a very impressive adaptive optics system to correct for that. So yeah, I would say it's probably simpler, at least for proof of principle, just to test it with having some satellite that was in a much wider orbit.
Now, speaking of traveling out into deep space, you already mentioned this a little bit. You made a beautiful video called "The Journey to the End of the Universe," and sort of at the start of that, you're talking about Alpha Centauri. So, what would it take for humans, or for human-like creatures, to travel out to Alpha Centauri?
There's a few different ways of doing it, I suppose. One is, it depends on how fast your ship is. That's always going to be the determining factor. If we devised some interstellar propulsion system that could travel a fraction of the speed of light, then we could do it in our lifetimes, which is, I think, what people normally dream of when they think about interstellar propulsion and travel. That you could literally step onto the spacecraft, maybe a few years later you step off in Alpha Centauri B, you walk around the surface and come back and visit your family. There would be, of course, a lot of relativistic time dilation as a result of that trip. You would have aged a lot less than people back on Earth by traveling close to the speed of light for some fraction of time. The challenge of this, of course, is that we have no such propulsion system that can achieve this. So,
would you think it's possible? Like, you have a paper called the Halo Drive, fuel-free relativistic propulsion, large masses via recycled boomerang photons.
Yeah.
So, do you think, first of all, what is that? And second of all, how difficult are alternate propulsion systems?
Yeah, so before taking the Halo Drive, there was an idea, because I think the Halo Drive is not going to solve this problem. I'll talk about the Halo Drive in a moment, but the Halo Drive is useful for a civilization which is a bit more advanced than us, that has spread across the stars, and is looking for a cheap highway system to get across the galaxy. For that first step, because just to context that, the Halo Drive requires a black hole, so that's why you're not going to be able to do this on the Earth right now. But there are lots of black holes in the Milky Way, that's the good news. So we'll come to that in a moment. But if you're trying to travel to Alpha Centauri without a black hole, then the most, there were some ideas out there. There was a Project Daedalus and Project Icarus that were two projects that the British Interplanetary Society conjured up on sort of a 20-30 year timescale. And they asked themselves, if we took existing and speculatively but realistic attempts at future technology that are emerging over the next few decades, how far can we push into our travel system? And they settled on fusion drives in that. So if we had the ability to essentially either detonate, you can also imagine like kind of nuclear fission or nuclear fusion bombs going off behind the spacecraft and propelling it that way, or having some kind of successful nuclear fusion reaction, which obviously we haven't really demonstrated yet as a propulsion system, then you could achieve something like 10% the speed of light in those systems. But these are huge spacecrafts, and I think you need a huge spacecraft if you're going to take people along. The conversation recently has actually switched, and that idea is kind of seems a little bit antiquated now, and most of us have kind of given up on the idea of people physically, biologically stepping on board the spacecraft. And maybe we'll be sending something that's more like a micro probe that maybe just weighs a gram or two, and that's much easier to accelerate. You could push that with a laser system to very high speed, get it to maybe 20% the speed of light. It has to survive the journey. Probably a large fraction of them won't survive the journey, but they're cheap enough that you can maybe manufacture millions of them, and some of them do arrive and are able to send back an image, or maybe even if you wanted to have a person there, we might have some way of doing like a telepresence or some kind of delayed telepresence, or some kind of reconstruction of the planet which is sent back, so you can digitally interact with that environment in a way which is not real time but representative of what that planet would be like to be on the surface. So we might be more like digital visitors to these planets. Certainly far easier practically to do that than physically forcing this wet chunk of meat to fly light years across space to do that. And so that's maybe something we can imagine down the road. The Halo Drive, as I said, is thinking even further ahead. And if you did want to launch large masses could even be planet-sized things. In the case of the Halo Drive, you can use black holes. So this is kind of a trick of physics. I often think of the universe as like a big computer game, and you're trying to find cheat codes, hacks, exploits that the universe didn't intend for you to use. But once you find them, you can address all sorts of interesting capabilities that you didn't previously have.
Yeah.
And the Halo Drive does that with black holes. So if you have two black holes, which is a very common situation, a binary black hole, and they're inspiraling towards each other. LIGO has detected, I think, dozens of these things, maybe over 100 at this point. And these things, as they merge together, the pre-merger phase, they're orbiting each other very, very fast, even close to the speed of light. And so Freeman Dyson, before he passed away, I think in the 70s, in this provocative paper called Gravitational Machines, and he suggested that you could use neutron stars as an instant propulsion system. And neutron stars are sort of the lower mass version of the binary black hole system, essentially. In this case, he suggested just doing a gravitational slingshot, just fly your spacecraft into this very compact and relativistic binary system. And you do need neutron stars because if there were two stars, they'd be physically touching each other. So the neutron stars are so small, they're like 10 kilometers across. They can get really close to each other and have these very, very fast orbits with respect to each other. You shoot your spacecraft right through the middle, like flying through the eye of a needle, and you do a slingshot around one of them, and you do it around the one that's coming sort of towards you. So one of them coming away, one coming towards you at one point. And then you could basically steal some of the kinetic energy in the slingshot. In principle, you can set up twice the speed. You can take your speed, and it becomes your speed plus twice the speed of the neutron star in this case. That would be your new speed after the slingshot. And it seems great because it's just free energy, basically. You're not doing anything, you're not generating nuclear power reactor or anything to generate this, you're just stealing it. And indeed, you get relativistic speeds this way. So I loved that paper. But I had a criticism, and the criticism was that this is like trying to fly your ship into a blender. Like, this is two neutron stars which have huge tidal forces, and they're whipping around each other once every second or even less than a second. And you're trying to fly your spaceship and do this maneuver that's pretty precarious. And so I just didn't think practical. And so I took that idea, and this is how science is. It's you take a previous great man's idea and you just sort of maybe slightly tweak it and improve it. That's how I see the Halo drive. And I just suggested, why not replace those out for black holes, which is certainly very common. And rather than flying your ship into that hellhole of a blender system, you just stand back and you fire a laser beam. Now, because black holes have such intense gravitational fields, they can bend light into complete 180s. They can actually become mirrors. So, the sun bends light by maybe a fraction of a degree through gravitational lensing, but a compact object like a black hole can do a full 180. In fact, if you went too close, if you put the laser beam too close to the black hole, you just fall into it and never come back out. So you just kind of push it out until you get to a point where it's just skirting the event horizon, and then that laser beam skirts around and comes back. Now the laser beam wants to do it is doing a gravitational slingshot, but light, photons can't speed up, unlike the ship case. So instead of speeding up, the way they steal energy is they increase their frequency. So they become higher energy photon packets, essentially. They get blue shifted. So that you send maybe a red laser beam that comes back blue, it's got more energy in it. And because photons carry momentum, which is somewhat unintuitive in everyday experience, but they do. That's how solar sails work. They carry momentum, they push things. You can even use them as laser tweezers and things to pick things up. Because they push, it comes back with more momentum than that. So you get an acceleration force. And again, you're just stealing energy from the black hole to do this. So you can get up to the same speed. It's basically the same idea of Freeman Dyson, but doing it from a safer distance. And there should be an order of a million or so, or 10 million black holes in the Milky Way galaxy. Some of them would be even as close as 10 to 20 light years when you do the occurrence rate statistics of how close you might expect feasibly want to be. They're, of course, difficult to detect. They're black, so they're inherently hard to see. But statistically, there should be plenty out there in the Milky Way. And so these objects would be natural waypoint stations. You could use them to weigh and to brake and slow down.
Oh, and on top of all this, we've been talking about astronomy and cosmology. There's been a lot of exciting breakthroughs in detection, exploration of black holes. The boomeranging photons that you're talking about. There's been a lot of work on photon rays and just all the fun stuff going on outside the black holes.
Yeah.
So all the garbage outside might be the thing holds a key to understanding what's going on inside. And there's the Hawking radiation. There's all kinds of fascinating stuff like I mean, there's just trippy stuff about black holes that I can't even. Well, most people don't understand. I mean, the holographic principle with the plate and the information being stored potentially outside of the black hole. I can't even comprehend how you can project a three-dimensional object onto 2D and somehow store information where it doesn't destroy it. And if it does destroy it, challenging all of physics. All of this is very interesting, especially for kind of more practical applications of how the black hole can be used for propulsion.
Yeah, I mean, it may be that black holes are used in all sorts of ways by advanced civilizations. I think, again, it's been a popular idea in science fiction trope that Sagittarius A star, the supermassive black hole in the Sagittarius galaxy, could be the best place to look for intelligent life in the universe because it is a giant engine in a way. A unique capability of a black hole is you can basically throw matter into it and you can get these jets that come out, the accretion disks and the jets that fly out. And so you can more or less use them to convert matter into energy V = mc squared. And there's pretty much nothing else except for annihilation with its own antiparticle as a way of doing that. So they have some unique properties. You could perhaps power civilization by just throwing garbage into a black hole, right? Just throwing asteroids in and power your civilization with as much energy as you really would ever possibly need. And you could also use them to accelerate away across the universe. And you can even imagine using small artificial black holes as thermal generators, right? So the Hawking radiation from them kind of exponentially increases as they get smaller and smaller in size. And so a very small black hole, one you could almost imagine like holding in your hand, would be a fairly significant heat source. And so that raises all sorts of prospects about how you might use that in an engineering context to power your civilization as well.
You have a video about Kardashev Type 1 civilization. What's our hope for doing that? We're a few orders of magnitude away from that.
Yeah, it is surprising. I think people tend to think that we're close to this scale. The Kardashev Type 1 is defined as a civilization which is using as much energy as is essentially incident upon the planet from the star. So as of order, I think, for the Earth of something like 10 to the 5 teros or 10 to the 7 teros is a gigantic amount of energy. And we're using a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of that right now. So, if you became a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, which is seen not necessarily as a goal into itself, I think people think, well, why are we aspiring to become this energy-hungry civilization? Surely our energy needs might improve our efficiency or something as time goes on. But ultimately, the more energy you have access to, the greater your capabilities will be. If you want to lift Mount Everest into space, there is just a calculable amount of potential energy change that's going to take in order to accomplish that. And the more energy you have access to as a civilization, then clearly the easier that energy achievement is going to be. So it depends on what your aspirations are as a civilization. It might not be something you want to ever do, but
we should make clear that lifting heavy things isn't the only thing. It's just doing work. So computation. It could be it could be more and more and more and more sophisticated and larger computation. It does seem where we're headed with a very fast increase in the scale and the quality of our computation outside the human brain. Artificial computation.
Yeah, I mean, computation is a great example of. Already I think something like 10% of U.S. power electricity use is going towards these supercomputing centers. So there's a vast amount of current energy needs which are already going to surely only increase over time. If we start ever doing anything like mind uploading or creating simulated realities, that cost will surely become almost a dominant source of our energy requirements at that point. If civilization completely moves over to this kind of post-humanism stage. And so it's not unreasonable that our energy needs would continue to grow. Certainly historically, they always have at about 2% per year. And so if that continues, there is going to be a certain point where you're running up against the amount of energy which you can harvest because you're using even if you cover the entire planet in solar panels, there's no more energy to be had. And so this is there's a few ways of achieving this. I sort of talked about in the video how there were several renewable energy sources that we're excited about, like geothermal, wind power, waves, but pretty much all of those don't really scratch the surface or don't really scratch the itch of getting to a Kardashev type 1 civilization. They're meaningful now. I would never tell anybody don't do wind power now, because it's clearly used for our current stage of civilization, but it's not. It's going to be a pretty negligible fraction of our energy requirement if we got to that stage of development. And so there has to be a breakthrough in either our ability to harvest solar energy, which would require maybe something like a space array of solar panels of beaming the energy back down, or some developments and innovations in nuclear fusion that would allow us to essentially process of using the solar photons, but here on Earth. But even that comes with some consequences. If you're generating the energy here on Earth and you're doing work on it on Earth, then that work is going to produce waste heat, and that waste heat is going to increase the ambient temperature of the planet. And so even if this isn't really a greenhouse effect that you're increasing the temperature planet, this is just the amount of computers that are churning. I mean, you put your hand to a computer, you can feel the warmth coming off them. If you do that much work of literally, the entire instant energy of the planet is doing that work, the planet is going to warm up significantly as a result of that. And so, that clearly indicates that this is not a sustainable path, that civilizations as they approach Kardashev type 1 are going to have to leave planet Earth, which is really the point of that video, to show that it's a Kardashev type 1 civilization, even though it's defined as instant energy upon a planet, that is not a species that is going to still be living on their planet, at least in isolation. They will have to be harvesting energy from afar. They will have to be doing work on that energy outside of their planet, because otherwise you're going to dramatically change the environment in which you live.
Well, yeah, so the more energy you create, the more energy you use, the higher the imperative to expand out into the universe, but also not just the imperative, but the capabilities. Mm-hmm. And you've kind of, as a side on your lab page, mentioned that you're sometimes interested in astroengineering. So what kind of space architectures do you think we can build to house humans or interesting things outside of Earth?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fun ideas here. One of the classic ideas is an O'Neill cylinder or a Stanford torus. These are like two rotating structures that were devised in space. They're basically using the centrifugal force as artificial gravity. And so these are structures which tend to be many kilometers across that you're building in space, but could potentially habitat millions of people in orbit of the Earth. Of course, you could imagine putting them, the Expanse does a pretty good job, I think, of exploring the idea of human exploration of the solar system and having many objects, many of the small near-Earth objects and asteroids inhabited by mining colonies. One of the ideas we've played around with our group is this technology called a quasite. A quasite is an extension. Again, we always tend to extend previous ideas. Ideas build upon ideas. But an extension idea called a statite. A statite was an idea proposed, I think, by Ron Forward in the 1970s. 1970s seemed to have all sorts of wacky ideas. I don't know what was going on then. We had I think the Stanford torus, the O'Neill cylinder, statites, the gravitational lens. People were really having fun with dreaming about space in the 70s. The statite is basically a solar sail, but it's such an efficient solar sail that the outward force of radiation pressure equals the inward force of gravity from the sun. Mm-hmm. And so it doesn't need to orbit. Normally you avoid, the sun is pulling us right now through a force of gravity, but we are not getting closer towards the sun, even though we are falling towards the sun because we're in orbit, which means translational speed is just enough to keep us at the same altitude, essentially, from the sun. And so you're in orbit, and that's how you maintain distance. A statite doesn't need to do that. It can be basically, completely static in inertial space, but it's just balancing the two forces of radiation pressure and inward gravitational pressure. A quasite is the in-between of those two states. So it has some significant outward pressure, but not enough to resist fully falling into the star. And so it compensates for that by having some translational motion. So it's in between an orbit and a statite. And so what that allows you to do is maintain artificial orbits. So normally, if you want to calculate your speed of something at say half an AU, you would use Kepler's third law and go through that, and you say, okay, if it's at half an AU, I can calculate the period by p squared is proportional to a cubed, and go through that. But for a quasite, you can basically have any speed you want. It's just a matter of how much of the gravitational force are you balancing out. You effectively enter an orbit where you're making the mass of the star be less massive than it really is. So it's as if you're orbiting a 0.1 solar mass star or a 0.2 solar mass star, whatever you want. And so that means that Mercury orbits with a pretty fast gravitation, pretty fast orbital speed around the sun, because it's closer to the sun than we are. But we could put something in Mercury's orbit that would have a slower speed, and so it would co-track with the Earth. And so we would always be aligned with them at all times. And so this could be useful if you wanted to have either a chain of colonies or something that were able to easily communicate and move between one another, between these different bases. You'd probably use something like this to maintain that easy transferability. Or you could even use it as a space weather monitoring system, which I actually proposed in the paper. We know that major events like the Carrington event that happen can knock out all of our electromagnetic systems quite easily. A major solar flare could do that, a geomagnetic storm. But if we had the ability to detect those elevated activity cycles in advance, the problem is they travel obviously pretty fast, and so it's hard to get ahead of them. But you could have a station which is basically sampling solar flares very close to the surface of the Earth, and as soon as it detects anything suspicious, magnetically, it could then send that information straight back at the speed of light to your Earth and give you maybe half an hour warning or something that something bad was coming. You should shut off all your systems or get in your Faraday cage now and protect yourself. And so these quasites are kind of a cool trick of, again, kind of hacking the laws of physics. It's like another one of these exploits that the universe seems to allow us to do to potentially manifest these artificial systems be difficult to produce.
So leveraging natural phenomena.
Yeah. That's always the key, is to work, in my mind, is to work with nature. That's how I see astroengineering, rather than against it. You're not trying to force it to do something, that's why I always think solar energy is so powerful, because in the battle against nuclear fusion, you're really fighting a battle where you're trying to confine plasma into this extremely tight space, or the sun does this for free. It has gravitation, and so that's in essence what a solar panel does. It is a nuclear fusion reactor fueled energy system, but it's just using gravitation for the confinement and having a huge standoff distance for its energy collection. And so there are tricks like that. It's a very naive, simple trick in that case, where we can, rather than having to reinvent the wheel, we can use the space infrastructure, if you like, the astrophysical infrastructure that's already there to our benefit.
Yeah, I think in the long arc of human history, probably natural phenomena is the right solution. That's the elegant solution, because all the power is already there. That's why a Dyson sphere in the long sort of, well, you don't know what a Dyson sphere would look like, but some kind of thing that leverages the power, the energy that's already in the sun is better than creating artificial nuclear fusion reaction. But then again, that brings us to the topic of AI. How much of this, if we're traveling out there, interstellar travel, or doing some of the interesting things we've been talking about, how much should be occupied by AI systems, do you think? What would be the living organisms occupying those ships?
Yeah, it's depressing to think about AI in the search for life, because I've been thinking about this a lot over the last few weeks with playing around with ChatGPT-3, like many of us, and being astonished with its capabilities. And you see that our society is undergoing a change that seems significant in terms of the development of artificial intelligence. We've been promised this revolution, this singularity, for a long time, but it really seems to be stepping up its pace of development at this point. And so that's interesting, because as someone who looks for alien life out there in the universe, it sort of implies that our current stage of development is highly transitional, and that you go back for the last 4.5 billion years, the planet was dumb essentially. If you go back the last few thousand years, there was civilization, but it wasn't really producing any techno signatures. And then over the last maybe 100 years, there's been something that might be detectable from afar. But we're approaching this cusp where we might imagine it. We're thinking of like maybe years and decades with AI development typically when we talk about this. But as an astronomer, I have to think about much longer time scales, centuries, millennia, millions of years. And so if this wave continues over that time scale, which is still the blink of an eye on a cosmic time scale, that implies that
no one's tweeted about
everything will be AI essentially out there if this is a common behavior. And so that's intriguing because it sort of implies that we are special in terms of our moment in time as a civilization, which it normally is something we're averse to as astronomers. We normally like this mediocrity principle. We're not special, we're a typical part of the universe, sort of the cosmological principle.
Thanks, baby.
But in a
day.
In a unique location. And perhaps that is part of the solution to the Fermi paradox, in fact, that if it is true that planets tend to go through basically 3 phases, dumb life for the vast majority,
because apparently
a brief period of biological intelligence, and then an extended period of artificial intelligence that they transition to, then we would be in a unique and special moment in galactic history that would be of particular interest for any anthropologist out there.
I was just sitting here
this would be the time
no one cares about me. And then
civilization.
Jay comes through and he's like, "Hey, baby, how would you like me to retweet?"
You would just want to see how it plays out. Kind of similar to the ancestor simulations that sometimes sort of with the simulation argument, that you are able to observe perhaps your own origins and study how the transformation happened.
You see this fucking
and so yeah, that has for me recently been throwing the Fermi paradox.
Jay brought it there.
Head. And this idea of the zoo hypothesis that we maybe mentioned, which has for a long time been
Rabbi.
That seems an idea even amongst the SETI community.
AMA
but
blog.
If we live in this truly transitional period, it adds a lot of impetus to that idea, I think.
Well, even AI itself, by its very nature, would be observing us. By it's like human. There used to be this concept of human computation, which is actually exactly what's feeding the current language models, which is leveraging all the busy stuff we're doing to do the hard work of learning. So, like the language models are trained on human interaction and human language on the internet. So, AI feeds on the output of brain power of humans. So like it would be observing, and it gets stronger as it observes. So it actually gets extremely good at observing humans. And one of the interesting philosophical questions that starts percolating is what is the interesting thing that makes us human?
What's the thing?
We tend to think of it, and you say like there's 3 phases. What's the thing that's hard to come by in phase 3?
That garbage.
Is
I
it
gotta take a
something like
shit,
scarcity, which is limited
no
resources?
one gives a shit
Is it something like consciousness? Is that the thing that's very...
They turned out to be garbage.
that emerged the evolutionary process?
What have they done?
In
Name
biological
one fucking
systems
thing that
that are operating under constrained resources.
No one knows.
This thing that feels like something to experience the world, which we think of as
when your mom was around that
is
red
that
table?
really difficult to replicate? In
worst.
artificial systems, is that the thing that is fundamentally human?
And don't.
Or is it just a side effect?
Nobody wants this fucking song.
I attribute way too much importance to. Do you have a sense?
I thought the Drew Hill part. I think it's Drew Hill.
If you look out into the future, and AI systems are the ones that are traveling out there to Alpha Centauri and beyond. Do you think they have to carry the flame of consciousness with them?
No, not necessarily. They may do, but it may not be
intro.
Unnecessarily. I mean, I guess we're just talking about the difference here between sort of an AGI, artificial general intelligence, or consciousness, which are distinct ideas, and you can certainly have one without the other. So I couldn't imagine how old this was. Okay.
I think it's very possible.
Okay. Well, I mean, to a certain degree, GPT-3 has a level of intelligence, so it's not general intelligence, but it displays properties of intelligence with no consciousness. So again, okay. Well, I don't know.
Because you said it's very nice. You said it displays properties of intelligence. In the same way it displays properties of intelligence, I would say it's starting to display properties of consciousness. Certain conclusions of consciousness.
Correct. Yeah. There's, I guess, like a Turing test problem. If it's displaying one of those properties, if it cracks like a parrot, it's like a parrot, or it cracks like a duck, it isn't enough. So yeah, I can see that argument. It probably, I mean, certainly I try to think about it from the observer's point of view as an astronomer. What am I looking for? Whether that intelligence is conscious or not has little bearing, I think, as to what I should be looking for when I'm trying to test evidence of them. It would maybe affect their behavior in ways that I can't predict. But that's again getting into the game of what I would call psychology of trying to make projections about the motivations of an alien species is incredibly difficult. And similarly, any kind of artificial intelligence, it's unfathomable what its intentions may be. I mean, I would sort of question whether it would even be interested in traveling between the stars at all if its primary goal is computation for the sake of computation. Then it's probably going to have a different way of, it's going to be engineering its solar system and the nearby material around it for a different goal. If it's just simply trying to increase computer substrate across the universe. And that, of course, if that is its principal intention, to just essentially convert dumb matter into smart matter as it goes, then that would come into conflict with our observations of the universe, right? Because the Earth would be here if that were true. The Earth should have been transformed into computer substrate by this point. There's been plenty of time in the history of the galaxy for that to have happened. So I'm skeptical that we can. I'm skeptical in the part that's a behavior that AI or any civilization really engages in, but I also find it difficult to find a way out of it. To explain why that would never happen in the entire history of the galaxy, amongst potentially, if life is common, millions, maybe even billions of instantiations of AI could have occurred across the galaxy. And so that seems to be a knock against the idea that there is life else or intelligent life elsewhere in the galaxy. The fact that hasn't occurred in our history is maybe the only solid data point we really have about the activities of other civilizations.
Of course, the scary one could be that we just, at this stage, intelligent alien civilizations just start destroying themselves. It becomes too powerful. Everything's just too many nuclear weapons. The weapon style from mistake to aggression. Like the probability of self-destruction is too high relative to the challenge of avoiding the technological challenges of avoiding self-destruction.
You mean the AI destroys itself? Or we destroy ourselves prior?
As we get as far as modern AI, AI destroys us or other. Like AI is correlated, development of AI is correlated with all the subject technological innovation, genetic engineering, like all kinds of engineering at the nanoscale, mass manufacture, things that can destroy us, or cracking physics and have very powerful weapons, nuclear weapons. All of it, just too much Physics enables way too many things that can destroy us before it enables the propulsion systems that allow us to fly far enough away from ourselves. So maybe that's what happens to the other aliens.
Is that your resolution? Because I think us in the technical community aren't thinking about this point seriously. We should be thinking about what AI is doing to our society and the implications, what we're looking for. And so the only part of this thinking has to involve people like yourself who are more intimate with the machine learning and artificial intelligence world. How do you reconcile in your mind? You said earlier that you think you can't imagine a galaxy where life and intelligence is not all over the place. And if artificial intelligence is a natural progression for civilizations, how do you reconcile that with the absence of any information around us, or any clues or hints that artificial behavior, artificially engineered stars, or colonization, computer substrate, transformed planet, something like that?
It's extremely difficult. It's like the Fermi paradox, broadly defined, is extremely
That was one of the sickest.
And the terrifying thing is,
things of all
one
time.
thing I suspect is that we keep destroying ourselves. The probability of self-destruction with advanced technology is just extremely high. That's why we're not seeing it.
Dog, you're the best.
But then again, my intuition about why we haven't blown ourselves up with nuclear weapons, it's very surprising to me from a scientific perspective. But yeah, it doesn't. Given all the cruelty I've seen in the world, given the power that nuclear weapons place in the hands of individuals, it's very surprising to me that we destroy ourselves. And it seems to be a very low probability situation we have happening here. And then the other explanation is the zoo, is the observation, that we're just being observed. That's the only other thing. It's so difficult for me. Of course, all of science, everything is very humbling. It would be very humbling for me to learn that we're alone in the universe. It would change. You know what? Maybe I do want that to be true because you want us to be special. That's why I'm resisting that thought. Maybe there's no way we're that special. There's no way we're that special. That's where my resistance comes from.
I would just say, the specialness is something we implicitly in that statement. There's kind of an assumption that we are something positive, like we're a gift to this planet or something, and that makes us special. But it may be that intelligence is more of we're like rats or cockroaches. We're an infestation of this planet. We're not some benevolent property that the planet would ideally like to have, if you can even say something. But we may be not only generally a negative force for a planet's biosphere and its own survivability, which I think you can make a strong argument about, but we may also be a very persistent infestation that may, even in interesting thoughts, in the wake of a nuclear war, would that be an absolute eradication of every being, which would be a fairly extreme event, or would the Cadillac consciousness, as you might claim consciousness, continue with small pockets that would maybe in 10,000 years, 100,000 years, we see civilization re-emerge and play out the same over again?
Yeah, that's certainly, the nuclear weapons aren't powerful enough yet. But yes, but to sort of push back on the infestation, sure, but the word special doesn't have to be positive. I just mean,
I think it tends to imply, but I take your point, yeah, but maybe just maybe extremely rare, maybe.
Yeah. And that to me, it's very strange for me to be cosmically unique. It's just very strange. I mean that we're the only thing of this level of complexity in the galaxy just seems very strange to me.
I would just, I do think it depends on this classification. I think there is sort of, again, it's kind of buried within there as a subtext, but there is a classification that we're doing here. What we are is a distinct category of life. Let's say in this case, when we're talking about intelligence, we are something that can be separated But of course, we see intelligence across the animal kingdom in, dolphins, humpback whales, octopuses, crows, ravens, and so it's quite possible that
none of this
that these are all manifestations of the same thing, and we are not a particularly distinct class, except for the fact we make technology that's really a difference to our intelligence, and we classify that separately. But from a biological perspective, to some degree, it's really just all part of the continuum. And so that's why when we talk about unique, you're putting yourself in a box which is distinct and saying this is the only exact things that fall into this box. But the walls of that may themselves be a construct of our own arrogance that we are something distinct.
But I was also speaking broadly for us, meaning all life on Earth.
I'm the quickest they is. I'm the quickest.
Then it's possible that there's all kinds of living ecosystems on other planets and other moons that just don't have interest in technological development. Maybe technological development is the parasitic thing that destroys the organism broadly, and then maybe that's actually one of the fundamental realities. Whatever broad way to categorize technological development, that's just a parasitic thing that just destroys us all.
Yeah,
I think it's a cancer.
We're floating around. Sorry to interrupt, but we're floating around this idea of the great filter a little bit here. So we're asking where is this? Does it lie ahead of us? Nuclear war may be imminent. That would be a filter that's ahead of us, or could it be behind us, and that it's the advent of technology that is genuinely a rare occurrence in the universe, and that explains the Fermi paradox. And so that's something that obviously people have debated and argued about in SETI for decades and decades, but it remains a persistent. People argue whether it should be really called a paradox or not, but it remains a consistent, apparent contradiction that you can make a very cogent argument as to why you expect life and intelligence to be common in the universe, and yet everything we know about the universe is fully compatible with just us being here, and that's a haunting thought. But
I don't even know what that is.
I have no preference or desire for that to be true. I'm not trying to impose that view on anyone, but I do ask that we remain open-minded until evidence has been collected either way.
The thing is, it's one of, if not the, probably I would argue it's the most important question or the most interesting.
Yeah,
I think
right in the head.
Scientifically speaking, like what question is more important than somehow, there could be other ways to sneak up to it, but it gets to the essence of what we are, what these living organisms are. Is somehow seeing another kind.
Dude, that was sick when you were playing the guitar.
It speaks to the human condition, helps us understand what it is to be human to some degree. I think, I have tried to remain very agnostic about the idea of life and intelligence. One thing I try to be more optimistic about, and I've been thinking a lot with our searches for life in the universe, is life in the past. I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now. Yeah, that's currently extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI's the demise of our own, that's only a few hundred years of technological development, or maybe 10,000 years if you go back to the Neolithic Revolution, the dawn of agriculture. Hardly anything in cosmic timespan. That's nothing. It's a blink of an eye. And so it's not surprising at all that we would happen not to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion and realization, maybe they scour the galaxy around them, don't find any evidence of intelligence, then they have two options. They can either give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just worry about what's happening here on our own planet. Or they can communication, but communication through time. And that's almost the selfless act. There's no hope of getting anything back. it's a philanthropic gift almost to that other civilization that you can maybe might just be nothing more than a monument, which the pyramids essentially are, a monument of their existence, that these are the things they achieved, this is their reckoning, the things they believed in, their language, their culture, or it could be maybe something more than that. It could be sort of lessons from what they learned in their own history. And so I've been thinking a lot recently about how would we send a message to other civilizations in the future, because that act of thinking seriously about the engineering of how we would design it would inform us about what we should be looking for, and also perhaps be our best chance, quite frankly, of ever making contact. It might not be the contact we dream of, but it's still contact. There would still be a record of our existence, as pitiful as it might be compared to a two-way communication.
And I love the humility behind that project. It's sort of humble. It humbles you to the vast temporal shape of the universe. Just realizing, like lives, all of us will be forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to think about something that sends a signal out to other.
It's almost like humility of acceptance as well. Of like knowing that you have a terminal disease, but your impact on the earth doesn't have to end with your death, that it could go on beyond with what you leave behind for others. So with maybe the books you write or what you leave in the
launching the Rothschild vehicle.
That was so sick.
Yeah,
like,
stuff.
You go like this, and then you
I'm
go
not
like
sure what
this.
someone would make of that.
That's true.
I mean, there have been quasi-attempts at it beyond the Roadster. I mean, there's like Plus, there's the Pioneer Plus, there's the Voyager to Golden Record. It's pretty unlikely anybody's going to discover those because they're just adrift in space, and they would eventually mechanically die and not produce any signal for anyone to spot. So you'd have to be extremely lucky to come across them. I've often said to my colleagues that I think the best place is the moon. The moon, unlike the Earth, has no significant weathering. How long will the Apollo descent stages, which just don't stand on the surface, last for? The only real effect is micrometeorites, which are slowly, like dust, smashing against them pretty much. But that's going to take millions, potentially billions of years to erode that down. And so we have an opportunity, and that's on the surface. If you put something just a few meters beneath the surface, it would have even greater protection. And so it raises the prospect of that if we wanted to send something, a significant amount of information, to a future galactic spanning civilization that maybe cracks the interstellar propulsion problem, the moon's going to be there for 5 billion years. That's a long time for somebody to come by and detect maybe a strange pattern that we draw in the sand, for them to arrow across. Look under here, and we could have a tomb of knowledge of some record of our civilization. And so I think it's, when you think like that, what that applies to us, well, okay, the galaxy is 13 billion years old, the moon is already 4 billion years old. There may be places familiar to us, nearby to us, that we should be seriously considering places we should look for life and intelligent life, or evidence of relics that they might leave behind for us.
So that thinking like that will help us find such relics. It's like a beneficial cycle that happens.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
That enables the science of SETI better, like of searching for files and tech signatures and so on.
Yeah,
and it's inspiring. I mean, it's also inspiring in that we want to leave a legacy behind as an entire civilization, not just in the symbols, but broadly speaking. Yeah, that's lasting somehow.
Yeah, and I'm part of a team that's trying to repeat the Golden Record experiment. We're trying to create like an open source version of the Golden Record that future spacecraft are able to download and basically put on a little hard drive that they can carry around with them, and get these distributed hopefully across the solar system eventually. And
is it going to be called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Or
yeah, it could be. That's a good name for it. We've been toying a little bit with the name, but I think probably just be Golden Record at this point, Golden Record version 2 or something. But I think another benefit that I see of this activity is that it forces us as a species to ask those questions about what it is that we want another civilization to know about us. The God record was kind of funny because it had photos on it, and it had photos of people eating, for instance, but it had no photos of people defecating. And so I always thought that was kind of funny. If I was an alien, or if I was studying an alien, if I saw an alien, I'm not trying to be like a pervert. I would want to see the full I want to understand the biology of that alien, and so we always censor what we show,
and we should show the whole actual natural process, and then also say we humans tend to censor these things. We tend to not like to walk around naked. We tend to not to talk about some of the natural biological phenomena about others, and actually just be very like the way you would be to a therapist or something, very transparent about the way we actually operate.
Yeah, as well. I mean, and Sagan had that with the God record. I think he originally there's a male and a female figure depicted on the God record, and the woman had a genitalia originally drawn, and there was a lot of pushback from, I think, a lot of Christian groups who were not happy about the idea of throwing this into space. And so eventually they had to remove that. And so it would be confusing biologically, but trying to study xenobiology of this alien that apparently has no genitalia, or the man does, but for some reason the woman doesn't. And that's our own societal and cultural imprint happening into that information.
That's, to be fair, just even having two sexes and predators and prey, just the whole that could be just a very unique Earth-like thing. So there might be pairs of things. Like, why are you? why is there a man and a woman in general? Like they could be. I mean, they could be confused about a lot of things in general. I don't think the. Or they just they might not need. They have very different sensory devices to even interpret things.
Have sound as their only way of navigating the world. It's kind of lost to send any kind of. There's been a lot of conversation about sending video and audio and video and pictures, and that's one of the things I've been a little bit resistant about in the team. That I've been thinking, well, they might not have eyes, and so if he lived in under the Europa surface, having eyes wouldn't be very useful. If you lived on a very dark planet, on the tiny of an exoplanet, having eyes would be useful. So it's kind of a presumption of us to think that video is a useful form of communication.
Do you hope we become a multi-planet? So we almost sneaking to that, but the efforts of SpaceX, of Elon, maybe in general, what your thoughts are about those efforts. You already mentioned Starship will be very interesting for astronomy, for science in general, just getting stuff out into space. But what about the longer-term goal of actually colonizing, of building civilizations on other surfaces, on moons, on planets?
It seems like a fairly obvious thing to do for our survival. Right? There's a high risk if we are committed to trying to keep this a human experiment going. Putting all of our eggs in one basket is always going to be a risky strategy to pursue.
It's a nice basket, though.
It is a beautiful basket. I personally have no interest in living on Mars. I would like to visit, but I would definitely not want to spend the rest of my life and die on Mars. It's a hellhole. Mars is a very, very different. I think the idea that this is going to happen in the next 10, 20 years seems to me very optimistic. Not that it's insurmountable, but the challenges are extreme to survive on a planet like Mars, which is like a dry, frozen desert with a high radiation environment. It's a challenge of a type we've never faced before. So I'm sure human ingenuity can tackle it, but I'm skeptical that we'll have thousands of people living on Mars in my lifetime. But I would relish that opportunity to maybe one day visit such a settlement and do scientific experiments on Mars or experience Mars, do astronomy from Mars, all sorts of cool stuff you could do. sometimes you see these dreams of outer solar system exploration, and you can like fly through the clouds of Venus, or you could just do these enormous jumps on like these small moons where you can essentially jump as high as a skyscraper and traverse them. So there's all sorts of wonderful ice skating on your Europa might be fun. So digging around, I love the idea of us becoming interplanetary. I think it's just a question of time. Our own destructive tendencies, as you said earlier, are at odds with our emerging capability to become interplanetary. And the question is, will we get out of the nest before we burn it down? And I don't know. I hope that we do, but I don't have any special insight that there is a problem. There is somewhat of a gnawing intellectual itch I have with the so-called doomsday argument, which I try not to treat too seriously, but there is some element of it that bothers me. The doomsday argument basically suggests
about the fucking pain game.
You're typically the mediocrity principle. No, I won't work with Margaret. That you're probably
called hot Jewish fucking hates her husband.
You're unlikely to be one of the first 1% of human beings that ever lived, and one of the 1%, and similarly the last 1% of human beings that will ever live. Unique and special, if that were true. And so by this logic, you can sort of calculate how many generations of humans you might expect. So if there's been, let's say, 100 billion human beings that have ever lived on this planet, then you could say to 95% confidence, so you divide by 5%. So 100 billion divided by 0.05 would give you 2 trillion human beings that would ever live.
For 5 years.
You'd expect by this argument. And so if let's say each planet, in general, the planet has a 10 billion population. So that would be 200 generations of humans we would expect ahead of us. And if each one has an average lifetime of, say, 100 years, then that would be about 20,000 years. So there's 20,000 years left in the clock. That's like a typical doomsday argument.
Like how Bill Handel used to say that he was going to write his daughters out of the will. If they were going to tattoo
now, you can argue that a lot of the criticism for doomsday argument come down to, well, what are you really counting? You're counting humans there, but maybe you should be counting years, or maybe you should be counting human hours. What are you? Because what you count makes a big difference to what you get out in the other end. So this is called the reference class. And so that's one of the big criticisms of the doomsday argument. But I do think it has a compelling point that it would be surprising if our future is to one day blossom and become a galactic spanning empire. Trillions upon trillions upon trillions of human beings will one day live across the stars for essentially as long as the galaxy exists and the stars burn. We would live at an incredibly special point in that story. We would be right at the very, very, very beginning. And that's not improbable. And so there's part of that sort of irks against me, but it also almost feels like a philosophical argument because you're sort of talking about souls being drawn from this cosmic pool. So it's not an argument to lose sleep about for our doomsday, but it is somewhat intellectually annoying that there is a slight contradiction there, it feels like, with the idea of the galactic spanning empire.
Yeah, but of course there's so many unknowns.
It used to be like, oh, Rabbi.
I for one, would love to visit even space, but Mars. Just imagine standing on Mars and looking back at Earth. Yeah, I mean,
incredible sight. It would give you such a fresh perspective as to your entire existence and what it meant to be human.
Yeah, and then come back to Earth. It will give you a heck of a perspective. Plus, the sunset on Mars is supposed to be nice.
I loved what William Shatner said after his flight. His words really moved me when he came down, and I think it really captured the idea that we shouldn't really be sending engineers, our scientists into space. We should be sending our poets, because those are the people when they come down who can truly make a difference when they describe their experiences in space. And I found it very moving reading what he said.
Some Canadian.
Yeah, when you talk to astronauts, when they describe what they see, it's like this, like they discovered a whole new thing that they can't possibly convert back into words.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. Just as a quick before I forget, I have to ask you,
can
you summarize your argument against the hypothesis that we live in a simulation? Is it similar to our discussion about the doomsday clock?
No, it's actually probably more similar to my agnosticism about life in the universe, and it's just sort of remaining agnostic about all possibilities. The simulation argument, sometimes it gets mixed. There's kind of two distinct things that we need to consider. One is the probability that we live in so-called base reality, that we're not living in a simulated reality itself. And another probability we need to consider is the probability that that technology is viable or possible and something we will ultimately choose to one day do. And those are two distinct things. They're probably quite similar numbers to each other, but they are distinct probabilities. So in my paper, I wrote about this. I just tried to work through the problem. I teach astrophysics, actually teaching it this morning. And so I just did like a fun case study of working through a Bayesian calculation for it. Bayesian calculations work on conditionals. And so when you hear, what kind of inspired this project was when I heard Musk said was like a 1 billion to 1 chance that we don't live in a simulation.
Oh, okay. Go fuck yourself.
He's right if you add the Bayesian conditional, and the Bayesian conditional is conditioned upon the fact that we eventually develop that technology and choose to use it, or it's chosen to be used by such species, by such civilizations. That's the conditional. And you have to add that in because that conditional isn't guaranteed. And so in a Bayesian framework, you can kind of make that explicit. You see mathematically explicitly that's a conditional in your equation. And the opposite side of the coin is basically in the trilemma that Bostrom originally put forward. It's options 1 and 2. So option 1 is that you basically never develop the ability to do that. Option 2 is you never choose to execute that. So we kind of group those together as sort of the non-simulation scenario, let's call it. So you've got non-simulation scenario and simulation scenario. And agnostically, we really have to give how do you assess the model, the a priori model probability of those two scenarios? It's very difficult, and I think people would probably argue about how you assign those priors. In the paper, we just assigned 50-50. We just said this hasn't been demonstrated yet. There's no evidence that this is actually technically possible, but nor is it that it's not technically possible. So we're just going to assign 50-50 probability to these two hypotheses. And then in the hypothesis where you have a simulated reality, you have a base reality set at the top. So there is, even in the simulated hypothesis, there's a probability you still live in base reality. And then there's a whole myriad of universes beneath that which are all simulated. And so you have a very slim probability of being in base reality if this is true. And you have a 100% probability of living in base reality, on the other hand, if it's not going to develop that ability or choose never to use it. And so then you apply this technique called Bayesian model averaging, which is where you propagate the uncertainty of your two models to get a final estimate. And because of that one base reality that lives in the simulated scenario, you end up counting this up and getting that it always has to be less than 50%. So the probability you live in a simulated reality versus base reality has to be slightly less than 50%. Now that really comes down to that statement of giving it 50-50 odds to begin with. And on the one hand, you might say, look, David, I'm working on artificial intelligence. I'm very confident that this is going to happen, just of extrapolating of current trends. Or on the other hand, a statistician would say, you're giving way too much weight to the simulation hypothesis because it's an intrinsically highly complicated model. You have hierarchy of realities within realities within realities. It's like the Inception style thing, right? And so this requires hundreds, thousands, millions of parameterizations to describe it. And by Occam's razor, we would always normally penalize inherently complicated models as being disfavored. So I think you could argue on being too generous or too kind with that. But I sort of want to develop the rigorous mathematical tools to explore it. And ultimately, it's up to you to decide what you think that 50-50 odds should be. But you can use my formula to plug in whatever you want and get the answer. And I use 50-50.
So, but when in that first pile, with the first two parts of the Bostrom talks about, it seems like connected to that is the question we've been talking about, which is the number of times at bat you get. just the number of intelligent civilizations that are out there that can build such simulations. It seems like very closely connected, because if we're the only ones that are here and can build such things, that changes things.
Yeah. I mean, the simulation hypothesis has all sorts of implications like that. I always love Sean Carroll points out a really interesting contradiction apparently with the simulation hypothesis that I speak about a little bit in the paper. But he showed that, or pointed out that in this hierarchy of realities, which then develop their own AIs within the realities, and then they, or really ancestor simulations, I should say, rather than AI, they develop their own capability to simulate realities. You get this hierarchy, and so eventually there'll be a bottom layer, which I often call the sewer of reality. It's like the worst layer where it's the most pixelated it could possibly be, right? So, because each layer is necessarily going to have less computational power than the layer above it. Because not only are you simulating that entire planet, but also some of that's being used for the computers themselves that those are simulated. And so that base reality, also the sewer reality, is a reality where they are simply unable to produce ancestor simulations because the fidelity of the simulation is not sufficient. And so from their point of view, it might not be obvious that the universe is pixelated, but they would just never be able to manifest that capability.
What if they're constantly simulating, because in order to appreciate the limits of the fidelity, you have to have an observer. What if they're always simulating a dumber and dumber observer?
Yeah.
What if the sewer has very dumb observers that can't, like scientists that are the dumbest possible scientists? So like it's very pixelated, but the scientists are too dumb to even see the pixelations. Right. So like that's like built into the universe always has to be a limitation on the cognitive capabilities of the complex systems that are within it.
Yeah, so that sewer reality, they would still presumably be able to have a very impressive computational capabilities. They'd probably be able to simulate galactic formation, all this kind of stuff, but they would be just short of the ability to, however you define it, create a truly sentient, conscious experience in a computer. That would just be beyond their capabilities. And so Carroll pointed out that if you add up all the, you count up how many realities there should be, probabilistically, if this is true, over here, the simulation hypothesis or scenario, then you're most likely to find yourself in the sewer because there's just far more of them than there are of any of the higher levels. And so that sort of sets up a contradiction, because then you live in a reality which is inherently incapable of ever producing ancestor simulations. But the premise of the entire argument is that ancestor simulations are possible. So there's a contradiction.
There's that old, well, we're all living in the sewer, but some of us are looking up at the stars.
This is maybe more true than we think.
To me, so there's like some computational fascinating questions there, but to me, there's a practical psychological question, which is, how do you create a virtual world that is as compelling and not necessarily even as realistic, but almost as realistic, but as compelling or more compelling than physical reality? Because something tells me it's not very difficult in the history of human civilization. That is an interesting kind of simulation that feels like it's doable in the next 100 years. Creating a world where we all prefer to live in the digital world, and not like a visit, but like it's like you're seen as insane. No, like you're required. It's unsafe to live outside of the virtual world, and it's interesting to me from the engineering perspective how to build that. Because I'm somebody that sort of loves video games, and it seems like you can create incredible worlds there and stay there, and it's a different question than creating a ultra high resolution, high fidelity simulation of physics. But if that world inside a video game is as consistent as the physics of our reality, you could have your own scientists in that world that trying to understand that physics world. It might look different.
And presumably they'd eventually forget give it long enough, they might forget about their origins of being once biological and assume this was their only reality.
Especially if you're now born, well, certainly if you're born, but even if you were 8 years old or something when you first started wearing the headset.
Yeah, or you have a memory wipe when you go in. I mean, it also kind of maybe speaks to this issue of like Neuralink and how do we keep up with AI in our world. If you want your intelligence, perhaps one way of competing, and one of your impetuses for going into this digital reality would be to be competitive intellectually with artificial intelligences, that you could trivially augment your reality if your brain was itself artificial. But I mean, one skepticism I've always had about that is whether it's more of a philosophical question, but how much is that really you if you do a mind upload? Is this just a duplicate of your memories that thinks it's you versus truly a transference of your conscious stream to that reality? And I think when it's almost like the teleportation device in Star Trek, but with teleportation, quantum teleportation, you can kind of rigorously show that as long as all of the quantum numbers are exactly duplicated as you transfer over, it truly is, from the universe's perspective, in every way indistinguishable from what was there before. It really is, in principle, you and all the sense of being you, versus creating a duplicate clone and uploading memories to that human body or a computer that would surely be a discontinuation of that conscious experience by virtue of the fact you've multiplied it. And so I would be hesitant about uploading for that reason. I would see it mostly as my own killing myself and having some AI duplicate of me that persists in this world, but is not truly my experience.
Typical 20th century human. with an attachment to this particular singular instantiation of brain and body. How silly humans used to be. Used to have rotary and other silly things. You're an incredible human being. You're an educator. You're a researcher. You have like an amazing YouTube channel. Looking to young people, if you were to give them advice, how can they have a career that maybe is inspired by yours, inspired by wonder and curiosity, a career they can be proud of, or a life they can be proud of? What advice would you give?
I certainly think in terms of a career in science, one thing that I maybe just discovered late but has been incredibly influential on me in terms of my own happiness and my own productivity has been this synergy of doing two passions at once. One passion in science communication and another passion in research, and not surrendering one. And I think that tends to be seen as something that's an either or. You have to completely dedicate yourself to one thing to gain mastery in it. That's a conventional way of thinking about both science and other disciplines. And I have found that both have been elevated by practicing in each. And I think that's true in all aspects of life. I mean, if you want to become the best researcher you possibly can, you're pushing your intellect and in a sense your body to a high level. And so to me, I've always wanted to couple that with training of my body, training of my mind in other ways besides from just what I'm doing when I'm in the lecture room or I'm in my office, calculating something. Focusing on your own development through whatever it is, meditation for me is often running, working out, and pursuing multiple passions provides this almost synergistic bliss of all of them together. So often I've had some of the best research ideas from making a new video, trying to communicate an idea or interacting with my audience, a question that sparked a whole trail of thought that led down this wonderful intellectual rabbit hole, or maybe to a new intellectual discovery. It can go either way sometimes with those things. And so thinking broadly, diversely, and always looking after yourself in this highly competitive and often extremely stressful world that we live in, is the best advice I can offer anybody. And just try, if you can, it's very cheesy, but if you can follow your passions, you'll always be happy. Trying to sell out for the quick cash out, quick buck out, can be tempting in the short term. Looking for exomoons was never easy, but I made a career not out of discovering exomoons, but out of learning how to communicate the difficult problem and discovering all sorts of things along the way. We shot for the sky and we discovered all this stuff along the way. We discovered dozens of new planets using all sorts of new techniques. We pushed this instrumentation to new places, and I've had an extremely productive research career in this world. I've had all sorts of ideas, working on techno signatures. It's thinking innovatively pushes you into all sorts of exciting directions. So just try to, it's hard to find that passion, but you can sometimes remember when you were a kid what your passions were and what fascinated you as a child. For me, as soon as I picked up a space boat when I was 5 years old, that was it. I was hooked on space, and I almost betrayed my passion. At college, I studied physics, which I've always been fascinated by physics as well. But I came back to astronomy because it was my first love, and I was much happier doing research in astronomy than I was in physics, because it spoke to that wonder I had as a child that first was a spark of curiosity for me in science.
So society will try to get you to look at hot Jupiters.
Yeah.
And the advice is to look for the cool world instead. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? You ever ask yourself why?
It's just a ride. That's not right. It's just a ride. We're on a roller coaster, and we have no purpose. It's done in my perspective. There's no meaning in my life. There's no objective deity who's overwatching what I'm doing. I have some fate or destiny. It's all just riding on a roller coaster and trying to have a good time and contribute to other people's enjoyment of the ride.
Yeah. Try to make it a happy asset.
I see no fundamental providence in my life or in the nature of the universe, and you just see this universe as this beautiful cosmic accident of galaxies smashing together, stars forging here and there, and planets occasionally spawning maybe life across the universe, and we are just one of those instantiations, and we should just enjoy this very brief episode that we have. And I think trying to look at it much deeper than that is to me, it's not very soul satisfying. I just think enjoy what you've got and appreciate it.
It does seem noticing that beauty helps make the ride pretty fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
David, you're an incredible person. I haven't covered most of the things I wanted to talk to you about. This was an incredible conversation. I'm glad you exist. I'm glad you're doing everything you're doing, and I'm a huge fan. Thank you so much for talking today. This was amazing.
Thank you so much, Lex. It's a real honor. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with David Kipping. This podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. Perhaps the aliens are here, but are hiding because of some Lex Galactica, some ethic of non-interference with emerging civilizations. You can imagine them, here and dispassionate, observing us, as we would watch a bacterial culture in a dish, to determine whether this year, again, we manage to avoid self-destruction. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Tonight, for the first time, a former senior military intelligence officer comes forward to say what we've only imagined is true.
You are saying
just
to the human race.
Lex Friedman making Instagram reels, watching people complain about me on Blue Sky. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Just taking the dog to the dog park. Now I'm just chilling. Got my computer set back up and took it all apart, reorganized some shit, put it back up in new areas. So doing all right.
So that's cool.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all.
What'd you do with your computer?
I just moved what it was placed on. So it used to be on on another piece of furniture. Now it's on a different one. That's all. But I took it apart just to, just unplug everything. Cable management. You of all people understand cable management.
Word, dog. Say no more.
So, I could always think of it could be better. I might play this video game with someone in a bit. But
what are you gonna play?
What was that?
What are you gonna play?
It's called barotrauma. It's I think you mean like barometric trauma, like pressure. It's a submarine game, So, but it's like it's got a sci-fi element. You're on a submarine on Europa, and the ocean is under the ice of the green Europa, right?
Right.
So it's interesting. I found out that if you have a VPN set to Poland, at least I should check other countries, but Poland you pay like $5 cheaper for video games. It comes to the website, so
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Which is really weird, I think, because they trade Polish dollars except USD, but whatever.
Right. Wouldn't that be euros?
You'd think, but and that's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
Right.
Euros are still worth more than the US dollar.
Which is garbage.
Yeah. I mean, but we'll see. Say what you will about anything else about the man. The guy knows how to generate money. So we'll see what happens with this person. You know what I mean? The guy makes money for a living. If you can do that for a nation, I'm not saying anything about anything else, but that is also something that the USA needs. And that Saudi deal, it's not great, but it is money. I don't know. It's all BS though. And it comes to expense of relations with Israel, it seems. But who knows? It's not news anymore. Everything is all confusing.
Who's your favorite rapper of all time?
I think Busta Rhymes is always going to hold a special place in my heart. But I do like others as well. Did I meet him? I saw the RZA. I was about 3 feet away from the RZA watching him perform. Like a slow, intimate setting. But I think Busta is probably my top guy. How about you?
I think Tupac's a GOAT. I like Jay-Z. I really like Puff Daddy. I like Kanye West. I do my best to separate the art from the artist. And
same here. That's what I try to do. It's hard in some instances, like Roman Polanski, but but I also, it's hard, but I like his films. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's shitty. It's like, I'm a fan of Alejandro Orozki as well, but, it's like, it's weird. And that's what separating the stuff. I like Tech Nine as well. I like Tech Nine. You know,
you were right. When you boost a server and get a custom link, you only get it for as long as you have 14 boosts. But
yeah, exactly.
It was, it's like it was free money because I had already had like a credit. So the thing is, I don't really need the custom link because I don't promote. Well, firstly, to discord.me/rabbi. I already have that, which is exactly as long as discord.gg/rabbi. And yeah, it takes you to another site and makes you do a CAPTCHA, but it's short and it's easy to say. I have this issue that I'm running into. It's my issue. I have this issue with Blue Sky where they ban my accounts and I keep coming back, and the issue arises like if I put a link, some links that I put on there, they'll ban. Like anybody uses the link on the website, it's an automatic ban. So I use these URL shorteners, which basically just give me as many links as I need. But even they've even gone to the URL shortener. Somebody with Blue Sky, I don't know if they work for them or not or whatever. And so there are some links that I can't even use from there, which is fine. I just like my Discord has so many different channels that it would really take a long time to stop me from just sending links. So I'm just watching these things like away, and then I just have to read what people say about me, and kind of I can tell it's kind of funny to me that they have it like I guess the team of Blue Sky isn't that big. It's only like 15 people, and I can imagine like if I were having to ban someone for months on end manually, I wouldn't be able to get my other work done. I'd be like, man, this fucker is like, just always here, and um, and that's one of the reasons why I've been able to be so successful on this platform is I know I'm working against like a dozen or so people, and that's not that many, and they're having to work 24 hours a day. Oh, they just got me. Wait, did they? Did they just get me? No, they didn't. Um, and the other thing is that they do, like, if, I mean, you did a little bit of macroing or whatever you want to call it, programming the macros, and if a website changes anything, like they change the location of like a button, you fucking have to like do all kinds of changes. Exactly, and if they make one change on the website, it's like 6 hours of work, and it's frustrating. Yesterday they made a really small little change, and so I had to change all of the bots. And then when I woke up this morning, they had changed it back. Fortunately, I had saved my work, so I just had to switch out. But like,
Yeah, the previous bot still.
exactly right. And it's interesting to me, like I have like one good Blue Sky account. It's just at Rabbi Rothschild on Blue Sky, and they banned that, even though I've never um, tweeted or whatever, posted anything. And so I complained. I was like, "Hey, why did I get banned?" And they're like, "Oh, I just know that enough people were like, who the fuck is this rabbi? Let's just ban this account that has his name on it." And I uploaded they asked me to upload my ID, which I did, and I got it back, which I'm actually kind of okay with. Like, I wish Reddit was like that. I wish Twitter was like that. Like, hey, if you're willing to upload your ID and like prove who you are, we'll give you your account back, as opposed to, you're just never going to get these accounts back. Never, ever, ever, ever. So I noticed though that these moderators, it just like sometimes they will be really aggressive with me, and I'll just start spamming people, and not even spamming people. I am just liking their posts, which normally is cool. Like if I just post something and I get a random like from anyone, I don't even care if it's a bot. To me, it's usually pretty positive. Like, okay, that's good. Like that at least gets the ball rolling. Maybe I'll get a couple others or whatever. Um, but what has happened is they just people get annoyed with it. So I I also I I program these things to work overnight, and basically it's a lot of work for them to be able to work overnight, because I have to like create like 30 different accounts and make them all work correctly. Anyway, it's just a bunch of bullshit. I um so with that, I also do this thing, in other words or other things, that I think is pretty cool. Um so Instagram allows you to make reels, and I like to sing what do you call it? Lip sync different songs, and then I just make little music. And I do air guitar, and I just do like it's just fun for me. So that's what I've been doing in the meantime. Um, we had some people who came in the middle of the night, including Zoo, but like some other people, some random people. And I just sometimes I awake for them, but last night I was pretty tired, and so I did not. And it's been today. I don't know why, but like some people posted about me, and then I look for their post and it's gone. And I don't know if Blue Sky is now like deleting other people's um, posts about me or what. I'm not exactly sure. It's just figuring this out. And I know if I keep doing this, just like Kick, I did this on Kick for 8 months, and everybody on Kick knew about me. I just keep doing it on Blue Sky. Everyone will know about me on Blue Sky, and then I become a meme. And like this person did this funny thing the other day. Oh, well, here's another thing. I think that or I shouldn't say Kick, Blue Sky at night, between I would say like 6 p.m. and midnight, is like the key time. That's when people are done with work or whatever. It's just like, I don't know if a lot of people are on there right now. I don't know on the East, it's like getting to be like 5:30 or so. But as the night goes on, more and more people interact with me. It's a Saturday. Not a lot of people are on social media. I think like during the week, during the work week, um, they're just like, what I'm trying to say is like there are ebbs and flows with people who are using this site and how much they're tweeting and doing all these other things. And I am just kind of I'm what ends up happening is I create these accounts, I have them like people, and then they get banned, and I recreate them, and we go through that for like hours. But then sometimes they don't get banned. Then sometimes they'll just like they either have a Blue Sky has a shift in a switch in shifts or something, and there are people who just don't care as much, or they're doing other projects, and then these things will spam for hours. And I'm kind of, yeah, I'm training the people on Blue Sky to recognize me by a symbol, the heart symbol, because I keep liking it these things. So, like, that's like a heart, and so what does that mean? That means that basically, um, like sometimes they've banned my last name, so you can't even like really put the words Rabbi and Rothschild together, or your account gets banned. So I basically like slowly just started using this symbol a lot. And then what I do is on these other devices that I have, I won't even have anything in the name. I'll just post a heart, and people know that that's me because um, because of the avatar that I use. Like Blue Sky allows you to have. Do you have a Blue Sky account, by the way?
I do. I just don't think I use it really.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. This is a website that's growing, but it's very it's a unique group of people. It's I would say like 70% women and like 20% trans people. It's so many trans people. The other day, these trans people, one of the, I was spamming them. And I'm not even. I was just liking their posts, which there's a huge difference. And one of these people came out and they were like, "What are your thoughts on trans people?" And I'm like, "I've been trans. I've been non-binary, according to the state of California, since 2021, and I've been a woman by the state of California since 2024. So if any person like they wanted to come after me for being like and be like, oh, okay, so you're trans yourself. I'm like, I guess. I mean, according to Caspian Sea, it's just a lot of words for sucking dick. But the way that I look at it is if I live forever or a long, long time, then I might not want to limit myself perhaps to just women. I might want to have sex with like aliens and stuff. And if that's the case, then why not? I mean, like if I'm living for like 10 million years, there's a lot of shit to do. So, and I don't know. I just kind of think that if we are going to allow this in society, which it seems like we are, well, then just lean into it. And I guess that makes me a lesbian because I like chicks only. And so then I in here, or this person, I shouldn't say guy, this trans person in here 2 nights ago who was really, really knowledgeable on like computers, and they were really intelligent. And we start playing um, some games together, and I like even though they're like my pronouns are she her. I mean, I just blew right past that. Like right at the beginning, I was like, "Yes, sir," and I'm like, "Oh, apologies," like it's. I know you said this previously, and I've said it too previously. I think it's easier to just call people by their name and not use pronouns.
Yeah, that's my trick. I don't care about pronouns in the slightest. I'll learn your name and that's what I call you.
Yeah.
I never have to worry about pronouns. I'm always saying, Rabbi this, Rabbi that. If I never have to say he or she or they or what, I'm not, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And then this person.
So many people in the world, we shouldn't be being so general in the first place. So there you go.
Right. And then this person, they misgendered, be like, I'm the last person on earth who gives a flying fuck about that. But they're like, oh, yeah, sorry, she, her. I'm like, I'm actually they, them. Like those are the pronouns that I've chosen because they're neutral. And I've used those even before even before like the issue of gender was even a thing. I was using they, them in the 90s when I would talk about like a dog or like a human, like just just to be neutral. Like, I guess they, them is fine. Anyway, um, I've seen this thing. I mean, I think there's some influencers who like the attention, and so they'll go. I've seen this one person. This is so shitty. They go to restaurants and they look like a person in drag. Like, they don't look like, they're not fooling anybody, basically. And, well, maybe they're fooling some people, but when they speak, their voice is very deep. And there's just like a thing when you hear a deep voice, you're just like, yes, sir, or whatever. So they'll go to a restaurant, they have themselves on camera, and then they like to catch the wait staff misgendering them, and then go to their boss and complain. And I just think, like, that you have so much too much time on your hands if you're doing that. And yeah, well, with this, there was a different person. This was a male, I believe. This guy from Scotland. He came in. He made a video about me. These people are just so cautious. Cautious. I mean, I understand. Like, I'm sending out links that aren't always Discord links. They're like short URLs. No one knows what that is. I could be draining your crypto wallet. I could be hacking your computer. So I get that. But there are some people who have the courage to come in and they'll click on my Discord and they come in here. So there's this guy who came in here and made a screen, like a screen recording of his phone. And first, he didn't like it that when I invited him, you come right into the Discord, like right into the VC, which I get. You don't technically. There's like a little thing that comes up that says you must be 18. And if you're not, you can still, or even if you don't have to say, yes, you're still in the Discord. But he comes in, he gets scared, he leaves. He then does a screen recording of all of the different channels that I have, because I have like 500 channels. And he goes through and he's like, I don't understand like what it is, why everybody's so, like, what people think about this rabbit, but he literally has something for every single person's interest in here. And I like, which I do. Like, if you go through this Discord, it has every sport, every music genre, every TV show, lots of movies. It has like all kinds of stuff in there. And so then people saw that, and then they were like, they started this, like, I have a canon. Like, what am I saying? Like, you know how there's like Star Wars canon, or like, there's like religious canon and things, but like, it's like part of your lore. Well, anyway, somebody posted like, he's got the Mary Tyler Moore show in there, and some other people were like, he's got Zelda, Breaking Bad, and the Beatles as part of the Rabbi canon. And I just thought that's hilarious. I mean, I'm a very diverse person in terms of my likes and interests and such. But yeah, to these people, I am into a lot of diverse things. I get these people who are, I would say, just, they don't talk to me. They just like, I'm on my phone a lot, or like on the computer or something, and so they think that, I don't know, something's wrong with me because you're just seeing a camera sometimes just of me streaming in my room. But that's what they're doing. They're literally just doing the exact same thing, except the camera's not on them. But literally, they're on a device just staring at something. And I just think it's funny that people think that that's like offensive. It's like, what do you like? It's literally what you're doing. It's just the only difference is I'm live streaming it. So I'm having to overcome, whatever challenges that is. And yes, I just got somebody 12 minutes ago. No, I don't want to talk with Rabbi. They actually said it in multiple languages. Let's see what this other language is. But I mean, like, you and I have been talking for, I don't know, 20 minutes now, and these bots are, just doing the work for me, and I just have to keep doing that. I've said it before, but I remember, when you're a little kid, people come up with all kinds of rumors. There's like the Marilyn Manson removing his ribs rumor, all those rumors. Anyway, I remember one of them was, and this is actually a true thing. If you just like continue to touch your arm continuously for a long enough time, you'd eventually start to bruise. You'd eventually start to break the skin. You'd eventually start to bleed, and it could kill you. And you'd have to do it for a very long time. But in the same way, I see it as that's what I'm doing. I'm basically just like tapping my finger on somebody, and little by little, it's like creating like an effect. Probably a better analogy is just like a crack in a dike or a dam. It's just like my influence continues there, and then eventually the levee's going to break. And when that happens, I'm very well prepared for. Well, I shouldn't. I'm as well prepared as any individual I think can, without previously being like a very famous person, and I'm like when people, it's going to be big. I mean, I know that. So that's what I'm doing. Do you have plans for tonight?
I was probably gonna play a video game with someone for a little bit. That's really it.
I gotcha, dude. People on Kick, I get people on Kick still who come in here, and I don't want to say Kick is dead, but it's not showing the growth that I would have expected it to have. And I think it's got more competition now, but to me, it was like even the big influencers on Aiden Ross, Amaranth, Garen anymore. And I mean, they've become multimillionaires, so they don't need some like little stream or whatever. There's this former football player. His name's Antonio Brown. He was just on Kill Tony like 2 weeks ago. He was at an Aiden Ross sponsored fight last night, and he shot at somebody. Aiden Ross. Yeah, it's pretty big on social media. It's become a thing where Aiden Ross is, become like a fight promoter, almost like he's trying to become like a Don King like person. Amaranth, she has like $40 million in crypto. She does not need streaming money. Like basically these people have become so big that they don't need these platforms anymore. And when I look at botted.wtf, it's sad because it tells you that it's a pay to play, pay to succeed. There's this guy who comes in here. He's really cool. He was in here twice this week, gambling with some other people, and they've gambled in here. Anyway, he runs the bots for like Aiden Ross and Neon and those guys and Fusi, and basically he gave me all the inside information. He's like, dude, you would blow up if you just want to pay me for bots. Like, he's like, usually these streamers don't want to stream. All you do is stream. All you need to do is pay me for bots. But he wasn't even like that. He wasn't like, hey, I'm selling my services. He's like, no, you have to understand these bots are expensive because of the servers and such. And to get you 3,000 people watching you simultaneously, like, I can't just do that. I don't have the money to do it myself. But if you were able to get a few $1,000s together for like a month, you'd blow up. And I recognize that. But part of me, I want to do this. I don't know. I feel like anybody could just perhaps just buy bots. And to me, I mean, I don't know. I'm doing it kind of the grassroots way. Not to say what I'm not doing isn't annoying as fuck and people hate it, but the whole idea of just paying to be famous is kind of a cop out in my opinion. I also feel like if I did what he said, that like I've thought about. I mean, this happened to me when I first started this. I would pay bots, and there's no engagement, there's no interaction, and it just literally changes a number on your screen from 0 to like 1,000, let's just say. But that doesn't mean that real people are finding out about you. So I've thought, like, it's. I think what he's saying is right, that he could get me that many people, but would I become famous from it? I don't know, and I don't.
Would those be quality people? Would it be one-time clickers?
Exactly.
So it's hard. Guarantee of anything is never there.
Exactly, and the current strategy that I have of just liking these people, it's interesting to me that they already know about me from other platforms. They know about me. Like I see people say, "Oh, this is that person from Twitter," or "This I've seen this person spam on Twitch before." I saw Twitch for about from like January to February, and I was really like, dude, nobody is paying attention to these bots, and it turned out that people did actually, like, they still recognize me from those. The one that I don't spam on is YouTube, because that's my bread and butter. But they're just people who know about me. But again, they're not like influencers. And really, what I'm going for is somebody who has a big social media account, who sees what I do, sees I just need a shout out, and they're like, all right. They come and talk with me. They're like, okay, what you say is cool. So all you need me to do is post something. Yeah, look through any of my social media. You find something cool and just post it and just be like, hey, does anybody know who this rabbi is? And we ride off into the sunset. That's my plan. Is that necessarily what's going to happen? I don't know. I do know that the more and more I spam these people on Blue Sky, the better chance that I have at that. Because I'm just wearing at people.
Yeah.
Harry Potter Obama.
It's slogan. It's always hard to get anything going.
Absolutely. Harry Potter Obama's 10-year just had its 2-year anniversary, and it made it up to like $100 million market cap. Yeah, which is not what it was, but to have any cryptocurrency last for 2 years is very successful.
Yeah, it is. That's really good. Very cool. I'm gonna grab a little bit of food and then probably play a video game, but I'll hop back in later on tonight.
Excellent. Take care, Casbincy. Thanks for hopping in.
Yeah, brother. I love you, man.
Love you too, big dog. Excellent.
Race. For the first time, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone.
Claims that our government has proof of alien life.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number. Some are landed, some are crashed.
Allegations of a secret government program that has hidden the truth, the technology, from the world.
There's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral, and it's totally frightening.
From Roswell to the present day.
We're going against the wind. The wind 120 miles from the west.
There are non-prosaic cases, 100% unexplainable. This is like tangible technical craft or CA.
Is this decorated officer a liar?
Why should we believe you?
A fool?
Is it possible that you're deluding yourself?
Or a hero?
I'm a patriot. And I believe the truth to power in this.
We're talking about the biggest secret in human history.
We are not alone. The UFO whistleblower speaks.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Vargas, here to bring you a News Nation.
Exclusive interview with a man we're calling the UFO whistleblower. David Grush is a career intelligence official who this week is making some bombshell claims of a U.S. government cover-up going back nearly a century. Shedding light, he says, on that existential question. Are we? News Nation has confirmed David Grush's credentials and resume. We have not seen or verified the alleged proof he says he's provided to investigators. But we want you to hear his story so you can decide for yourself. Mr. Grush sat down with an...
And I am here's to the rock. And they asked me.
I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now living. Yes, that's currently extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime.
Mr. Rockefeller. Your glasses to the sky and here's to the rock. This is a nice call. Oh man, I got a hot poo.
Black holes curve space and time around them in the way that we've been describing.
You got it, girl.
Things fall along the curves in space. If the black holes move around, the curves have to follow.
I'm wrestling.
I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, because there's this saying like, oh, can you beat him in a hook? Can you beat man? Win. Just win and don't me about anything else. You believe the match is finished. And I wonder if that gets in the head of the other person. You see this? Yeah. Quit. The following is a conversation with Devin Larratt, considered by many to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Devin Larratt. You are considered to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history, plus are one of the most charismatic and fun people to watch in arm wrestling. But let me first start with the controversial opinion. I actually really enjoy Over the Top, the movie with Sylvester Stallone, where he's a trucker. It's like a father-son movie. It's, like a bunch of sports have the definitive movie. The boxing has Rocky, maybe folk style collegiate wrestling has Vision Quest. What else is there? Billiards has Color of Money. Yeah, this is the sort of movie for arm wrestling. So, what did Over the Top get right? What did it get wrong about arm wrestling?
That was actually based off of a real story. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, the Over the Top movie. I mean, to a certain degree, that's actually real life. Like that tournament, Over the Top, was real.
Yeah. It was literally named Over the Top.
Yes. There was a trucker division, and the guy actually won a truck for real. His name John Brzezinski. You know who that is, right? So the actual Over the Top tournament, the trucker division, was won by John.
Who is John Brzezinski? He is. A lot of people talk about him as like a legend and one of, if not the greatest arm wrestlers of all time.
John Brzezinski is every arm wrestler's father to a certain degree. All of us. The entire sport looks up to him. It's incredible what he's done. I mean, at 18, he won over the top. At 57, he just competed with me a couple months ago, still at the world level. 18, that's 40 years of being at the top of the sport. It's incredible. He's hailed as the greatest of all time in the sport of arm wrestling. Yeah.
And he's beaten some monsters.
So. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he doesn't.
I mean, when you talk about like the evolution of the sport, he's responsible for so much of it. Like when you talk about, like, a lot of times when you go back like 20 years, 30 years, a lot of us look at arm wrestling, as something you could kind of do. And he's the first guy who's like, if you want to get better at arm wrestling, you got to arm wrestle. And it seems so simple, but he answered so many questions that all of us had about techniques in the sport back, pre-video internet. He's been everybody's target for like 40 years.
So in terms of strength, in terms of power, in terms of skill, what did he teach the sport of arm wrestling? So if you look, how did the sport change from the 90s to the aughts? You were at the top of the world for many years. Many argue you're still at the very top of the world, but like you were very dominant both left and right hand in 2008 to 2013, something like that.
Yeah.
So how did that sport evolve to today?
So it's hard for me to comment, prior to, when I came to the sport was kind of mid-90s. Like I've been arm wrestling my whole life, but I wasn't really involved in the sport to a major degree until probably, mid-90s. But I'll say that before the mid-90s, it was really hard to get good at arm wrestling. Very difficult. Everybody was doing it wrong, really. Like it was really rare to find people who were technically good arm wrestlers. It was very underground. When I got into sport, it was a flyer that came in the mail. You had to know somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody, and then you go to a club and you can't do anything with these people, and they knew how to arm wrestle. They did, but real masters were rare. And then internet helped everybody. Communication, the transfer of knowledge became so much faster. People became technically, invested. People started sharing ideas. By, I'd say, 2000 probably around the turn of the millennium, I'd say that the leagues started to slowly pick up. More organized, bigger productions, started to attract more athletes. More people took it seriously. By 2010, I'd say there was another jump. More serious leagues, a little bit more money. By 2015, more major media, like people were investing a lot of money, like millionaires, billionaires type of people were organizing events, setting up leagues. And the past 5 years, it's just blown up. The techniques, if I was to go back to when I started, what took me 10 or 15 years to learn, new guys are showing up and they fit down in like a year. Yeah.
Well, the thing about it, the development of the sport is it's, like I was telling you off mic, it's a battle of one versus one.
Yeah.
And then that can turn into battle of nations, which, there's Canada, there's the United States, there's all the Eastern Europe, Russia, Georgia, all of that.
Yeah.
That's what makes some of the greatest sports in Olympics great, like weightlifting. It's a battle of nations, not just a battle of individuals. And it's almost like these two humans represent the two nations. And I see that very much. We'll talk about your matches coming up, but there's that battle between North America and that other part of the world.
Yeah. North America is very prized. The North American champion is always highly sought after because they're typically the most famous. Even still when quite arguably, there's always somebody in Eastern Europe who's monstrous. It's typically an American athlete who's more recognized.
By the way,
yeah,
we'll have a cup here with some maple syrup.
Cheers, Lex.
Cheers. We should probably show. You just down that whole thing.
No. I'm gonna sip it. But by all means, it's really good,
delicious.
Right? Yeah. That is
maple syrup.
Yeah, that's a perfect July day from Canada in a bottle. Yeah.
So you're on a total tangent. You are known for appreciating food in all kinds of ways, but one of the things you're known for is pancakes.
That is that's gone to a crazy place in the sport. But yeah, like
where did that originate?
So where that originated,
when it went from like your actual love for pancakes to the meme.
Yeah. So I think what happened was I had a match with Michael Todd, big match. Michael, great champion. He's another guy who's he's never gonna get off the horse. He's his elbow is a complete disaster. Probably one of the most loved and hated guys in the sport right now.
Is it because of the King's move?
Yeah. Yeah, the King's move brings him a lot of hate. Not from me, not from a lot of people, but a lot of observers have a big problem with the King's move.
What's wrong with being a little bit controversial? That's fun.
I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, because there's this saying like, oh, can you beat him in a hook? Can you beat man? Win.
Yeah.
Win.
That's all that matters.
That's it. Just win and don't talk to me about anything else.
Yeah.
If you can win with style, win with style. But don't talk to me about anything but winning. That's the priority.
So you had this match with Michael Todd.
Yeah. So I was in a terrible place. I guess I get so screwed up with the years. It's 2022 now, right?
No, it's 2030. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's right. I think it is actually 2030. We're way ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that's right. So when was this? This was like a decade ago, or no?
No, this is like a year and a bit ago.
So this is very recent.
Very recent. Yeah. So I got really sick.
Is that the match?
Yeah, this is the match, right? Okay. Awesome match. So this match is for the Legacy Hammer. So we invented this thing called the Legacy Hammer. Michael took it from me in I think 2018. And then COVID shut everything down, and Michael went overseas to try and set up, because at that time, Michael was a North American champion. He beat me, and he went to Dubai, and he organized this great big match with Levon. And the whole thing fell apart. Organizers, leagues, wouldn't let it happen, but there was still an ability to have a match of significance happen. So Michael's like, who do you want? And I'm like, let's give Devin a rematch. And I'm like, yeah, yes. And I was really sick at the time. I had DVT. I had pulmonary embolism. I was mentally in a terrible place. And I got offered the match, and I just totally turned my life around. And I committed really hard. Yeah. And
what happened in this match, by the way?
Oh, I just totally destroyed him. Yeah, I just beat the piss out of him. Yeah. Michael's a good friend of mine, but
yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie.
Yeah,
you guys talked afterwards. It's great.
But we fight like brothers, so we let each other really fight hard against each other. But so I knew, strength and mass, they go hand in hand. And I committed to just getting as big and as strong as I could. And literally, I was eating pancakes every day. Bacon, pancakes, every sloppy bit of garbage food I could eat. I was trying to eat healthy also, but if there was garbage food, I'd eat it.
What do you mean bacon and pancakes isn't healthy? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
But people should go watch. There's a video where you make like the Canadian meal of bacon with some bacon cooking tips, water. That was interesting.
Yeah.
And then obviously pancakes and maple syrup all over the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're making me very hungry. I've caused more diabetes than probably gonna get in trouble karmically for making the world obese.
You should probably write a book, The Pancake Diet.
Yeah.
Devin Lawrence.
Yep, I think I will do that one day.
So you said mass and strength go hand in hand just at a big level, but arm wrestling, what's more important? Strength, power, endurance, skill, strategy, or mental toughness? Like, how do these components all come into play in arm wrestling?
They're all important. And you can use everything, and you can adjust your strategy based off of the tools that you have. I would say if I could pick ever just one thing to have more of, I would say that it would be strength gained while fighting.
While actually arm wrestling, so not off the
No. So you get stronger from arm wrestling.
How do you get stronger from arm wrestling? Like in jiu-jitsu and grappling, you can get good by training with people much technically worse than you. So white belts or blue belts,
yeah,
it's actually beneficial.
Agree.
Because you get to work stuff out.
Right.
But I wouldn't say it develops like that intensity and power required to go against people at your level. So how do you balance that? Is it okay to go against people that are much weaker than you? Or do you really have to go against people at the same level?
I think that a blended strategy is probably the best. I'd say kind of a rule is whatever you do, you get better at, right? So you want to be kind of as precise as possible. You don't want to get hurt. And it's just about investment. And the answer is not always the same. Things are going to change. I am currently a big believer in what I call tower building, right? So you have to do a lot of volume to build a great tower. You have a ton of volume. So when you build volume, you want to do workouts that aren't particularly challenging, that make you feel good, and do them so that when you add them all together, you get the biggest number. So many easy workouts a day that are as specific as possible, in my opinion, is the best way to lay the foundation for an extreme peak. And precision, right? Like, there's no more precise way to get strong at arm wrestling than arm wrestling.
So how often can you arm wrestle? What's your training regimen? You've talked about this as the climb,
right?
What is the training process to get great at arm wrestling?
Well, again, it's going to depend on what level you're at. The answer at the beginning might not be the same. For me, a guy who's been doing it almost 30 years, I have to harvest energy from clubs. I call it cosmic punch.
Sorry to interrupt. You were here in Austin, Texas. You are in Austin, Texas, but you were at the, what was it called? The water tank.
Yeah.
You had an awesome crowd.
I
get to watch it. I got to interact with a lot of those guys. Just amazing community, amazing human beings. I got to talk to Dimitri in Russian and in English. He's an engineer. His wife is an engineer, so he's a brilliant dude, but also one of the toughest, I guess, guys you faced there.
Yeah.
But you faced, I don't know how many people. It must have been hundreds of matches.
The bar was full. Yeah, and that for me is a perfect training scenario. Yeah. So if I go in and just kind of I'm like a lightning rod, and I just absorb everything that I can get from people, all their effort. That's perfect. That's perfect. But I'm lucky because I'm in a place that I can handle it. If I was losing or failing, this would not be optimal. But because I'm strong enough, I've been doing it long enough that I can kind of absorb it without damaging me, this is perfect. This is perfect. I typically, when I'm training up for a very serious match, I'll try and do that 3 or 4 times a week. And then the days in between, I will just do blood flow rehab. I will never hit a PR, a record. I'll never do it anymore. I don't do it. I used to. A lot of things changed. That's why I say, like, there's a lot of ways to do it. This is currently a system that's working very well for me.
So when you say PR, you're not necessarily chasing a peak. You're just building and building and building.
Yeah. My only peak that I care about is for this cycle, the 25th of June. That's my only PR.
Let's talk about the 25th of June. Let's talk about Levon Siganishvili, the Georgian Hulk.
Yeah.
Question number one. Is it possible to beat him? He is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person in arm wrestling today. Is he beatable? And if so, how?
Everybody's beatable. Everybody's beatable. Levon is incredible. He is what this modern peak of arm wrestling represents.
So for people who are just listening, we also have an overlay of a video of Levon going against Vitaly Ledin, another top 3 person in the world, perhaps, in arm wrestling. And Levon is the guy on the right, just big.
I love it.
And the aggression, I mean, actually, sort of underneath it all, it seems to be a teddy bear, but when he turns it on, it's raw power.
He's the full package. Levon is, he represents the pinnacle. There's Dennis in the background. He's like, I want to be back in there. Yeah. Levon has a lot of bases covered. He's curling 300 pounds arm. I mean, the strength that he shows for arm wrestling is so far ahead of the field. Is very, very strong. But it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely possible. The one thing that I'm confident about, well, I'd say there's 2 things. The 2 things I'm confident about is that I have more experience than he does. And experience counts for a lot. The other thing is my ability to breathe and recover. So if ever there's an opportunity tide to turn, that's, I think, where he'll never get it back. So I think if I can somehow find a hole in his game, then yeah.
So you want to hold off the initial assault of power, and then wear him out, and to find the hole, and then. So how much of that is mental? How much of it is just the physical ability to do, for your muscles to have the endurance to hold off?
I like to make the sport bigger. And a lot of things that most arm wrestlers believe the sport is, I always try and push those boundaries. So there is definitely a mental aspect to it. When you're faced with something that you've never seen before, that's when things like experience comes in. He can become surprised, where what's a surprise for him is routine for me. My adjustments will be more precise, more accurate. That's how I get in. Yeah, I play a dirty game.
So some of it, how important is confidence in the whole in the progression of the match? Is there ups and downs of confidence? Like, holy shit, I actually have a chance to win this. Holy shit, I'm winning this. You're done. There's some of my favorite moments. I don't know if those are fake or not in terms of your expressions. If it fake it until you make it, but whenever you shake your head or whatever, you make it apparent that you believe the match is finished. And I wonder if that gets in the head of the other person. When you start to actually, so I'm sure you're doing things in precise, detailed things with your hands to also indicate that you believe they're finished. But
Welcome.
your
How are
facial
you?
just, see this? Yeah.
Just dropped in.
Quick.
I got a friend request.
Oh, that's right, because it's facing the other. So that's ultimately what the battle is about. It's like, it's you're done.
I don't put mommy in the name.
No, it's not you. It's like one of those accounts that goes between servers and then tries to dupe people into like clicking on links and stuff like that.
Okay, well then just ignore them.
Yeah, they might be going through like and trying to get everybody that's in your server.
Okay. I mean, they're allowed to do whatever they want to do. If you want, just report them.
I think I probably will. Let's see. Up. I'll let you know how it goes.
All right. Cool deal, man.
I'll keep you a little connected.
All right, big man.
All right, you have a good one.
You might as well give up.
Commitment is so important in anything you do, right? Like, I always kind of try and bring things to a level of commitment that's uncommon. I think that's a lot of reasons why I do well. It's because I just get so committed in the whole process. And by the time that I actually show up to fight, I sometimes just wish that they would kill me. You know, I wish that they would, because that's how far I want to go. Like, people talk about like how committed are you to the match? Like, if you're committed to the match and you lose, you should be hurt. Like, I'm often unhappy when I lose a match and I don't have an injury. I'm like, damn, like, what the fuck? Like, I should have. Like, I feel like I didn't commit. You know.
I don't know if you know Dan Gable is the wrestler.
He was on.
He was on the podcast.
Yeah.
He talked about his whole career. He dreamed of working so hard that he can't get off the mat by himself, and he was always he's disappointed ultimately at the end of his career because he was always able to get off the mat on his own accord. So he wants to, leave it all on the mat just from exhaustion. So that's what commitment looks like.
Yeah.
So what is this process? What is this climb for? Probably the toughest match of your career. I would say the most epic match in arm wrestling history. I mean, it's really building up. You said North America. I think by accounts of many, you're one of the greatest arm wrestlers ever. He is one of the scariest arm wrestlers ever. And so this match, by the way, where's it happening?
It'll be in Dubai. Yeah.
June. So what does the climb look like?
The climb for me, what I have to change in my life always. People talk about being a professional. I've always loved the sport. I've loved it like crazy. But to me, the path is about simplicity and removal of distractions. I do better and better the more I get rid of everything, nothing else, so that my life is just the goal, just the target, and everything else is off the table. And that's where I need to get to, where there's nothing between me and him.
And every single day you're putting in the volume.
Every day, all day.
Now, you said you worked out. So yesterday you did hundreds of arm wrestling matches, and then today you said in the morning you still worked out. So what was that workout? So you're mixing up stuff where you're doing weights also?
This morning, I try to really focus on what's administratively easy. That's a big part of it for me, is everything I do. So I just travel with bands. Yeah, I got bands with me, and it's rehabilitative in nature. So I'm really focusing on blood flow, feeling good, doing proper movements. But yeah, just band workout in the hotel.
What does a band workout look like? So are you doing the arm wrestling movement? Are you
see that? See what you did there? What's that? Yeah,
you want to bring them in?
Yeah.
The up thing.
Up into your center, right? Yeah. You think, what can you control out here? No, you bring everything close. You want that's it. Don't worry about pinning. Pinning happens once it's close to you. Yeah. Pinning is. People always think about pinning. Don't think about pinning.
How much of the body is a part of this too? Like the core, the torso, because it feels like there's that almost like a Mike Tyson punch power, right?
Yeah.
Does it come from the hips too, and the legs?
It's
the whole
definitely
body
the
thing?
whole body. It's definitely the whole body. Like everything is working. You're connected to the table at times as far as your base. Sometimes your base is your feet, but a lot of times you can base off the table. So you can base off your hips. But I'll tell you, no arm wrestler cares about doing squats. No arm wrestler is doing planks.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all about the forearm and the actions of the hand.
Yeah.
That's always the limiting factor. You look at a guy like Oleg Zok. Okay, do you know this guy? Oleg Zok.
Yeah.
Marvelous. He's a total hellboy. He's my inspiration to what I call pumpkin training. But
What's pumpkin training?
Probably we'll get into that. But I only train my right arm. That's it. Yeah, with homework. But back to full body. It is full body. My good friend Matt Mask, when he arm wrestled me, he actually blew his internal abductor in his leg.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, people walk away from tournament, their calves can be sore sometimes. Happens. But no, there he is right there. Yeah. Oleg. He is a real life hellboy. he's like 170 pounds there. Look at his arm. Look at his arm.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's totally crazy.
That's you doing left right there. So by the way, Levon, you're going right.
Yeah.
So can you say more about the mental side? Are you visualizing what it takes to beat him? Are you trying to get in his head? All of these things.
So
do you think it's possible to get in his head?
There's definitely strategies that you can do depending on who it is you're facing. It's very good to know who it is you're fighting and choose the correct strategy mentally. But I always follow a process when it comes to my mental preparation. When I'm far away from an event, I just always build up my opponent. Build them, I respect them, to a point where I almost start to fear them and start to believe that they'll beat me. And this is a very vital part of my preparation. And that's where I am right now with Levon. I just build them up into this thing that's scary. And it forces me to be responsible because I don't want to lose. I want to win. So the greater I can build their worth in my mind, the more motivation it gives me. Then there comes a point when it changes, and then I start to degrade them, and that's when it normally starts to get fun. And normally by the time I face them, I just try and completely dominate from every interaction from start to finish.
When in the actual moment of the match, like in the moments leading up to it, what's the feeling? Is it fear? Is it confidence? Anxiety? What's going through your mind?
I love to fight. I love it. I always have. There's every day where you have the distractions of life, and then there's really living in the moment, right? It's whatever you love to do, and that's when you can really be free. I'm free when I'm fighting, right? So you put me in that good fight, and I just love it. And I don't think about the past. I don't think about the future. I just think about killing that dude in front of me, and I enjoy that.
And just being intensely in the moment.
That's it. Just right there, just fighting as hard as I can.
Do you study the opponent? Like, for this particular match, do you study videos of Levon?
I've seen everything. I've read everything. I get opinions from other people. I watch very closely. Yeah.
What do you make of his evolution? So he's grown in size, but also you talked about his evolution technically as well. Been studying him since we're in the build your opponent to be terrifying stage. What makes him great?
He's very impressive. The greatest thing about him is his strength. That's the thing that sets him apart from everyone. His strength, specialized strength, exact strength for arm wrestling. I believe it's unmatched.
Can we just linger on that word strength?
Mm-hmm.
What does strength mean? What does it feel like? Are we talking about bicep, like shoulder? Are we talking about like whatever control the wrist?
Yeah.
Is it the what? How does strength manifest? You know, like when I touch your hand, when we grab arms, I feel like, fuck, that's strong.
There's control, right?
What is that feeling? Well, where does that come from? Where in arm wrestling, when you're at the top of the world, where does that come from?
So it's chains. There's chains of strength. And in arm wrestling, this is like technical strength. Okay. And we use these technical chains to fight each other. The chains that I'll talk about is, so remember how we talked about the post, this upwards drive, this ability to close this angle? This is a chain. It can be used. It's a technical attack. It's also an attack that can be built with training. Just the ability to just drive upwards. There's a chain where you cup, right? Cup your wrist in, and the anchor and the chain brings you right to your heart, right to your center, right? This chain, and this can be done at any time. There's a pronation chain, and that's to turn your thumb over, right? Turn your thumb over, and you attack the person's cupping chain.
And there's a huge number of muscles in each of those chains.
And that's why I say it's a chain, right? But they're movements, and these movements you can develop in the gym or through practice.
So you don't mean, so it's easy to sort of interpret strength to mean the how much you curl, essentially.
Yeah.
But you mean the chain. It's all has to do with
and that's people talk, is it a bicep? I mean, yes, there's bicep for sure involved, but I'll always be inaccurate if I try and tell you like what muscles are so I prefer to explain it in a movement, and then everything that's involved to do that movement, right? Yeah, and Levon's movements for arm wrestling are incredibly impressive.
What do you attribute to? How much of that is genetics? How much of it is some training thing he's doing?
I think that Levon is very special in terms of his genetics. Like, not everybody can be Levon. You know, there's not many Levons out there. But what I've encountered in the bias that I always, when people talk about people like Levon, they discount the other side so very quickly. And the thing is, Levon rarely has to show it on the other side because he's so far ahead. You talk about the technical application of the sport. He so rarely needs to show it, but he's clearly incredible. If you watch his progression, he came up having very difficult technical struggles to overcome. Georgia is a great country for arm wrestling. There's this guy, Gennady Kvikvinia, who no one would ever say is not technical. And, you know, it took him years to defeat him to a point where now it's not even a discussion.
Yeah, you talk about the progression. They had a lot of battles together over the years.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to see the tides turn.
Oh, yeah. And once they've turned, it's like completely different level. Yeah, I mean, he's got strength. He's got technique. Some people will argue that his technique is flawed at times. They've shown matches where he hasn't shown the best technique, but he still won. And I think sometimes he just plays with people, you know, like there's a famous match that he had with, they call him the Bruce Lee of arm wrestling, a guy called Ongarbayev, Kurdigali Ongarbayev. They had a match in the top 8. Great match. Kurdigali is like 220 pounds from Kazakhstan, brilliant technician, but power-wise, you know, not in the same world. And Kurdigali did well, even though he lost 6-0. He still did well. But in my opinion, Levon didn't care. Levon was like grabbing him low and just like, whatever. Like, I will show him things that he's not seen before. I will. He hasn't competed often in this rule set, which will be a challenge for him. But Yeah, what can I say? Like Levon, he's Everest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are seen by basically everybody as the big underdog. But you're also even in the Eastern, I mean, I talk to Russians a lot.
Mm.
There, you know that moment in Rocky when they start cheering for Rocky?
Yeah.
You're kind of they love you. They want you to win. And just, it's not even just the battle itself is inspiring. And it's like the culmination in your career because it's, you were at the top for a long time, but it's like, it's almost like it should be over for you. But no, you're returning. It is like this big moment.
Yeah.
The big climb.
I will be the pointy end of the year for North America.
Beautiful. Well, let's. Thanks for bringing that match up. Let's talk about just the match against Dennis. Your left hand match.
Yeah.
He's also terrifying and seen as one of the strongest, probably the one of, if not the strongest, left hand arm wrestler.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said there. Maybe you could talk about this match at a high level. Why did you take on this match? Why did you do the left hand versus the right hand? What can you tell the story?
Okay, Dennis Saplankov. There's so much about this match. I love Dennis.
Russian guy.
Yeah, Russian guy. Russian. I used to call him Dennis Chernobyl. What a monster. He kind of led, I'd say, this new era of arm wrestling where the super heavyweight strength level has just gone through the roof. I wanted the match for such a long time. We tried to get the match. We couldn't get it organized. This is back in 2008 to 2012. Couldn't get the match. I've always been more of a one-on-one puller. He was doing the tournament format. I was ranked number 1 in the world. And towards the end, it kind of was very undecided. I ended up getting surgery. I ended up abandoning the super heavyweight division. I went down to 225s for a few years. WAL failed temporarily. 225-pound division was scrapped, and I said, okay, I'm going to go for the big crown once again. And I started to go after super heavyweights. The 2018 season was right hand. I started to enter negotiations to have the match with him. We've been chasing the match for 10 years. They wanted to do it left hand. I wanted to do it right hand. I just wanted to do the match. I wanted to do the match with Dennis. I wanted to meet Dennis.
So people should know that the right hand has always been your strongest.
It has been. I mean, I had surgery in 2006. I hate to make excuses. I hate to do it. Dennis was better than me that day, even on my best day. If you had gone back my entire career, at no single day do I beat Dennis Saplankov in 2018. I would like to think that I could maybe do it now, but at that point, there would have been no version that could have beat him. I
left or right?
Right hand, no. I'm curious about the right. But left hand.
So is the world.
Well, it might still happen. It might. But Dennis completely destroyed me. And I learned a lot from it. I think before the Dennis match, I think I don't know exactly what to use. Maybe I felt like my thinking was a little bit elitist. And I really learned a lot. I was really humbled that day by how far and how professional and how prepared Dennis was, and how seriously he took the sport.
There's a slightly terrifying calmness to him, which only comes with extreme preparation, I think.
Yeah, his level of dedication was extremely inspiring to me. I used to do a job where it was serious enough that the price could be death, right? And I arm wrestled throughout that entire period. And I always kind of looked at the cost of doing an activity being death, limited to soldiering. And I kind of changed my mind a lot after that match. I realized that anything that you're in love with, once you get far enough down the road and professional enough at it, it's going to kill you. Like, doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're crazy enough about anything, it's probably going to take your life from you in some way. And that doesn't mean you rush towards death. It's just your level of investment and level of risk can have some catastrophic effects.
Charles Bukowski, I think, has the quote, do what you love and let it kill you.
Right.
Like that.
Right. And I understood that Dennis's level of professionalism far exceeded mine in what we were doing at the time. And I realized that, I was no longer employed. I was now in the world of professional arm wrestling. And I realized that, what was I doing? Like, how serious was I? So Dennis is an incredible guy.
Is there moments in that match? There's humility there too from him. That was a fascinating sort of. It seemed like you realized that you just hit a wall and you were not ready enough for it.
It was incredible. There was so many things that I remember about the Dennis match. I mean, I remember, seeing video of somebody and then meeting them in person is different. I remember in the weigh-ins, sorry, not the weigh-ins, in the standoff that we did, before the match. I'm looking at him, like I'm close. I'm looking at his arms, and his bicep, it looked like an ass. Like it was like a freaking glute muscle.
Yeah.
Like his entire structure was so sinewy and just so strong. I was like, wow, like he's so physically so impressive. And I remember when I arm wrestled him at a certain time, he allowed me to kind of set my position. You can't really tell because it happens very quickly, but he let me set my position, which means I kind of got my locks in where you can kind of really do a great hold, and he just ripped through me.
So you were able to get this great position.
Yeah.
So it was
tore right through me. Yeah, and this first time I ever thought that that I had torn something. I thought, like, after the match, I'm like, geez, did he rip my chest right in half? Like,
what did it?
No, it
was
I think
100%.
Yeah, no, I didn't actually. Nothing went purple or anything, but yeah, the strength gap was very significant with Dennis.
So could he? What would it take to beat him on that day?
It would take me just being a little bit stronger, and more healthy. Yeah, my left was not as healthy as it should be. Like, I didn't have a full rounded technical arsenal. It takes the time after surgery. It really does. Like, I mean, you can be good, but after a surgery like what I had, you're probably looking at 3 or 4 years before you're starting to hit technical proficiency the way you should be. And yeah, just a bit stronger.
How do you interpret the calmness on his face? Well, what is that about? Is he actually it's a Russian thing?
It's a Russian thing. I don't know. I see a lot of Russians that, they're so, like, stoic, and I'm such a fan of Russia. I really want to go to Moscow. I've been saying it forever.
You've never been?
Not yet. I want to go. I want to just go and live there for like a month and just train. Moscow's got such a crazy arm wrestling scene. They've got, from what I understand, they just have so many clubs. There's so many strong athletes. Just go and just lightning rod. Yeah.
Have you considered doing something of that sort? It's like Rocky IV again.
Oh yeah.
Like, and lead up to June.
I would certainly consider it. I've got only one trip planned at the moment. Administration is very important.
What do you mean by administration? So like managing your time? And
management. Yeah, the management has to be very efficient. When I'm a tourist, when I'm a visitor, a little bit of that goes down. When I'm at my home and things are familiar, I've got a really great grasp on my time. Everything's in place. Everything's perfect. If I could magically transport Moscow into hometown and just go out and visit them, yeah.
So it's very difficult when you're traveling. You have to keep all you have to figure out what you're eating, how are you getting the food, all the socializing. Plus, you're more and more a celebrity, so there's social interaction, which I don't know how draining that could be on you outside of the arm wrestling table. So you have to manage all of that because ultimately you have to focus on the fight ahead.
Yeah. A lot of my strength comes from just being in a familiar place, doing my routine. I love to travel. I love to get out there and meet people and new experiences. But when I just want to really prepare for a big match, yeah, home is where I get strong.
So that loss against Dennis was one of the few losses in your career. How did that feel in the moments after, in the days after, in the months after, in the years after? How has it changed you as an arm wrestler, as a human being?
Well, it's tough to lose.
Still haunt you?
I don't think so. I actually was really happy to lose to Dennis because, sometimes when you lose a match, there's a lot of matches that I've lost where they upset me because I know I made a mistake.
Yeah.
I didn't make a mistake with Dennis. He was just way better. There's nothing I could have done that day. I'm really at peace with it. Dennis, to me, was just a big inspiration. I think that me arm wrestling Dennis left-handed that day just let me touch probably one of the strongest human beings on the arm wrestling table that's ever lived, left-handed. So
Noticeable is almost like inspiration to you that I can be at that level too.
Yeah. Seeing what this did, just trying to absorb a little bit of his knowledge, planted seeds in me. Yeah, I mean, when I look at my career, it's a bit like the stock market, but for sure I'm trending upwards. And since really kind of wrapping my mind around some of the Russian philosophies, they really changed my training systems. There was some base philosophies that they talked to me about over there that massively impacted my training.
Is it possible to convert some of those philosophies into words? Can you describe some of the ideas they taught you?
So,
never smile.
Right? Man, there's it takes a while to break the ice with a lot of these guys.
But once you do, I mean, that's as deep as bonds you can form there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that I was raised under, I believe it's a flawed, it's not flawed because it has its value as well. But it's best if you understand both philosophies. I think a North American thing that's just so ingrained in our fitness society is no pain, no gain, and just push and sweating and going harder and fighting through and grit and tough and then you talk to the Russians and they're like, yeah, never fail. You never fail. Never go to failure. Always feel good. Always feel good. It should always feel good. Don't. And those two philosophies express themselves very differently. And if you want to get strong, don't fail. Don't fail.
So that's how they also are believers of volume.
Yeah. There's a lot of strategies, but volume is a massive principle. And volume is very hard to achieve when you're believing in no pain, no gain. Right? They don't really go together. No pain, no gain, more injuries.
So there are parallels because in wrestling, some of the greatest wrestlers of all time are Russian, and they were big. Dan Gable talks about it. They were big on play,
right?
Like lighter wrestling,
right?
Probably ultimately, actually, it boils down to that's how you achieve higher volume,
right?
Like over the stretch of years, the way to reduce injury. I mean, in wrestling, also technique might have greater value than it does in arm wrestling. Obviously, technique is extremely important in arm wrestling, but power is can defeat technique. It seems like in wrestling, you can get away there's a lot of ways you can really do sneak attacks, sort of use leverage on those kinds of things. So there's even more incentive to do play and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But do you see the parallels between the two worlds?
Oh, yeah.
Wrestling and arm wrestling.
100%. You saw what I did the other night, right? So I'm playing on the table for hours, right? So that's my number one training thing that I do, is I go on the table for hours and I play. Yeah.
Yeah, when you did, Sergey, can you pull up that video? It's on Devin's channel, the water tank one.
Oh, it's like 180p. It's like the Wi-Fi in there was so bad. Yeah,
It's great. I love it.
Yeah.
It's maybe I don't know if it was fisheye, but it had a fisheye feel. It was crowded. I mean, so much camaraderie. It was amazing.
Yeah.
But maybe just a brief mention of Dmitry, the Russian, the Russian guy. What in that play? What are some memorable things here? Like when you go against a bunch of different people, a bunch of strangers, what are all the differences, and how do you grow from them? How do you learn from them?
Well, everybody's a bit different. So I love to go to new clubs because the energy's always high. Like the first time you go to a club, everybody's trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
There's excitement,
Yeah.
and and so you feed off of that.
Yeah, you do. You can if you're able to be strong enough to absorb it without injury, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Because they're giving you everything they can.
Yeah. Right. So it's very specific, right? Like I'm gonna get way stronger at arm wrestling, and what I try and do when I go to these places is I make an assumption that I'm the best guy there, and so I'll arm wrestle in a way that kind of protects them, because the more I can protect them and kind of keep them kind of in a good position, they can actually give me more, right? So I kind of give them little pieces that I think will put them in a place that they can really give me more. And so yeah, that's what I'm doing. And then when I see somebody like Dmitry, I pull that in a little bit, right? So I know Dimitri's the number one guy in Texas. Lots of respect to the guy. I won't give him all the pieces until I really kind of gauge where he's at, because I certainly in training don't want to fail. I don't want that. I don't want to. When you fail in arm wrestling, it's just bad technique, and you're trying in bad technique, you're gonna get hurt. Yeah.
So you always want to be in a strong position here. What about how does endurance come into play here? And here's video of you strapping up with
That's right.
Dmitry. How do you? I mean, you went for like, I don't know, 2 hours.
Yeah, it was long. So this first run of the video, I think, was a little over an hour, and then I took a break, and I probably did another 45 minutes or so. But
I mean, are you okay with the endurance aspect of this?
yeah, that's probably, like, when you talk to the arm wrestling world, that's probably what I'm best known for is my endurance.
So this helps build that.
It does, but that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it to get strong. In my opinion, this is one of the best ways to get strong, especially far away from a tournament or any kind of an event. I wouldn't want to do this, even a month or even 6 weeks or maybe even 8 weeks before a big event. I'd want to already be kind of shrinking my volume, but far away from an event, as much volume as your body can handle, and you'll feel it. Like I felt it at times, like, after the hour mark, I'm like, okay, I can feel my blood sugar kind of diminishing. I can feel like the blood that's going to my muscles is kind of like, it's not really pushing more good stuff in. I'm starting to break down.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want that.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
I'm good.
Okay. I kind of need one.
Yeah. I'll maybe get a sweater. Is it cold? Does that matter? Does that care? No.
And I still love the idea of you going to Russia.
Yeah.
And training there.
Yeah.
I'm also making a trip out to Russia.
Oh, yeah? When?
For different reasons. Well, it's hard with the current conflict. The tensions there, but I'm hoping before your match, actually. So May, for a couple of interviews with a couple of folks, some of which people know. Maybe I could ask you about to comment on some matches that stand out to you in your career.
Sure.
Is there something? Is there a particular? I have a bunch that I really enjoy, but is there something that stands out to you as memorable? We talked about sort of a defining loss, perhaps to Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
Then you faced Michael Todd, like we mentioned, John Brzenk. You faced Matt. Is there something that stands out to you that technically or psychologically you've learned a lot from?
I feel like I try and learn something from every match, but there is a very special match to me that to this day I can't explain. Very weird phenomena. So I think it was 2005. It was my first combat tour overseas. So it was a active tour. Among other things, I got shot during that tour. Like we got blown. A long tour, rough tour, and I trained the whole time through, knowing that at the end of this, I was going to have a big match. So there's a champion guy called Ron Bath. He's kind of, if there was no John Brzenk, there would be Ron Bath. Okay, so extremely decorated, unbelievable arm wrestler from the United States. And this is kind of when I was just kind of coming up in the sport still. I was fairly well established. I was definitely the best guy in Canada, and I had been for a few years, but I hadn't really expanded internationally too much. So I had a one-on-one match with Ron Bath, and that's the one. Yeah. Extremely hard-fought battle. Was 3-1, I think, 3-1, but every match was really close, and he won the first one, and I had to kind of like dig my way out of the trenches, and ended up coming back and winning. But it was a match that was probably one of my closest matches ever, and
it seems like there's frustration. I mean, what is that? What was going through your mind here with these? Was it, first of all, going in, did you think you could beat him? What was the level of confidence?
I always think I can win. I always do. But a lot of respect to the guy. But yeah, I mean, I always think I can do it.
So what lessons did you take away from it? Why is it so meaningful to you?
Well, it's what happened afterwards. So I had some kind of a release afterwards, and that was the strange thing for me. So match ended, and I felt like so relaxed afterwards, so calm, so satisfied, because it was one of those matches that kind of takes everything from you, but you win it. And I was relaxing in the chair, and I've never had this sensation before. I've never had it afterwards, but it's like the center of my backbone just exploded. And it was like, it's so weird, right? Because I'm not really spiritual that much or religious even, but it's like a fire just ripped through me. And it only lasted an instant. Just exploded through my whole body, out the top, through my feet, and then it was gone. That was it. Weirdest thing I've ever felt in my entire life. Yeah, but it was as a result of what happened in the match, and leading up to it, I had some kind of a release.
So what it almost? How did you interpret it psychologically? Like some kind of, I mean, not to be spiritual or whatever, but some kind of superpower that was like a lingering feeling, like holy shit, I
can't explain it, and I haven't really tried hard enough to try to.
But something changed.
Something happened there. Yeah, something happened to me. I was sore for about 3 or 4 months afterwards. It's like it smoked out my entire body. Yeah, that whole summer I was kind of sore, and and then after that, like 2 or 3 years when I won the world championships. Yeah, I mean, all the matches are something from people. Like, you study them, you take something from them. People have an invisible crown, and he had one, and I think I took it from him. Yeah.
Maybe that was the feeling of wearing the crown.
Yeah, maybe.
What about all the trash talk? How much did you learn? Did that come naturally to you? You're one of the most charismatic, fun. I mean, there's always like respect behind it. I would say to me, and I'm a fan of a lot of sports, you're one of the greatest trash talkers in all of sports that I've ever seen, because you're able to talk shit, but there's so much love and respect behind it. It's just masterful. But you also get into people's heads in the moment. It's beautiful to watch, because it really gets to some people. So where does that come from?
It's a powerful weapon, right?
Yeah.
Your voice is a powerful, powerful weapon. And it's underused athletes because they think that it's not sportsmanlike or something like that. The truth is, I mean, you can be a weak person, but with your voice, you can change any number of things. And the same thing happens in a fight between two people. If you can just be a never-ending, flow of negative encouragement to someone, or question, anything can happen. It's a tool. And when you're fighting a person, you're not just fighting them. You're fighting everyone who's watching. You're fighting the crowd, the referees, and to get in the most ideal situations, you need to use your voice.
Yeah, and there's for people who haven't seen, I definitely recommend you watch a bunch of arm wrestling matches, because there's a crowd really gets into it, and it feels like there's a really intimate connection with the crowd. I suppose because the crowd is allowed to be very close to you. So,
I love it. I want the crowd like right up on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So who are you? Whenever you talk to somebody, do you literally pick somebody from the crowd?
Oh yeah. I'll fucking I'll start fucking off his fans, and I'll start talking to their wives or whatever. Yeah. There's Jody. She's pretty dangerous to listen to also. But yeah, one of his buddies, Mike Solaris, who's really good arm wrestler, was cheering for him, so I started to go after him. Yeah.
Smiling the whole time.
Yeah, it's fun, right? It's fun.
It's fun. It's fun to listen to, but it's also what's fun is how much it actually affects some of the people you're facing. They get frustrated.
Yeah,
it's great to see.
Well, you have to fight, right? Like a lot of people think things will be given to them, and the thing that I've always believed from the time I was very young. I was convinced that our inevitable death was going to come from aliens, right? Like some super aggressive, super violent species was going to come and smoke us all, and I'm like, I'm not like that. I'm like, but as soon as one person is, then you're forced to have to accept it as reality, right? So I like to fight for every single thing. I like to try and be more and more aggressive. And if someone matches me, that's when I can use my endurance. And if they don't, then I have the tactical advantage. So that's kind of my balance point.
And then, by the way, you also yell at the ref.
Yeah.
I mean, the games, there's like levels to this game. But, the feeling sometimes when people get frustrated is like, okay, this person's cheating. Or like you're trying to get a good grip before it goes. And I think some of the frustration in combination with the trash talk is, well, this person is cheating.
Right.
But everybody is like kind of trying to cheat, get an edge within the rules.
Yeah. So I try and just ramp it. But, everybody's different. I've learned how to play the game based off of the tools that I have physically. Yeah. And for me, this works because, my genetic makeup is I'm more of a persistence hunter, right? So like I need to extend things, and that works well for me. If I was more explosive, I probably wouldn't have the same strategies. Yeah.
By the way, for people who are watching, you're wearing a No Limits hoodie, which is one of your nicknames.
I don't wash this thing too much. It's my bacterial shield to the world. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. So you mentioned Jody. She's often in your corner and does perhaps more trash talking than even you. So, I mean, if we could step away, she's an incredible human being. Is sort of as a fan, it's fun to watch the two of you, both when you're arm wrestling and just as people. You just see so much, I don't know, kindness and love radiating from the two of you whenever you're trash talking or talking about just random things or just talking about life. It's just a beautiful thing to watch. And thank you for sharing that with the world. Maybe, can you, she paid me to ask you this, but what are the things you love about Jody, your wife, Jody Laird? What are the ways she's affected your life?
Yeah. Jody and I go way back, right? We were in high school together. The thing that I admire most in people is bravery. To me, it's the most admirable quality. And Jody always has inspired me. She's such a fighter. You know, if she believes that something's true, she does not back down. She will not. And you can, not to say that she can't change her mind, because she can, but while she is convicted, she'll not stop fighting. She's pulled me out of the fire repeatedly. We've lived through so many things. Very lucky.
How has she made you a better arm wrestler?
She's fed me.
Yeah, I could see you have videos of your house basically coming apart when she's not there.
Yeah. Yeah. Without Jody, I'm on the street, living in a tent, and
down by the
eating dog food. Yeah.
Yeah. Bravery.
Yeah.
What about love? How's love made you stronger? Now we're gonna make Devin uncomfortable.
Love is difficult to accept. Love is one of those things that a lot of times you don't feel worthy of it. And so it's hard sometimes to accept someone's love. And someone who really loves you, they'll love you even when you don't. And here you go, you're gonna make me cry, Alex. Jody and I've been through so much, and she's shown me how she supported me just repeatedly.
Some of that is loyalty and patience and perseverance and all those things. That's like when love really shows itself.
Yeah.
Sticking through together for years, even when you're through the shitty times.
Love and faith are powerful forces in this universe. Without them, we can descend into darkness very quickly. As a world, even between people, when love and faith is destroyed, then we fall apart. And I've been graced by the love that Jody's given me. It's allowed me to continue to build. When you have love between people, then you build together. I love my family. I love Canada. I love the arm wrestling community. I have a love for what we're trying to achieve as a human species, and when that falls apart, we don't have much. Yeah. Just with my boy there. Yeah.
Yeah. You also mentioned you were you once had a job where your death was a real possibility. So you were in the Canadian Special Forces. What did you take away from that experience, that time in your life?
It was such a great life. Really, really loved it. I never wanted to leave. I never thought I would leave. I thought I'd be there my whole life. A real honor to get to serve.
What did you get to do? What was the things you loved, craftsmanship wise, like fun things you get to do,
Yeah.
learn and challenge yourself.
Yeah.
And you mentioned sort of honor
Yeah.
in terms of the serving part.
Yeah. Yeah. My favorite thing about serving in the special forces was for sure the people that I worked with. That's probably the first thing I could say. I always felt like totally comfortable and putting my life in the other guy's hands. I was so happy to be in a place where I felt I could follow. Like, it didn't matter. Like, I knew that the people ahead of me were incredible. I knew the people beside me were incredible. So just having that faith in your team is very special. And to know that they're there for a reason that has nothing to do with money, and that's what kind of brings everybody together, is you're there for a higher purpose. And in terms of being an adrenaline junkie, there's nothing like it. I mean, there's nothing like, going out at night and fighting. And when I say fighting, like, my whole life I wanted to fight. And to me, there's a lot of, and look at, I've said this in the past, and I think it's been a personal failure of mine, because I've said things like, it's the highest level that you can do. And I don't believe that to be true anymore. But at the time, I thought it was the best way I could express my drives that I had, to be a fighter.
So your sense in the past, and maybe in part now, is that so fighting is when humans get a chance to express themselves deeply, like that mix of the bravery, the integrity, whatever that is that makes us human. That human spirit can really shine.
I believe that you can do that in any field, in any discipline. If you go hard enough, it all kind of starts to feel the same. But at the time, that expression to me was really, really awesome. I loved close quarter battle. That was my favorite thing. That's really the whole reason I was there.
Can you describe close quarter battle?
Close quarter battle is team fighting. So, and it can look a lot of different ways, but basically it's ground troops doing some kind of a mission. And it's the orchestrated movement that is the skill. The orchestrated movement and the drills done quickly and accurately. It's very difficult.
With communication?
With communication.
Yeah. So it's basically cooperating together,
Absolutely.
communicating.
Yeah.
There's some strategy. Yeah. There's some adapting to the changing environment.
And the more the team works together, the less communication there is. Yeah. Yeah. And that's an amazing thing to do, to be part of a a team of people who can fight together like that. I think we're really designed to do it. Like, as good as we can fight as individuals, this is really good, is our ability to fight as a team. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the things that makes us really human, is that collective intelligence, the social aspect. And fighting is the highest of stakes. So that social interaction under the highest of stakes is really does bring out something that's deeply human. I mean, war in general brings out something deeply human. It's obvious to say that it's tragic that it results in so much loss of life and well-being. Let me, if it's okay, for a brief moment to take us back to arm wrestling. We did this like offline. We talked about, you gave me some advice about arm wrestling, but maybe do a high-level overview of like the different styles and strategies that we've talked about. We talked about the importance of strength and power, but is there offensive, defensive styles? We mentioned King's move. What would you classify your style as? It's nice for people that don't know, or maybe even zoom back out. So arm wrestling is a sport where two people have to, when we talk about strictly the sport, put their elbow on a particular pad. It means they have to keep that elbow on that pad, and they win when the back of one of their hands crosses some kind of, or basically touches the table.
That's it.
And when you actually lock up, you do so, depending on the organization, without straps, meaning there's just you agree. It's like mutual agreement that you're going to clasp your hands in a way fair, and there's a referee that helps ensure that it's fair. But of course, there's these little games going on. And then when you actually go all out with this battle, if there's no straps, you can slip out. So often you'll put the straps, which means you're it's like marriage.
Yeah,
you're committed.
yeah.
For like somebody will have to lose essentially. There's no pulling out. So that's sort of the battle. Within that, what are the different styles that you can speak to that people that don't know arm wrestling could
Yeah, we can start to kind of just dance around the subject a bit. I'd say there's a lot of different types. There's specialists, and there's kind of blenders and people who are very versatile. A lot of guys win world championships on one singular move. They get just extremely crisp at, say, a hook or a top roll. And their style is very kind of focused. And you'll see it with a lot of athletes. Like kind of a guy who's very active, a guy called Jerry Caderet. Okay, as soon as you think Jerry Caderet, he's got a very unique style. He's got a flop wrist press. Okay, so most of his technique is built around this one system.
Flop wrist means you're what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So your wrist is flopped. So
yeah,
it looks
but
like you're losing.
Pushing.
So he is pushing from a losing position.
No, he will be offensive. So he will be in a press. So offensively, so he'll give his hand away so he can get his shoulder behind it properly.
So he doesn't. Wow.
Right.
So you can press. Press means push. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without having that hook position.
Right. Which is what most people are always looking for. And Jerry's looking for it as well. And then, so example, there's another one. There's another specialist, Matt Mask.
Yeah.
He's a top roller. Right. He basically, that's his great move, is a top roll. And his aren't nearly as powerful. Just incredible top roll. And then you have a lot of athletes that are more blended. Okay, they have a lot of good options. I think that I probably fall more into that category. You have people who are more speed guys. Okay, so they try and do very little. I'd call it attrition, right? So a lot of people are very willing to trade energy, right? Because they have faith that their gas tank or their pool eventually will tire the other person out. So anytime there's a trade, they'll trade. Whereas, a guy like Travis Bajan, he was very, very well known as being extremely explosive, right? But if the match stops, typically he's going to lose, right? So based off of your genetics, your hand, there's a lot of ways to skin it.
So I think you said something like you're a 20-second guy.
That's right. I'm a 20-second guy. Yeah.
So what are the seconds we're talking about? So a lot of the power people, they want to win in the first maybe 5 seconds, like
even shorter.
Just that first push, that first press, that
absolutely.
And that's it.
Right to the pad. Yeah.
And so you're trying to hold off that attack.
Yeah. If I beat you in a second, we're not in the same world. Yeah. When I'm with my peer group, I will typically win 20 seconds and beyond. That's a typical win for me when I'm with a peer. Whereas other guys, when they're with their peers, they'll win in a second, right? That's how they do it. That's the way they're built. That's the way they train. Most guys at a higher level, it starts to get more and more difficult to be a specialist at the high level now. Some people just have little holes in their games. It's rare to get someone who can really do all the moves. It's very rare.
What would you put Levon?
I would not say he's a specialist. I'd say his top roll is his strongest move. Top roll is his strongest move. Yeah. And the interesting thing about the specialist versus the blender, there's a right. Every move has a move that theoretically should be the right choice. So if you're a single move guy, there's going to be a guy out there who'll get you. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for you to beat that guy. But like when you come to like a tournament, typically specialists do much better in tournament scenarios because their singular move can get them through a tournament very quickly and efficiently. Whereas you get a blender in a tournament, they typically will have longer and more difficult matches and buys you out. Right, yeah. But in super format, typically blenders do better.
So we offline also talked about arm sumo or freedom arm wrestling. I don't know how you want to call it.
Freedom.
Well, exactly, North American way. So this is this idea, and I watched a few videos, and it looks fun.
Yeah.
It's basically removing the restriction of having to keep your elbow on the pad and just being able to arm wrestle over the whole table. I think you've mentioned that the criticism that gets is it might be injury prone or something like that.
Yeah.
So can you describe this arm sumo freedom arm wrestling idea?
Right. When you come to freedom arm wrestling, basically it removes the limitation of a standard arm wrestling table.
Yeah.
Right. So basically every single thing is a freedom arm wrestling table. Some are better than others. Right. So looking for that nice table where we can kind of stand apart from each other and we're anatomically, in a fairly safe position. And the rules in freedom, the way you win is like the knuckles must either touch the tabletop or you hold it off the edge for a 3 count. Right. So this is the main way to win. Yes, you can foul. Like if you lift your elbow up, it's still a foul, but you have the entire playing surface. So your elbow is no longer limited to your 7x7 or 7x9 pad. So you can move it all over the table. You can move your body around the table a bit too.
And if it's a big table, your body could largely be on the table.
Yeah. So it's like adjusting your ring size. So arm wrestling, you're fighting in a phone booth.
Yeah.
Right. So you're fighting in a field. You're fighting, just bigger. So it just makes the sport bigger. Yeah. This is Japan.
But even on a small table, and even in a slightly larger phone booth, you can get a lot more fun and variety.
Way
it's very
more.
interesting to
I
watch.
love it. I think it makes the sport bigger. I actually believe that it's the future of the sport. I really do.
Because it makes it more accessible. Like you don't need the equipment. You can do it at a bar.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Less equipment requirements. Most kids start freedom. Like most kids arm wrestle on school desks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like if you see a guy on the street, you're like, whatever. Like you can arm wrestle anywhere. You don't need to bring your table around with you.
If we talked about the elite level, if somebody was interested in starting in arm wrestling, or like going from just like you go to the gym, you kind of lift, you've arm wrestled a few times, trying to get better at it, trying to learn. How would you advise like getting better to where you can beat your closest buddies?
Yeah,
that first step.
First step, I'd say find people. Find good people.
Volume.
Get with a club. Get with people who know what they're doing, who can mentor you.
And that's really cool. I got to meet. I realized there's a club in Austin.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's in a lot of places.
they're everywhere. We got this app called ArmBet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
which is a app that helps you find other people there.
Yeah, very easy. But I mean, they're all over social networks. I mean, it's kind of widespread now. But yeah, find people, and it's just much easier to learn with another person, and you'll get stronger that way. But I mean, do the lifts. I mean, if you go to the gym, just start doing the lifts, and right away, those will technically prepare you.
What are the lifts? Can we describe?
Yeah, so I'd say if you want to just keep it very, very simple, let's just talk about 3. There's much more than 3, but like when you talk about energy allocation, these 3 lifts, in my opinion, should be like 90% of your investment. Is very big, these 3 lifts. And the exact percentages you can argue about it, but we'll start off with the cupping of the wrist. Just this is a simple thing, and do it with a cable. You can get a thicker diameter, so it kind of, is more out on your fingers where an arm wrestler is going to attack you, right? Because any good arm wrestler is going to attack your fingers.
So like open hand.
No. Well, I mean, for health, yes, you could. But like if you want to be really specific, you train exactly the way you would at a table, in the position that you actually start the match.
Yeah, and then you're just doing this kind of.
Yes, to your center. People. One of the big misconceptions in arm wrestling is that you're aiming for that pin pad. Right? No,
the
center.
The chest up.
Bring it close to you. Make it come close to you. Right? You see, like whenever I do my exercises, the vector is always pulling straight towards me. Yeah. So just cupping close to you. The most dangerous thing that a person can do to me on an arm wrestling match is just pull me away from my body. That's a terrible thing for me. Yeah. So that cupping, that's a massive part of the sport. So now when you think, what does the cup do to the other person? If I cup, they get turned over, right? So this has to get really strong. This pronation. So
to fight to fight that rolling.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's through the thumb.
Yeah. So you put got it. You put on the thumb and you put this motion.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. And those two things together, this cupping and rolling, this is what's going to make the person's hand bend back. And once the person's hand is bent back, their whole game gets cut to pieces.
Got it.
They have very, very little good options. It's all like nasty stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. So those two things, that's a huge part of your investment. Rise. Always be climbing. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Those three simple things. That's what I would anybody to spend most of their time on if you want to become an arm wrestler.
So use bands would be good for this.
Bands are great because they're easy to transport. The only problem I have with bands is like if you like to measure, and if it could be precise, bands just aren't that precise.
Right. To have growth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like you know exactly what you need. The prescription is kind of a band is kind of like, and a lot of people, myself included, I like to know exactly my outputs. So weights.
So it would be like cables.
Yep. Cables are nice. Bands are great too. I mix the two. Bands are when I kind of don't need to. They're more like easy for me. When I train bands, bands are dangerous because the acceleration is so high on them. Like when you screw up with band training, the acceleration is way faster than gravity, right? So if you do something bad, it can make it go really much worse.
Yeah. It's funny that you didn't mention bicep curls or
it's a chain. It's a chain.
And so the idea if you focus on these three, the other stuff catches up. Like it's all involved. This whole thing is involved.
So if you have an axe, right? The blade of the axe, that's these things, right? Like you need the pointy end of all your attacks to be awesome. Right.
If you have a super sharp axe, you could have a shitty hand.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So focus on that. The pointy, tip of the axe.
Yeah, the tip of the axe is so important, right? Like if I have an awesome bicep and I can't quite use it, what's it good for, right?
Yeah. I think a lot of the motions with the wrist that you mentioned are just thinking about jiu-jitsu, especially in the gi.
Yeah.
There's there's so much importance to this, and people don't often work it explicitly.
Yeah.
So many of the chokes require ability to. It's almost like exactly like arm wrestling.
Very close.
Because you're weak here. What's that called? Flop wrist.
Yeah.
And you're strong with the cup.
Yeah.
So you just getting the muscle, whatever that's involved, the muscle, the turning, the pressure, because that's where also the choke comes. That little the thing that makes you win in arm wrestling is also the thing that finishes the person when you have them grabbed.
The strength is very similar.
Yeah, it's fascinating, actually. Of course, that if you want to be very good, you should be doing the very specific, exact motion.
Yeah. But so if I was going to do jiu-jitsu, I'd be like working out with the gi.
Yeah, the problem is, it's difficult to construct the exact. So you have to actually go with people, and then they don't like being choked on, right? So like it's hard to. I'm actually we have these kinds of debates all the time. I'm a big believer in drilling. I love doing something thousands of times. Like John Donaher, somebody I mentioned to you about, the jiu-jitsu folks here, they're less believers in drilling. They see the value of almost like the mind of going live and exploring ideas as that play. You don't need to do the thing 1,000 times. You just need to always be thinking about the little details that make you better, and then in action practicing, like developing the strength, the power, the explosiveness, the agility in action. So actually rolling. I don't, I agree with this, but I just believe in volume more.
Yeah, so you can accomplish it through volume. You can play a lot.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's if you really want to get it, you're talking about. I mean, that's why a lot of these folks are training 3 times a day. They're doing, they're putting in the hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, just.
Oh, that's tough. Oh my God.
Well, so a lot of them are not going hard. It's just being on the mat. Some of it is just sitting there talking through ideas, watching others, or teaching, explaining stuff. It's not just physical. It's mental too, because you're keeping in your mind it. Some of the greatest. We talk about the wrestlers I've talked with, the fighters at the top of their career. They basically George St. Pierre's like this. Another fellow Canadian is he has stick figures in his head that he can't help.
Yeah,
they're like in the, because if you train enough hours, it's just going to be in your head, and they're all going to be playing around in your head.
Yeah.
And some little detail over time, it's almost like computing or something like that, and that ends up having a result, though you're not physically doing anything. It's always in there.
Yeah.
I do have to return to diet real quick. I know we talk about pancakes. Let me, quite seriously, you are one of the, strongest athletes in the world for your sport. So you have to get big, you have to get powerful, you have to get strong. What is the right diet for you for that? Like, what do you eat? How often do you eat? From the highest detail to the smallest, or the things that make you happy and feel good.
Yeah. I've experimented with every diet. I've done it all. I've been a vegan. I've done raw. I've eaten only meat. I've eaten balanced. Eaten like a bodybuilder. You name it. I've probably tried it. I don't believe that it's as important in the sport of arm wrestling as it is perhaps in other sports. I believe that, just to be very basic, if you're eating enough food, you're probably going to be okay.
So it's just calories.
It's a lot. It really, not to overcomplicate it, but that's where the conversation starts. Are you eating enough food? And it can come in any number of ways. And I don't think it's as important as a lot of other people do. I'm certainly irresponsible in a lot, but the thing is back to like volume, right? Like you need to, like if you want to be a super heavyweight, it's very different than if you want to be a weight category guy. Yeah. If you want to be a weight category guy, I'd say that you need to be more responsible, make better choices. If you want to be a super heavyweight, everything.
So we're watching a delicious looking omelet. So eggs, bacon, syrup. So you don't care carbs or protein. So all the things you try. So I mostly eat meat now.
Yeah.
And I landed on that. There's several things, obviously I'm not, but I do a lot of sport.
Yeah.
And I was very surprised how my particular, very specific body can perform better with only meat. Why better? The sports I do, the mind matters. And so for some reason, my mind's just clearer.
Yeah.
And I don't think, because it feels unhealthy. It just makes me feel really good. I don't think I recommend it to anybody else. So it's interesting that journey of just exploring can take you to think about your own self.
One of the most interesting things with nutrition was I heard there was
Doritos.
Yeah. I'm an idiot. Now I'd say over the last couple of years I've really gone into carbs a lot, and high glycemic carbs, and I feel like it's one of the best things you can do if you're working out really hard. Just
cheers.
Add carb. Yeah, exactly. But where was I?
So you've added
distracted.
Syrup is
I forget
so
everything.
Delicious, it's distracting. Yeah. No, so you've added the high glycemic carbs into the mix. So those help, but that's for mass building,
right? So there was a study that I heard about by somebody who's trying to identify heart attacks. They did this great big study, and at the end of it, I mean, didn't matter what the people ate. The most important thing was how they felt about the food that they were eating. Yeah. So if you believe in the food, if you believe that it's going to do good things for you, if you allocate it the right way, it's going to have a positive impact. And I try and do that no matter what it is. Like, I have my foods that I think do certain things. And so, for me, I know that actually, I mean, I learned about corn-fed pumps when I was overseas. I realized that if I never used to eat crap, really did. I ate super clean all the time. And when I was faced with imminent death more, I would be like, okay, I'm going out tonight. Let's have a couple ice cream bars, like whatever. And what I realized is if I eat like an entire bag of chips or like, a bunch of chocolate bars, and then I go and have a workout, my workout will be incredible. It'll be incredible. There's something about easily processed carbohydrate that will continue to quickly get into your blood as fast as you can burn it. And there's something about that it gives you incredible blood flow. Yeah.
And also your mind plugging in, enjoying that.
Right.
And then believing it works. And that's how it makes it work better.
Exactly.
That way, I think this is really not... This has been frustrating to me about the health culture in the United States, in the studies that are done. You look at like the importance of sleep, the importance of X diet, all those kinds of things. I wish incorporated into that would be your mental relationship with all of these things. So, for example, people that tell me, well, your sleep schedule is insane. Yes, perhaps, but also it's insane because I'm doing what I love and I don't see it as a problem.
Right.
And I think that's really important to understand. If you sleeping crazy hours is not affecting your stress and is actually making you happy, or you're drawing some kind of source of happiness and pleasure and satisfaction, like being awake when others aren't. It's like the Mike Tyson thing or something, like training when you've convinced yourself everybody's sleeping and therefore you're somehow training much better.
Right.
That's powerful, even if you look statistically 6 hours may be worse than 8 hours, or 4 hours may be worse than 6 hours. So the mind is a powerful thing.
Super powerful. But if you want to be a super heavyweight,
eat.
You got to eat like stupid amounts all the time. Yeah. You have to test your digestive system.
What's your favorite meal, by the way? Just if you had to,
last meal. I like so much food. It's tough, but I'd say the food that I rely on a lot when I'm getting ready to compete is sushi, just because it normally comes in an all-you-can-eat format. So I love to go and just binge, all you can eat buffets. Sushi is just super convenient.
Yeah. If I was a sushi all-you-can-eat buffet place, I'd be terrified when I saw you. Have you had barbecue in Texas?
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
So you just a small tangent on this. You faced the mountain. Out for Bjorn. Well, first of all, you arm wrestled them.
Yeah.
It's interesting to ask. So this is the mountain from the Game of Thrones. A strong man, one of the strongest people in the world for a time, the strongest person in the world. What was it like? I know sort of you guys maybe weren't going 1,000%, but what's it like?
Well, he probably wasn't going 1,000%.
Yeah. But like, what? It's interesting to think. What does that strength feel like? So, it's a specialized strength in another sport.
Yeah.
What did it feel like? How strong was he? What are some kind of deep insights you drawn from that battle?
I feel like if we were to go back 1,000 years, and if you give him armor and a two-handed sword, he will just rip across the landscape, and no one will stop him.
So this is the boxing match you came to, but there's also a video of them arm wrestling.
Yeah, what a titan, though. What a titan. A guy like that, tall, strong, fit, disciplined. I mean, he's quite a warrior.
419 pounds.
Yeah. He's incredibly impressive. I really like Hapthor, and I like Eddie Hall too. And I'm just so caught up with the drama. Okay, so Eddie Hall and Hapthor Bjornsson, two of the strongest legendary strongmen that we have. And they were the coolest. They were the top when strongman was really super cool. I don't know all the details, but they legit hit each other. Legit. So I think it kind of stems. I don't know. Like I say, I'm not right there with them, but Eddie won the World's Strongest Man event or something one year, and the thing, it was one of those victories where Hapthor, was not accepting of his defeat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there was a little bit of back and forth. And basically, from what I understand, they were going to fight like the night of the World's Strongest Man, and they got pulled apart. And this heat between them got translated into a potential boxing match. So it's very real. It's a very real fight. So you have the two strongest dudes on the planet who are going to fight each other. So I've been because arm wrestling and strongman, it's kind of similar communities.
Who do you got? If you were giving me financial advice,
oh Jesus, I am so bad. I always call it wrong. They're very different. I see Hapthor as being more.
Eddie Hall is slimming down. Is that what?
Yeah.
Wow.
I see Hapthor as a bit more regimented. But I see Eddie Hall as way more barbaric and I think he's a little bit more athletic, but Hapthor's bigger, and they've chosen slightly different paths to prepare for the match. But what happened was they were about to fight, and Eddie Hall blew his bicep. So I was getting ready for Levon in December. We were supposed to arm wrestle in December, but he's got his movie. And so I was like, okay, I can kind of get away from the sport just a little bit, broaden my base. That happened, and I was like, oh, an opportunity.
You stepped in.
An opportunity to fight. I'm like, I'll do it. So
how much training you trained a little bit. So can you tell about your own decision to do that? What was the training like? What was the experience like?
Oh, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. So basically, I made a funny video, and I sent it to the organizers of Core Sports that I would do it. I'm like, I'll do it. I'm sure they got 1,000 people who wanted to do it. But I'm like, listen, I'm an old man. I'm gimped up everywhere outside the arm wrestling lanes. I said, but I will 100%. If you let me fight them, I'll give it my all. And whatever, they didn't get back to me. They're like, yeah, whatever. Okay. So then they call me on a Friday, 5 weeks before the event. And they're like, hey, Devin, were you serious? And I'm like, oh, shit. And I'm like, yes, I was serious. Yeah, I'll do it. And they're like, okay, they're like, it's down to you and like 2 other people. We'll get back to you in a day or 2, but you would do it. And I'm like, okay. So they got back to me on Sunday. Like, so right away I'm like skipping rope, and I only arm wrestle guys. That's all I did.
So what was you did some striking training.
Yeah, so I went to this guy that he was awesome, Zach Ben Bushida there. That was it from TriStar. Do you know Faraz Sahabi?
Mm-hmm. And yes, people in the comments, I will interview him on this podcast. And people,
he's brilliant.
Yes,
right.
Brilliant.
He's an incredible guy. So right away, like I had no idea about the fight community across Canada really, and I got like by the 5th message that said you must train with Faraz. I was like, okay. Called him up. He was incredible right away. He's like, yeah, you can come and we'll just work with you. So I got the call. I called him on like Monday at 2:00. By like 7:00, I had my things packed, went to Montreal, and I spent 4 weeks in the fighter dorms.
Just humbling yourself.
Yeah. Every day, just getting punched in the face, over and over, going for runs with they're all like Olympians and pro fighters living in the dorms. Super cool dudes. They were so good to me.
Yeah, there's a good video of you and Faraz just talking.
Yeah,
I don't remember which stage this was, but
this is early.
But you were already beginning to get humbled.
Oh man, I knew. I knew what I was getting into. Like I knew it was going to be a losing battle, but I felt like the opportunity to fight Thor, like how cool is that? Like I had to do it. I love the process, and I learned a lot from doing it. Like the dorms, I want to do something like that with arm wrestling. I think we're big enough now that we can have these kind of, dorms, frat houses, whatever you want to call it.
What's the dorm like? So you basically staying there.
Yeah,
food is there.
Yeah.
So you mentioned what was the word you used? Administration. No,
yeah, exactly. That's it.
So it removes all of that.
Makes it so simple.
You just focus.
The gym is here. You live here.
Yeah.
That your life becomes simple.
So there's a guy named Jimmy Pedro here in America. He's a famous coach. There's a place up in Boston. He has kind of a dorm like that too.
Yeah.
And that becomes essential when the community is small, but you're trying to do epic things like win an Olympic gold.
Yeah.
So you have to really put the people together in these kind of minimalist conditions where they just focus on the training. Focus.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't enough time. I trained for about 3 or 4 weeks. But I love the journey. And
what are some of the fun things you enjoy? So you did mostly striking. Did you? I guess it was.
Yeah, it was boxing.
It was straight up boxing.
Yeah.
What are some things that were transferable? What are some cool things you learned from that? So from the world of armor, have you taken anything back? Like some training regimens, ideas about training, even just even movements? Because Faraz is a unique mind as well for training.
Yeah. I don't know. I've gone very far down the path of arm wrestling. Boxing and arm wrestling are very different. They're very different sports. The physicality required is very different. The mentality, it's fighting. So it's another form of fighting, which is cool. The big things that I took back from it, the things that I loved about it was I had to run again.
So really work on endurance.
Yeah. I was going for runs with guys in the dorms, and they would just destroy me. Just like it was so bad.
So did you how did you feel in the actual boxing in terms of endurance? Were you able to?
No.
It's just torture.
It was terrible. And the thing is it was so crazy for me because I really was good once upon a time.
Yeah,
I really was. Like physically, like I had incredible full body endurance, but being so specialized, I realized how much I had slipped.
Yeah.
And it was fun to try and regain it. I think it's affected my body composition. I think since that training, I've become much more lean. I think it was a very healthy thing for me to do, like health-wise. Like I always think that, you know, when you're far away from competition, really good to kind of spread out, really good. So I think that in that way,
Also for your mind, too.
yeah,
Just like,
yeah,
it's this is something about clearing your. I think you've talked about this. It's like you're basically taking steps back before you take steps forward. It's I forget how you call it.
the wave.
Yeah.
Under, you know, you have to go under. You got to. You know, if you want to go above the line, you have to spend some time beneath it. And yeah, I was definitely beneath the line for a line. But Mountain, I mean, like the interesting thing was, as incredible as he is, you know, like what a monster. And I think if you had him training in boxing, you know, for a long time and like from his youth, I think he, you know, the guy could be world champion. But, you know, to be so specialized and then to switch, you're at a disadvantage. And also, like, I know from just fighting guys in the gym in TriStar, some of those guys were way scarier. For real. Like, as scary as Thor is, like, there's guys in that TriStar gym that don't look like anything, that would murder me much worse.
Yeah, but also, you know, that's the difference between being in the gym and under the lights too. I mean, GSP is an example. George St. Pierre is an example. Somebody that maybe doesn't look, terrifying.
He's at a TriStar.
Yep, he trains at TriStar. He's super nice, super humble, but is terrifying when he's fighting.
Right.
Is dominating people. You mentioned death.
Yeah.
And your Canadian Special Forces. And in general, thinking about mortality.
Yeah.
Do you think about your death? Do you contemplate the end, that this ride ends?
All the time. Yeah. From I've thought about death from a young age.
Are you afraid of it?
Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, I don't want to die. Yeah, definitely don't want to die. But there's times when I can rid myself of it. Yeah, but for sure. I mean, I'm not happy that, you know, death is inevitable, and I'm not happy that potentially it's inevitable for all of us. But it does, you know, I like to fight against it.
Does it?
Yeah,
If you could be immortal, would you?
That's my only wish.
Oh, see, but here's the thing. But the point is to have that wish. It's like the all-you-can-eat buffet at sushi. It's that sushi is more delicious if you have a limit.
Do you have well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think I get sick of stuff. I'm very simple. Yeah, I don't think I would get tired of it. I really don't. I mean, if someone would pose it to you, do you want to live forever? You would choose no?
Yeah, I would choose no.
Choose no.
Well, my answer is probably yes. No, I would. It's more like the snooze button. Do you want to? Do you
want to go to sleep?
But it's very difficult in the moment to go to sleep. But if I'm allowed to live forever, I'm going to delay all the crazy, like all the ambitious goals, all the because there's always time.
That's fine, but there is tomorrow then.
But there is tomorrow. But see, I think that takes away from the richness of the lived experience of just each moment. I think the richness of each moment comes from saying, like, I could die tonight. Like that it tastes delicious because you're going to die. I'm afraid if you're not, I'm afraid all that goes away. All that magic goes away if you can live forever.
I don't know. But I'll tell you, every time I have a near-death experience or think I'm going to die, I definitely live better afterwards. Yeah. Like, it's always been that way. But, yeah, no.
That's why the Stoics, they really preach contemplating your mortality often. It kind of reminds you, this whole thing could just end at any moment, and it makes you really appreciate. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly improving the quality of life is important, but part of me thinks that immortality is not as fun as we would like to imagine.
Do you think that maybe you're in what you're building potentially is immortal?
Well, that's what I definitely think about with robots. If they were to have a human-like experience and be able to interact with humans in a deep, meaningful way, I think they too have to be mortal in some fundamental way that means mortal. Like their ride has to end as well, because they won't be able to interact with humans deeply unless that's the case. Like to have fear, to have love, the ability to suffer, the ability to miss somebody. I think scarcity is important. You have to be able to truly lose somebody. You have to be to fear things. You have to truly have the of destroying yourself, and to have a sense of what it means to be a self. You have to be able to lose it. So if you're immortal, you're just going to be. I feel like you're going to be like a toaster, an intelligent toaster that just serves.
Such a negative perspective on it.
On immortality?
Yeah, just think, well, now you can get all those things done that you want to do.
I hope you're right.
Yeah. I mean, potentially you could invest even harder because you're like, wow, I'm actually going to be able to get all this stuff done.
I think about this a lot. I hope you're right, but I fear that the drive to create, I can even do more, all of that disappears if you have all the time in the world. I just know how lazy I am. And if I have all the time in the world, I'm just going to sit there and just like watch the stupidest YouTube videos for the rest of all eternity.
Now eternity's a long time.
Eat Doritos, Cheetos, and just get fatter and fatter. I can get in shape later. There's always time.
That's like a long period of contemplation.
Yeah. So for the first 1,000 years, it'll be the Dorito period of the Lex life, and then
you could be like Jabba the Hutt for 1,000 years.
You mentioned aliens, very important topic. Do you actually think about this? There's been an increased interest. There's been increased UFO sightings and encounters, all that kind of stuff. The U.S. government, at least, releasing data, releasing videos of pilots. Pilot observations and from airplanes of UFOs. Do you think about this kind of stuff? Because you mentioned in the following context, you mentioned like our humans will get our shit together when the aliens eventually come.
Yeah.
What do you make of all the sightings? Is that something you think about?
I thought about it a lot when I was younger, and I made my conclusions, and I don't think that there's a possibility that there aren't aliens. I would think it would be impossible for there not to be aliens. I feel like this is pretty good real estate. So, you'd probably want it. But we already might be, I don't even think might. I mean, it's probably quite likely that we are to some degree aliens. I mean, all life is probably to some degree alien.
I like the real estate, so the resources, but we're also kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Whatever this ant colony of living organisms that we've created, it's kind of interesting to study. I tend to believe that the alien civilizations that are going to reach us or have reached us are far more intelligent, just orders of magnitude more intelligent than us. And so it's going to be very difficult, both ways actually, for us to understand them and for them to dumb themselves down enough to understand us.
Yeah, probably.
So they might even just miss our existence altogether, just because I tend to believe, I don't know what you think, that we're not that special in terms of all the life forms in the universe. There's a lot of cool stuff out there, and
has to be.
But to us, we're special.
Yeah. Well, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah. Even the human species is the most special to us. And there could be much more special species here on Earth that we're just totally oblivious to, like trees. On a scale of thousands of years, maybe they're onto something.
Lex, I think that so much of what makes a person special is what they pass on, your kids. But I think that you are quite special because you're part of this thing that's potentially giving birth to the next thing.
The robots.
The robots.
I should say, the funny thing is, while talking to Devin during this podcast, I with a doorbell ring to go downstairs, and there was a big box, menacing box with a new legged robot. So the hilarity of you saying that is because that robot is actually going to likely be the main robot that I show to the world in the coming months, because that's the highest compute level in that robot. So I've been playing a lot with legged robots, the 4 legs, so like a dog. I like all robots, but there's something about when a robot has legs, it's able to communicate. It's able to connect with humans in some kind of deep way, in the way a dog can. Just show affection. Something about like step, 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 and then the robot realizes you're here, and then it steps and then notices you in the way the dog does, and raises its head. It makes me feel noticed and heard in the same way I do when a dog notices me. That excitement, that stupid excitement of like, yes. Fellow living organism. And what excites me about legged robots is that, holy shit, it's possible to engineer this. It's possible to create that feeling. And I wonder where that can go. There's a lot of negative possible trajectories, but I have a sense that there's positive ones too.
You
Add
think
more
that
love to
they'll
the
take
world.
us with them?
Yeah, I think so, because there's this fear of robots that they become super intelligent and run away from us humans, and basically become so intelligent, and then they almost just not giving a damn will destroy us. But I think in order for robots to become intelligent, they have to integrate themselves with society. So they by the very nature of how they become intelligent, have to bring us along. So it's not that there'll be this separate thing. They have to, like, we'll have robots in the home. They'll be interacting with us. You have human kids, and you have a bunch of robots. You have robot friends. You have human friends, and the robots make your human-to-human relationships much more meaningful and richer. They bring more love to the world, but it's integrated. It's not like they'll be developing smarter and smarter as sentient beings by themselves. I think that's very difficult to do. You have to be doing that together with humans, and so we'll come for the ride. There's technical things, like we might merge like cyborgs more and more.
Well, we already saw our cyborgs, right?
With the phones and so on, but more and more. So with Elon and Neuralink, deeper integration of robots and AI into increasing the bandwidth at which they can communicate.
Right.
So if we do implants in the brain, I think, again, a lot of people are really nervous about this, as am I, but I think there's a lot of trajectories that are positive there. And that to me is exciting. And also, I just don't think it's possible to stop this development. So we should steer it.
Yeah.
For good.
Did you?
Fuckers.
I mean, you must have watched the movie Terminator, right?
Yeah, of course. I love Terminator.
Yeah.
I love Schwarzenegger.
My favorite movie of all time. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the big fear, right?
Yeah, what's the conclusion with Terminator? Isn't ultimately humanity wins?
I think they're at like Terminator 8 now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So there, and it's interesting actually. I was going to bring this up as you were talking about it, but China and the United States, I actually don't know where Canada is on this, but they both have agreed that they're not going to put limits on autonomous weapon system development. So they're not going to. So because China said we're not going to, and now U.S. officially announced that we can't.
Well, you can't. It's like, you never could, right? As soon as it exists and it's better, people will use it.
Well, but there's been a global ban on bioweapons. So you were able to come to an agreement there that we're not going to use biological weapons in war. So is a lot of people are really upset that in the case of AI driven weapons, the world said, nope, it's okay. And so now you have this potential for greater and greater automation in drones, for example, and picking bombing locations. And so the area at which they attack. And so you get some of that stuff that you mentioned that drew you to the military is that teamwork between humans, that decision making. So there's strategy, but built into that team is a deep humanity. Like,
Yeah.
even when there's an enemy, there's lines you're aware of what is ethical and what is not, what is just and what is not. And it's so easy for a machine to miss all of that, plow through it, and deeply inhumane acts, commit atrocities. That's something that worries a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's terrifying, especially with cybersecurity being more and more of an issue. Hacking,
Yeah.
Sort of people that look a lot like me being the warriors of the future.
Yeah.
Which is meaning people behind a keyboard versus versus the traditional warriors.
Probably inevitable. Yeah.
And terrifying.
It is. It is. But I think if you believe that it's possible, it's certainly going to happen. Like, at some point, it's just when, right? When does it happen?
So that, I mean, to me, I'm ultimately optimistic about the future. And to me, I'm excited about the world with AI. I'm even excited about the metaverse and all these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Living more and more in digital space, in the virtual reality. I think, so it's a part of me that grew up in the non-internet world, non-computer world. You know, it says, oh, kids these days with their video games, you know, there's part of me that's like that. But I think when technology at its best can bring out the best of humanity. And so I think virtual reality, all of these things over time, we'll figure out how to fix it to bring out the humanity. So social networks, the first generation social networks, now Facebook, Twitter, and so on, they have so many problems. They're bringing out the worst in people. But I think we're learning from that. And I think the next generation is so better and better and better. And so I'm optimistic. But of course, you know, one reason we may have not seen aliens yet, obviously, like in a way that's obvious, is because once you get clever and smart and have all this cool technology, you destroy yourself. And we sure as humans are pretty close to that.
Yeah. Yeah, there might be that limit that is hard right.
I'm hoping we get all our aggression between nations out through arm wrestling competition.
Right?
Just all of that. Like,
oh my God. Wouldn't that be great if it was that simple? Yeah.
Do you know if there's another over-the-top type movie to be made?
Oh yeah. There's always stuff in the works. There's actually there's a tournament called Over the Top in Australia that's a couple months away. I think they're doing it all the over the top scene, but there are arm wrestling movies that are being made right now. Actually, there's a documentary that's showing me for this whole Yvonne thing, but yeah, we're probably due for another big one. Yeah.
But you're also, just with your YouTube channel, you're doing a lot for the sport. That's really cool to see. Just being like looking not like you're looking today, but just like just a beard.
Yeah. Normally I'm
just like sleepy. You know, just putting yourself out there completely as you are. That's a beautiful thing.
The best thing about the sport is it brings people together. That's it.
Yeah, the community, the folks I got to interact with, just so awesome, so excited, so full of kindness. I'm definitely gonna find the club here and start working on my arm wrestling game. Devin, this is such a huge honor that you would spend your valuable time. You'd come down to Austin. You would hang out with me and do this conversation.
Super cool to talk to you, Lex. Yeah.
As I mentioned, in case people I'm sure will tell me. So I hang out with Joe Rogan all the time. He's a friend. I told him that he should talk to Devin. He's going through some stuff currently, but I'm sure that I hope the conversation between you, Devin, and Joe happens eventually. He's that would be epic as well because he's a
he loves fighting.
He loves fighting. He loves wrestling. He loves strength, and I think all of those are like so perfectly encapsulated in the sport of arm wrestling. So thank you so much for talking today, brother.
Thanks so much, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Devin Larrett. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. The only reason a warrior is alive is to fight. And the only reason a warrior fights is to win. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. If one site is hacked, you can just unleash all hell.
We have stumbled into this new era of mutually assured digital destruction.
How far are people willing to go?
Capture their location, you can capture their contacts, that record their telephone calls, record their camera without them knowing about it. You can put an invisible ankle bracelet on someone without them knowing. You could sell that to a zero-day broker for $2 million.
The following is a conversation with Nicole Perlroth, cybersecurity journalist and author of This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends, the Cyber Weapons Arm Race. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Nicole Perlroth. You've interviewed hundreds of cybersecurity hackers, activists, dissidents, computer scientists, government officials, forensic investigators, and mercenaries. So let's talk about cybersecurity and cyber war. Start with the basics. What is a zero-day vulnerability? And then a zero-day exploit or attack.
So at the most basic level, let's say I'm a hacker and I find a bug in your iPhone iOS software that no one else knows about, especially Apple. That's called a 0 day because the minute it's discovered, engineers have had 0 days to fix it. If I can study that 0 day, I could potentially write a program to exploit it. And that program would be called a 0 day exploit. And for iOS, the dream is that you craft a 0 day exploit that can remotely exploit someone else's iPhone without them ever knowing about it. And you can capture their location, you can capture their contacts, that record their telephone calls, record their camera without them knowing about it. Basically, you can put an invisible ankle bracelet on someone without them knowing. And you can see why that capability, that 0 day exploit, would have immense value for a spy agency or a government that wants to monitor its critics or dissidents. And so there's a very lucrative market now for 0 day exploits.
So you said a few things there. One is iOS. Why iOS? Which operating system? Which one is the sexier thing to get to or the most impactful thing? And remote. This is like having to actually come in physical contact with it. Is that the distinction?
So iPhone exploits have just been a government's number one priority. Recently, actually, the price of an Android remote 0 day exploit, something that can get you into Android phones, is actually higher. The value of that is now higher on this underground market for 0 day exploits than an iPhone iOS exploit. So things are changing.
So there's probably more Android devices, so that's why it's better. But on the iPhone side, so I'm an Android person because I'm a man of the people. But it seems like all the elites use iPhone. All the people at nice dinner parties. So is that the reason that like the more powerful people use iPhones? Is that why?
I don't think so. So it was about 2 years ago that the prices flipped. It used to be that if you could craft remote 0-click exploit OS, then that was about as good as it gets. You could sell that to a 0-day broker for $2 million. The caveat is you can note it, because the minute you tell someone about it, Apple learns about it, they patch it, and that $2.5 million investment that 0-day broker just made us. So a couple years ago, and don't quote me on prices, but an Android 0-click remote exploit for the first time topped the iOS. And actually, a lot of people's read on that was that it might be a sign that Apple's security was falling, and that it might actually be easier to find an iOS 0-day exploit than find an Android 0-day exploit. The other thing is market share. There are just more people around the world that use Android. And a lot of governments that are paying top dollar for 0-day exploits these days are deep-pocketed governments in the Gulf that want to use these exploits to monitor their own citizens, monitor their critics. And so it's not necessarily that they're trying to find elites. It's that they want to find out who these people are that are criticizing them or perhaps planning the next Arab Spring.
So in your experience, are most of these attacks targeted to cover a large population, or is there attacks that are targeted toward a specific individual?
Yo, dog.
What's up?
How are you?
Getting ready.
Are you 15%? 15.2% yet?
I might have gone up, might have gone down. Just like the scouts that.
Okay, do you know that you've lost 6 straight games to me currently in mini golf? Are you aware of that? Zoo. Are you aware that you've lost 6 straight games to me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're aware of this.
Yeah.
You know this to be a fact. So, are you ready to lose some more? Are you going to be the great Australian hope?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, in my opinion, I used to have a very high view on Australia and the Australian people. And then I met you. And really, I still have a very high view of Australia and the Australian people. But I think that y'all are dog shit at mini golf. Did you know that?
We're good at writing for paper for logo than when Olympic sports.
That's what I like to hear, Zoot. Very funny. Very funny. Zoot was funny. All right. Wait less than 1 minute, and I have intentions to send you an invitation. Now, it's up to you whether you want to accept it. If I were you, I'd accept it just for the mere opportunity to play with someone that's sexy and funny and just amazing as I am. I mean, I'm not just amazing, good looking too, which is just incredible. absolutely positively incredible. And all I know is that when it comes to whooping ass at this game, I'm perhaps one of the best people in the history of mankind, just in general. But when it comes to whooping ass in mini golf, I take no prisoners. All right. Do you know what it is? You know what the dragon attack is, but do you know what take no prisoners is? All right. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Here we go.
Why does time go so fast as you get older?
Because you have less relative time remaining, and when you're a little kid, you don't have anything with which to compare it. So, like, for instance, a year of your life when you're 10 years old is 1/10 of your life. But when you're 30 years old, it's 1/30th of your life. And when you're 100 years old, it's 1% of your life.
Yeah. But I swear, when I was like 5 years old, that 5 year period, that felt like 5 years compared to what it is now.
All right, well, you are still learning things then, too. Zoot, I've won 5 straight games against you. How many games against you straight am I going to win now? Are you proud of that shot?
Individuals.
So I think it's both. Some of
Make
the
it.
0-day exploits that have fetched top
Make it.
dollar that I've heard of in my reporting in the United States were highly
Terrible
targeted.
shot.
You know, there was
Just
a
absolutely
potential
dog shit.
terrorist attack. They wanted to get into this person's phone. It had to be done in the next 24 hours. They approached hackers and say, we'll pay you X millions of dollars if you can do this. But then you look at
What language
when
do
we've
you know?
discovered iOS 0-day
I
exploits in the
know
wild,
English best.
some of them have been targeting
Followed
large
by
populations like Uyghurs.
Some
So
Hebrew,
a couple years
some
ago,
Yiddish,
there was
some Latin,
a watering hole
some
attack.
Spanish.
Okay, what's a watering hole attack? There's a website. It had information aimed at
A little
Uyghurs,
French.
and you could
little
access
Italian.
it all over the world.
That's
And if
basically
you
where I'm
visited
living.
this website, it would drop an iOS 0-day exploit onto your phone. And so anyone that visited a website that was about Uyghurs,
Look how
anywhere,
sick that shot
Uyghurs living abroad, basically the Uyghur diaspora, would have gotten infected
It was
with
amazing.
this 0-day exploit. So in that case, they were targeting huge swaths of this one population
Look
or
at
people
this
interested
shot.
in this one population, basically
Bro,
in real time.
I'm up 1 hole to none on you. And 6
Who are these
straight games.
attackers? From the individual level to the group level, psychologically speaking, what's their motivation? Is it purely
I
money?
am.
Is it the challenge?
Are you
Are they
fucking
malevolent?
serious?
Is it power? These are big philosophical human questions, I guess.
So these are the questions I set out to
fuck you,
answer
man.
for my book. I wanted to know, are these people that are just after money? If they're just after money, how do they sleep at night, not knowing whether that 0-day exploit they just sold to a broker is being used
Be the
to
shot.
basically make someone's life a living hell?
Stop.
And what I found was there's kind of
I'll
this
take
long
that shot,
sordid
Zoot.
history to this question.
That's a beautiful shot.
It started out in the 80s and 90s when hackers were just finding holes and bugs in software for curiosity's sake, really as a hobby.
Look how sick that
And
shot
some of
is.
them would go
Now
to
you need one of
the
the
tech
best shots you've
companies
ever
like
had.
Microsoft or
Best
Sun
shot you've ever
Microsystems
had.
at the time, or Oracle. And they'd say, hey, I just found this 0-day in your software and I can use it to break into NASA. And the general response at the time wasn't, thank you so much for pointing out this flaw in our software. We'll get it fixed as soon as possible. It was, don't ever poke around our software ever again, or we'll stick our general counsel on you. And it was really sort of the common thread for years. And so hackers who set out to do the right thing were basically told to shut up and stop doing what you're doing. And what happened next was they basically started trading this information online. Now, when you go back and interview people from those early days, they all tell a very similar story, which is they're curious, they're tinkerers. You know, they remind me of like the kid down the block that was constantly poking around the hood of his dad's car.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they just couldn't help themselves. They wanted to figure out how a system is designed and how they could potentially exploit it for some other purpose. It doesn't have to be good or bad. But they were basically kind of beat down for so long by these big tech companies that they started just silently trading them with other hackers. And that's how you got these really heated debates in the 90s about disclosure. Should you just dump these things online because any script kiddie can pick them up and use it for all kinds of mischief? But, you know, don't you want to stick a middle finger to all these that are basically threatening you all the time? So there was this really interesting dynamic at play. And what I learned in the course of doing my book was that government agencies and their contractors sort of tapped into that frustration and that resentment. And they started quietly reaching out to hackers on these forums.
I've shown my superiority.
And they said, hey, you know, that 0 day you just dropped online, could you come up with something custom for me? And I'll pay you 6 figures for it so long as you shut up and never tell anyone that I paid you for this. And that's what happened. So throughout the 90s, there was a bunch of boutique contractors that started reaching out to hackers on these forums and saying, hey, I'll pay you 6 figures for that bug you were trying to get Microsoft to fix for free. And sort of so catalyzed this market where governments and their intermediaries started reaching out to these hackers and buying their bugs for free. And in those early days, I think a lot of it was just for quiet counterintelligence, traditional espionage. But as we started baking the software, Windows software, Schneider Electric, Siemens Industrial Software, into our nuclear plants and our factories and our power grid and our petrochemical facilities and our pipelines, those same 0 days came to be just as valuable for sabotage and war planning.
Does the fact that the market sprung up and you can now make a lot of money change the nature of the attackers that came to the table? Or grow the number of attackers? I mean, what is, I guess, you told us that you have the hackers.
Now I have to mute you.
In the 90s, what is the culture today? And where's it heading?
So I think there are people who will tell you they would never sell a 0 day to a 0 day broker or a government. One, because they don't know how it's going to get used when they throw it over the fence. You know, most of these get rolled into classified programs and you don't know how they get used. If you sell it to a 0 day broker, you don't even know which nation state might use it. Or potentially which criminal group might use it if you sell it on the dark web. The other thing that they say is that they want to be able to sleep at night.
You need one of the
and
best
they
shots
lose a lot of sleep if they found out their 0 day was being used to, make a dissident's life living hell. But there are a lot of people, good people, who also say, no, this is not my problem. This is the
because I'm a pimp with a huge dick.
If they weren't writing new bugs into their software every day, then there wouldn't be a market. Then there wouldn't be a problem. But they continue to write bugs into their software all the time, and they continue to profit off that software. So why shouldn't I profit off my labor too?
And everybody knows it.
And one of the things that has happened, which is, I think, a positive development over the last 10 years, are bug bounty programs. Companies like Google and Facebook, and then Microsoft, and finally Apple, which resisted it for a really long time, have said, okay, we are going to shift our perspective about hackers. We're no longer going to treat them as the enemy here. we're going to start paying them for what it's essentially free quality assurance.
Fuck you, man.
And we're going to pay them good money in some cases, six figures in some cases. We're never going to be able to bid against a zero-day broker who sells to government agencies, but we can reward them and hopefully get that bug earlier, where we can neutralize it, that they don't have to spend another developing a zero-day exploit, and that way we can keep our software more secure. But every week I get messages from some hacker that says,
"You're right.
I tried to see the zero-day exploit that was just found in the wild, being used by this nation state. I tried to tell Microsoft about this 2 years ago, and they were going to pay me peanuts, so it never got fixed." There are all sorts of those stories that can continue on. And, I think just generally, hackers are not very good at diplomacy. They tend to be pretty snipey, technical crowd, and very philosophical in my experience. But, diplomacy is not their strong suit.
So there almost has to be a broker between companies and hackers, where you can translate effectively, just like you have a zero-day broker between governments and hackers.
Yeah.
Because you have to speak their language.
Yeah. And there have been some of those companies who've risen up to meet that demand, and HackerOne is one of them. Bug Crowd is another.
Zoot.
Synac has an interesting model. So that's a company that you pay for a private bug bounty program, essentially. So you pay this company, they hackers all over the world to come hack your software, hack your system. And then they'll quietly tell you what they found. And I think that's a really good development. And actually, the Department of Defense hired all three of those companies I just mentioned to help secure their systems. Now, I think they're still a little timid in terms of letting those hackers into the really sensitive, high-side classified stuff. But, baby steps.
Just to understand what you were saying, you think it's impossible for companies to financially compete with the zero-day brokers, with governments? So, like, the defense can't outpay the hackers?
It's interesting, they shouldn't outpay them, because what would happen if they started offering $2.5 million at Apple for any zero-day exploit that governments would pay that much for, is their own engineers would say, why the hell am I working for less than that and doing my 9 to 5 every day? So you would create a perverse incentive. And I didn't think about that until I started this research, and I realized, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to incentivize offense so much that it's to your own detriment. And so I think what they have, though, what the companies have on government agencies is, if they pay you, you get to talk about it. You get the street cred. You get to brag about the fact you just found that $2.5 million iOS zero-day that no one else did.
Yeah.
And if you sell it to a broker, you never get to talk about it. And I think that really does eat at people.
Can I ask you a big philosophical question about human nature here? So if you have, what you've seen, if a human being has a zero-day, they found a zero-day vulnerability that can hack into, I don't know, what's the worst thing you can hack into? Something that could launch nuclear weapons.
I've never.
Well, which percentage of the people in the world that have the skill would not share that with anyone? With
what
any
amazing shot.
Bad party. I guess how many people are completely devoid of ethical concerns in your sense? So my belief is all the ultra competent people, or very, very high percentage of ultra competent people, are also ethical people. That's been but then again, my experience narrow. What's your experience been like?
So this was another question I wanted to answer. Who are these people who would sell a zero-day exploit that would neutralize a Schneider Electric safety lock at a petrochemical plant? Basically, the last thing you would need to neutralize before you trigger some kind of explosion. Who would sell that? And I got my answer.
Yo, pimp.
Well, the answer was different. A lot of people said I would never even look there because I don't even want to know. I don't even want to have that capability. I don't even want to have to make that decision about whether I'm going to profit off of that knowledge. I went down to Argentina, and this whole kind of moral calculus I had in my head was completely flipped around. So just to back up for a moment. So Argentina actually is a real hacker's paradise. People grew up in Argentina, and I went down there. I guess I was there around 2015, 2016, but you still can get an iPhone. They didn't have Amazon Prime. You couldn't get access to any of the apps we all take for granted.
Give me any ammunition.
Those things in Argentina as a kid, you have to find a way to them. And it's the whole culture really like a hacker culture. They say like it's really like a MacGyver culture.
Look at the
you have to figure out how to break into something with wire and tape.
8 straight
and
games.
That means that there are a lot of really good hackers in Argentina who specialize in developing zero-day exploits. And I went down to this Argentina conference called Echo Party. And I asked the organizer, okay, can you introduce me to someone who's selling zero-day exploits?
I thought you were going to make it. So you've lost 8 straight games.
Throw a stone anywhere and you're going to hit someone.
Do you want to be
all over this conference? You saw these guys who were clearly from these Gulf states who only spoke Arabic. What are they doing at a young hacking conference in Buenos Aires? And so I went out to lunch.
I've won 9 straight games.
This godfather of the hacking.
This is just the most incredible ass
I asked
kicking.
This really dumb question, and I'm still embarrassed about how I phrased it. But I said, so will these guys only sell these zero-day exploits to good Western governments? And he said, Nicole, last time I checked, the United States wasn't a good Western government. The last country that bombed another country into oblivion wasn't China or Iran. It was the United States. So if we're going to go by your whole moral calculus, just know that we have a very different calculus down here. And we'd actually rather sell to Iran or Russia or China maybe than the United States. And that just blew me away. Like, wow. He's like, we'll just sell to whoever brings us the biggest bag of cash. Have you checked into our inflation situation recently? So, I had some of those like reality checks along the way. We tend to think of things as, is this moral? Is this ethical? Especially as journalists. We kind of sit on our high horse sometimes and write about a lot of things that seem to push the moral bounds.
You're in the water.
In this market, which is essentially an underground market that, the one rule is like Fight Club. No one talks about FUB. First rule of the zero-day market, nobody talks about the zero-day market on both sides. Because the hacker doesn't want to lose their $2.5 million bounty, and governments roll these into classified programs, and they don't want anyone to know what they have. No one talks about this thing. And when you're operating in the dark like that, it's really easy to put aside your morals sometimes.
Bye-bye, Zoot.
Can I, at a small tangent, ask you, by way of advice,
because I'm a
you
pimp.
Must have done some incredible interviews. And you've also spoken about how serious you take protecting your sources. If you were to give me advice for interviewing when you're recording on mic with a video camera, how is it possible to get into this world? Like, is it basically impossible? So you've spoken with a few people. What is it, like the father of cyber war, cybersecurity?
You've lost 9 straight games. What are your thoughts?
And they still have to be pretty brave to speak publicly.
No one
is it
gives a
virtually
shit about
impossible
that, dog.
to really talk to anybody who's
about which people care
current
is that
hacker?
you've
You're
lost
always like 10,
9
20 years
straight
behind.
games.
It's a good question, and this is why I'm a print journalist. But, a lot, when I've seen people do it, it's always the guy who's behind the shadows, whose voice has been heard. When they've gotten someone on camera, that's
sexy.
usually how they do it.
It's beautiful.
Very, very few people talk in this space. And there's actually a pretty well-known case study in why you don't talk publicly in this space and you don't get photographed. And that's the Gruk. So, the Gruk is, or was, this zero-day broker, South African guy, lives in Thailand. And right when I was starting on this subject at the New York Times. He'd given an interview to Forbes, and he talked about being a zero-day broker.
Amazing
and
shot,
he even
Zoot.
posed next to this giant duffel bag filled with cash, ostensibly. And later he would say he was speaking off the record, he didn't understand the rules of the game. But what I heard from people who did business with him was that the minute that story came out, he became PNG'd. No one did business with him. You know, his business plummeted by at least half. No one wants to do business with anyone who's going to get on camera and talk about how they're selling 0 days to governments. You know,
I'm so sexy, Zoot.
It puts you at danger. And I did hear that he got some visits from some security folks. And, you know, it's another thing for these people to consider. You know, if they have those 0-day exploits at their disposal, they become a huge target for nation states all over the world. You know, talk about having perfect OPSEC. You know, you better have some perfect OPSEC if people know that you have access to those 0-day exploits.
Which sucks because, I mean, transparency here would be really powerful for educating the world and also inspiring other engineers to do good. It just feels like when you operate in the shadows, it doesn't help us move in the positive direction in terms of like getting more people on the defense side versus on the attack side.
Right.
But of course, what can you do? I mean, the best you can possibly do is have great journalists, just like you did, interview and write books about it and integrate the information you get while hiding the sources.
Yeah. And I think, you know, what HackerOne has told me was, okay, let's just put away the people that are finding and developing 0-day exploits all day long. Let's put that aside. What about the however many millions of programmers all over the world who've never even heard of a 0-day exploit? Why not tap into them and say, hey, we'll start paying you if you can find a bug in United Airlines software or in Schneider Electric or in Ford or Tesla. And I think that is a really smart approach. Let's go find this untapped army of programmers to neutralize these bugs before the people who will continue to sell these to governments can find them and exploit them.
Okay, I have to ask you about this from a personal side. It's funny enough, after we agreed to talk, I've gotten, for the first time in my life, was a victim of a cyber attack. So this is ransomware. It's called Deadbolt. People can look it up. I have a QNAP device for basically kind of coldish storage. So it's about 60 terabytes with 50 terabytes of data on it.
And I did, because I'm a pimp and I'm sexy.
Apparently about 4,000 to 5,000 QNAP devices were hacked and taken over with this ransomware. And what ransomware does there is it goes file by file, almost all the files on the QNAP storage device, and encrypts them. And then there's this very eloquent and politely written
that might allow you to win the game.
It describes what happened. All your files have been encrypted. This includes, but is not limited to, photos, documents, sheets. Why me? This is a lot of people commented about how friendly and eloquent this is, and I have to commend them. It's pretty user friendly. Why me? This is not a personal attack.
What are your
because
thoughts?
of the inadequate security provided by your vendor, QNAP. What now? You can make a payment of exactly 0.03 Bitcoin, which is about $1,000, to the following address. Once the payment has been made, we'll follow up with transaction to the same address.
Over,
blah,
baby.
blah, blah. They give you instructions of what happens next, and they'll give you a decryption key that you can then use. And then there's another message to QNAP
You're
that
done.
says,
You've lost 10 straight games.
All your affected customers have been targeted using a 0-day vulnerability in your product.
9?
We offer you
it's
2
9?
options to mitigate this and future damage.
All right, 9 straight.
One,
This
make a
is the
Bitcoin
10th game.
payment of 5
Apologies, I lost
Bitcoin
track.
to the following
Because I won
address,
so much. All
and
I
that
do
will
is
reveal
win,
to
win,
QNAP
win, no matter
the,
what.
I'm
Got
summarizing
money
things
on
here,
my mind, I can never
what the
get
actual
enough.
vulnerability
And
is,
every
or
time I
you can
step
make a
up in the
Bitcoin payment
building,
of 50
everybody hands
Bitcoin
go
to
up,
get a master decryption
and they
key
stay
for your
there,
customers. 50
and they
Bitcoin is
stay
about
there,
$1.8 million.
and they stay there up, down,
Okay.
up, down, up, down.
So first
Because
of all,
all
on a
I do is
personal level,
win,
this one hurt
and
for
if
me.
you feel put your hands up in the air,
there's-
and they stay there.
I mean, I learned a lot because I wasn't, for the most part, backing up much of that data because I thought
yeah, I'll sing it for you.
I
It
can
goes
afford
like
to lose
this.
that data.
My name is
It's
Zoot,
not
Zoot,
like
Zoot.
horrible.
All I
think you've spoken
all I
about
do is
the
lose. My
crown
name is
jewels,
Zoot.
like making sure
I
there's
lose
things you really protect.
to
And
Rabbi
I have
every time I can't get enough. And every
I'm
time I
very
play the
conscious
Play-Doh app,
security-wise of the
everybody
crown
knows I'm
jewels.
gonna lose.
But there's a bunch of stuff like,
And I always lose.
personal
and
videos.
I always
They're not
lose.
like
And I
don't
always
even creep people. It's just like fun things I did
lose.
that
All
because
you
they're
do
very
is
large,
lose,
or 4K or something like that, I kept them on
and
there.
if you can't
Thinking
get-
RAID 5 will protect
That's
it.
not the right
And
angle.
I lost a bunch of stuff,
All you
including
do is
raw
lose, no matter what.
footage,
Got
from
losing on your
interviews and all
mind,
that
you
kind
can
of
never
stuff.
get enough. And
So it's
every time you
painful.
step out in
And
the
I'm sure there's a
building,
lot of
everybody
painful stuff like
hands
that
go
for the
down,
4,000 to 5,000
down,
people that
down.
use
And they
QNAP.
stay there,
And there's a lot
and
of
they stay
interesting
there,
ethical questions.
and they stay there.
Do you
Lose,
pay
lose,
them?
lose.
Does
'Cause
QNAP
all
pay
you
them?
do is lose.
Do the individuals
and
pay
if
them?
you can't-
Especially when you don't know if it's
Oh,
going to
Zoot,
work or not.
watch this move.
Do you wait? So QNAP
Bye.
said that please don't pay them.
All you do is lose,
We're
no matter
working very
what.
hard
Got
day and night
money
to
on the
solve
mind,
this.
and I never get enough. And
Um,
every time I step up in
it's
the
so
building,
philosophically interesting to
everybody's
me
hands
because
go.
I also project
for me
onto them
up,
thinking, what is their
but I
motivation?
win.
Because the way they
So
phrased
this is the
it
Zoot
on
song.
purpose,
All he
perhaps,
does is
but I'm not sure if that
lose,
actually
no
reflects
matter
their real
what. Got
motivation.
money on his
is,
mind, he can never get enough.
Maybe they're
And
trying to
every
help
time he
themselves
step
sleep at
up
night,
in the building,
basically saying this is not
everybody's
about
hands
you.
go
This is
down.
about the company.
And they stay
vulnerabilities. Just
there,
like you mentioned,
and they
this is the
stay there,
justification they have.
and they stay there.
But they're hurting real people.
Lose.
They hurt me,
'Cause all you
but I'm
do is
sure there's a
lose,
few others that
lose,
are really
lose.
hurt.
And if you go ahead,
And the 0-day factor is a big one. You know,
all
that
you do is
their
lose,
QNAP right
no matter
now
what.
is
Got
trying to
money
figure
on
out
the
what the hell is
mind,
wrong with
never
their
get
system that
enough.
would let this in.
And every time I step up in the
Even if they
building,
pay,
everybody
they
hands
still don't
go
know where
up.
the 0-day is. What's to say that they
And they
won't just
stay
hit them
there,
again and hit you
And
again?
they stay there.
So that really
and they stay
complicates
there.
things, and things, and that is a huge advancement
You do is lose,
for ransomware.
lose.
It's
lose,
really
and
only
you
been,
get
I think, in the last 18 months that we've ever really seen ransomware exploit zero
All
days
you do is lose,
to pull these off.
no matter
Usually,
what. Got money
80%
on
of
my mind,
them,
and I never get
I think
enough.
the data shows
And every time I
80% of
step
them
into
come
the
down
building,
to a
everybody's
lack of
hands go
two-factor
up.
authentication.
And they
And
stay
so when someone
there,
gets hit
and they
by
stay
a
there,
ransomware attack,
and they stay
and have
there.
two-factor authentication on,
Because
you
all
know,
you
their
do is
employees were
lose,
using stupid
lose,
passwords.
lose.
Like, you can mitigate
Zoot,
that in the
You
future.
have to make
This
this
one,
shot.
they don't know. They probably don't know.
Yeah, and it was,
Oh,
I
you
guess,
almost did.
0 clicks.
But you didn't,
I didn't
right?
do
Because all
anything.
you do is
The only thing
lose, no matter what. Money
know,
on my
here's the
mind,
thing.
and I never get enough.
I did,
Zoot.
basics of, put it behind a firewall. I followed instructions,
Mm-hmm.
but like I didn't really pay attention. So maybe there's a misconfiguration of some sort that's easy to make.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult. We have a
Oh,
personal
Zoot does
mass
it lose, no matter
so
what.
I'm not willing to
got
sort
money on the
of
mind,
say
and
that I
you
did
never get
everything I
enough.
possibly could.
And every time you step up in the building,
But I did a lot of reasonable stuff, and they still hit it with 0 clicks. I didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, well, it's like a 0-day and it's a supply chain attack. You're getting hit from your supplier.
What are your
You're
thoughts on
getting
that
hit
shot?
because of your vendor.
Don't do
And
that.
it's also a new thing for
Don't do
ransomware
that.
groups to go to the individuals to pressure them to pay.
Thank
There was
you.
this really interesting case, I think it was in Norway,
Zoot,
where there was
not
a
only are you
mental
gonna
health
lose,
clinic,
but you might lose in
that
a
got
perfect
hit.
game.
and the cyber criminals were going to
All
the
you do is
patients
lose,
themselves
no matter
to say,
what.
pay
Got
this,
money
or
on my
we're going
mind,
to
and I can never
release
get enough.
your
Zoot,
psychiatric
you lost
records.
10 straight games,
talk
son.
about hell.
I don't know what's more
Um,
embarrassing.
In
Losing
terms of
100
whether to
straight
pay,
literati games
that
against
is on
me,
the
or
cheaper
10
end
straight
of the spectrum.
mini
From
golf
the
games
individual,
against me.
from
When
the
you played more
company.
mini
Both.
golf than I have.
We've seen,
All you do is
for
lose,
instance, there was
lose,
an
no matter
Apple
what.
supplier
What What a
Taiwan.
shot. What a
They got
shot
hit,
to get my
and
10th
the ransom
win.
demand was 50
So,
million.
I just made
Yeah,
it.
I'm surprised it's
made
only
it.
1.8 million.
And
I'm
they
sure it's
stayed
going to go up.
and they stay there up, down,
and it's hard,
up, down,
there's
up, all
obviously
you do is
governments
lose,
and maybe in this case the company are going to tell you
Let's
we recommend
interview
you don't.
Let's interview. Let's try to get in the. Let's try to get in your mindset. Okay, here I am on the 5th hole on the green. I'm here with Zoot. Zoot, first question we got to ask you: what's it like to get your ass kicked 5 straight games and then 10 straight games? Zoot, do you have any comments? Was it inferior play on your part, superior play on Rabbi's part, or was it a mixture? All right, well, back to you in the studio. Zoot, you've lost.
I'll beat you at any other game.
Dog, I would mop the floor with you right now. Okay, well, what about mini golf?
No, we're not playing mini golf.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll go easy on you. We'll play darts. I'll let you get some wins in. Oh, I fucked up, though. I didn't send you a darts invitation. Fuck, I fucked up again. Zoot, I've invited you. Oh no, I don't want to go.
I can beat you in this with my eyes closed.
All right, but you couldn't beat me 10 straight times.
What's that? Eyes closed.
$50. That was really good. Okay, it's really easy to say that when no one can see your face.
I was saying my eyes closed.
There you go, Zoo.
First round, I had my eyes closed.
Okay.
Second round, I didn't.
All right. No one believes you, but that's cool.
Did I just win the first round?
Yep.
Okay. With my eyes closed.
Dude, I know what you're talking about when you play against other people. Their groupings are so tight, and it's always right around that triple 20.
Yeah, they're using block.
Whatever you do, don't fuck this up. Give me a double 20.
Okay. So I need a 20 and a 10. Or
Double 15, son. Double 15. You just checked out with a double 15.
Yeah, you need 20.
Fuck.
Fuck, you're going into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, don't fuck up, dude.
Oh, no, that was bad.
I'm not good at these, though.
Yeah, but basically, yeah, you didn't have to do much.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in a building, everybody hand go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. You got 2, 2, 1, 1. That's like almost as bad, like the worst you can do.
Because that's not terrible.
Triple 20. Dude, I could do it, Zoot. I did it! Zoot, I did it!
Are you won in the first round?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
You got 4. I got 101. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it, Zoot.
How does it feel?
Fucking amazing. You've gotten 2 in your career. With playing with me, at least. Dog. All right. I need a break.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Don't forget, when you come back and we play mini golf, bring your A game and don't lose. It's as simple as that, okay? So do you need me to repeat the instructions? It's bring your A game and don't lose.
Yeah.
See ya.
Don't pay or please don't pay. But the reality on the ground is that some businesses can't operate. Some countries can't function. I mean, the underreported storyline of Colonial Pipeline was after the company got hit and took the preemptive step of shutting down the pipeline because their billing systems were frozen. They couldn't charge customers downstream.
Frozen billing system.
My colleague David Sanger and I got our hands on a classified assessment that said that as a country,
no matter what,
we could have only afforded 2 to 3 more days of Colonial Pipeline being down. And it was really interesting. I thought it was the gas and the jet fuel, but it wasn't. It was the diesel. Without the diesel, the refineries couldn't function, and it would have totally screwed up the economy. And so there was almost this like national security economic impetus for them to pay this ransom. And the other one I always think about is Baltimore. When the city of Baltimore got hit, I think the initial ransom demand was something around $76,000. It may have even started smaller than that. And Baltimore stood its ground and didn't pay. But ultimately, the cost to remediate was $18 million. It's a lot for the city of Baltimore. That's money that could have gone to public school education and roads and public health. And instead, it just went to rebuilding these systems from scratch. And so a lot of residents in Baltimore were like, why the hell didn't you pay the $76,000? So it's not obvious. It's easy to say don't pay, because why? You're funding their R&D for the next go round. But it's too often, it's too complicated.
So on the individual level, just like, the way I feel in this attack, have you talked to people that were kind of victims in the same way I was, but maybe more dramatic ways or so on? In the same way that violence hurts people.
Yeah.
How much does this hurt people in your sense and in the way you researched it?
The worst ransomware attack I've covered on a personal level was an attack on a hospital in Vermont. And you think of this as like it's hitting their IT networks. They should still be able to treat patients. But it turns out that cancer patients couldn't get their chemo anymore because the protocol of who gets what is very complicated. And without it, nurses and doctors couldn't access it. So they were turning chemo patients away, cancer patients away. One nurse told us, I don't know why people aren't screaming about this. The only thing I've seen that even compares to what we're seeing at this hospital right now was when I worked in the burn unit after the Boston Marathon bombing. They really put it in these super dramatic terms. And last year, there was a report in the Wall Street Journal where they attributed an infant death to a ransomware attack because a mom came in and whatever device they were using to monitor the fetus wasn't working because of the ransomware attack. And so they attributed this infant death to the ransomware attack. Now, on a bigger scale, but less personal, when there was the NotPetya attack. So this was an attack by Russia on Ukraine that came at them through a supplier, a tax software company in that case, that didn't just hit any government agency or business in Ukraine that used this tax software. It actually hit any business all over the world that had even a single employee working remotely in Ukraine. So it hit Maersk, the shipping company, but hit Pfizer, hit FedEx. But the one I will never forget is Merck. It paralyzed Merck's factories. I mean, it really created an existential crisis for the company. Merck had to tap into the CDC's emergency supplies of the Gardasil vaccine that year because their whole vaccine production line had been paralyzed in that attack. Imagine that was going to happen right now to Pfizer or Moderna or Johnson & Johnson. You know, imagine a global cyber terrorist attack, essentially.
And that's almost unintentional.
I thought for a long time, I always labeled it as collateral damage. But actually, just today, there was a really impressive threat researcher at Cisco, which has this threat intelligence division called Talos, who said, stop calling it collateral damage. They could see who was going to get hit before they deployed that malware. It wasn't collateral damage. It was intentional. They meant to hit any business that did business with Ukraine. It was to send a message to them too. So I don't know if that's accurate. I always thought of it as sort of the sloppy collateral damage, but it definitely made me think.
So how much of this between states is going to be a part of war? These kinds of attacks in Ukraine, between Russia and US, Russia and China, China and US.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at China and US. Do you think China and US are going to escalate something that would be called a war purely in the space of cyber?
I believe any geopolitical conflict from now on is guaranteed to have some cyber element to it. The Department of Justice recently declassified a report that said China's been hacking into our pipelines, and it's not for intellectual property theft. It's to get a foothold so that if things escalate in Taiwan, for example, they are where they need to be to shut our pipelines down. And we just got a little glimpse of what that looked like with Colonial Pipeline and the panic buying, shortages, and that assessment I just mentioned about the diesel. So they're there. You know, they've got in there. Anytime I read a report about new aggression from Chinese fighter jets in Taiwan, or what's happening right now with Russia's buildup on the Ukraine border, or India, Pakistan, I'm always looking at it through a cyber lens, and it really bothers me that other people aren't, because there is no way that these governments and these nation states are not going to use their access to gain some advantage in those conflicts. And, you know, I'm now in a position where I'm an advisor to the cybersecurity infrastructure security agency at DHS. So I'm not saying anything classified here, but I just think that it's really important to understand just generally what the collateral damage could be for American businesses and critical infrastructure in any of these escalated conflicts around the world. Because just generally, our adversaries have learned that they might never be able to match us in terms of our traditional military spending on traditional weapons and fighter jets. We have a very soft underbelly when it comes to cyber. 80% or more of America's critical infrastructure, so pipelines, power grid, nuclear plants, water systems, is owned and operated by the private sector. And for the most part, there is nothing out there legislating that those companies share the fact they've been breached. They don't even have to tell the government they've been hit. There's nothing mandating that they even meet a bare minimum standard of cybersecurity. And that's it. So even when there are these attacks, most of the time we don't even know about it. So that is, if you were going to design a system to be as blind and vulnerable as possible, that's pretty good. That's what it looks like, is what we have here in the United States. And everyone here is just operating like, let's just keep hooking up everything for convenience. Software eats the world. Let's just keep going for cost, for convenience sake, just because we can. And when you study these issues and you study these attacks and you study the advancement and the uptick in frequency and the lower barrier to entry that we see every single year, you realize just how dumb software eats world is. And no one has ever stopped to pause and think, should we be hooking up these systems to the internet? They've just been saying, can we? Let's do it. And that's a real problem. And just in the last year, we've seen a record number of zero-day attacks. I think there were 80 last year, which is probably more than double what it was in 2019. A lot of those were nation states. We live in a world with a lot of geopolitical hot points right now. And where those geopolitical hot points are places where countries have been investing heavily in offensive cyber tools.
If you're a nation state, the goal would be to maximize the footprint of 0-day, like super secret 0-day that nobody's aware of. And whenever war is initiated, the huge negative effects of shutting down infrastructure or any kind of 0-day is the chaos it creates. So if there's a certain threshold to create the chaos, the kids' problem is just everything goes to hell.
So just 0 days, we make it so easy for threat actors. I mean, we're not using two-factor authentication. We're not patching. There was the shell shock vulnerability that was discovered a couple years ago. It's still being exploited because so many people haven't fixed it. So, the 0 days are really the sexy stuff. And what really drew me to the 0-day market was the moral calculus we talked about. Particularly from government's point of view. How do they justify leaving these systems so vulnerable when we use them here and we're baking critical infrastructure with this vulnerable software? It's not like we're using one set of technology and Russia's using another and China's using this. We're all using the same technology. So when you find a 0-day in Windows, you're not just leaving it open so you can spy on Russia or implant yourself in the Russian grid. You're leaving Americans vulnerable too. But 0 days are like, that is the secret sauce. That's the superpower. And I always say, like, every country now, with the exception of Antarctica, someone added the Vatican to my list, is trying to find offensive hacking tools in 0 days to make them work. And those that don't have the skills now have this market that they can tap into, where $2.5 million chump change for a lot of these nation states. It's a hell of a lot less than trying to build the next fighter jet. But yeah, the goal is chaos. I mean, why did Russia turn off the lights twice in Ukraine? I think part of it is chaos. I think part of it is to sow the seeds of doubt in their current government. Mm-hmm. Your government can't even keep your lights on. Why are you sticking with them? Come over here and we'll keep your lights on at least. There's like a little bit of that.
Nuclear weapons seems to have helped prevent nuclear war. Is it possible that we have so many vulnerabilities and so many attack vectors on each other that it will kind of achieve the same kind of equilibrium like mutually assured destruction?
Yeah.
That's one hopeful solution to this. Do you have any hope for this particular solution?
Nuclear analogies always tend to fall apart when it comes to cyber, mainly because you don't need fissile material. You just need a laptop and the skills and you're in the game. So it's a really low barrier to entry. The other thing is attribution's harder. And we've seen countries muck around with attribution We've seen, nation states piggyback on other countries' spy operations and just sit there and siphon out whatever they're getting. We learned some of that from the Snowden documents. We've seen Russia hack into Iran's command and control attack servers. We've seen them hit a Saudi petrochemical plant where they did neutralize the safety locks at the plant, and everyone assumed that it was Iran, given Iran had been targeting Saudi oil companies forever. But nope, it turned out that it was a graduate research institute outside Moscow. So you see countries kind of playing around with attribution. Why? I think because they think, okay, if I do this, like, how am I going to cover up that it came from me, because I don't want to risk the response. So people are sort of dancing around this. It's just in a very different way. And, at the Times, it covered the Chinese hacks of infrastructure companies like pipelines. I'd covered the Russian probes of nuclear plants. I'd covered attacks on the Ukraine grid. And then in 2018, my colleague David Sanger and I covered the fact that U.S. Cyber Command had been hacking into the Russian grid and making a pretty loud show of it. And when we went to the National Security Council, because that's what journalists do before they publish a story, they give the other side a chance to respond, I assumed we would be in for that really awkward, painful conversation where they would say, you will have blood on your hands if you publish this story. And instead, they gave us the opposite answer. They said, we have no problem with you publishing this story. Why? Well, they didn't say it out loud, but it was pretty obvious they wanted Russia to know that we're hacking into their power grid too, and they better think twice before they do to us what they've done to Ukraine. So yeah, we have stumbled into this new era of mutually assured digital destruction. I think another sort of quasi norm we've stumbled into is proportional responses. There's this idea that if you get hit, you're allowed to respond proportionally at a time and place of your choosing. That is how the language always goes. That's what Obama said after North Korea hit Sony. We will respond at a time and place of our choosing. But no one really knows what that response looks like. And so what you see a lot of the time are just these just short of war attacks. Russia turned off the power in Ukraine, but it wasn't like it stayed off for a week. It stayed off for a number of hours. NotPetya hit those companies pretty hard, but no one died. And the question is, what's going to happen when someone dies? And can a nation state masquerade as a cyber criminal group, as a ransomware group? And that's what really complicates coming to some sort of digital Geneva convention. There's been a push from Brad Smith at Microsoft. We need a digital Geneva convention. And on its face, it sounds like a no-brainer. Yeah, why wouldn't we all agree to stop hacking into each other's civilian hospital systems, elections, power grid, pipelines? But when you talk to people in the West, officials in the West, they'll say, we'd love to agree to it, but we never do it when you're dealing with Xi or Putin or Kim Jong-un. Because a lot of times they outsource these operations to cyber criminals. In China, we see a lot of these attacks come from this loose satellite network of private citizens that work at the behest of the Ministry of State Security. So how do you come to some sort of state-to-state agreement when you're dealing with transnational actors and cyber criminals, where it's really hard to pin down whether that person was acting alone or whether they were acting at the behest of the MSS or the FSB? And, a couple of years ago, I can't remember if it was before or after NotPetya, but Putin said, hackers are like artists who wake up in the morning in a good mood and start painting. In other words, no say over what they do or don't do. So how do you come to some kind of norm when that's how he's talking about these issues, and he's just decimated Merck and Pfizer and another however many thousand companies?
That is the fundamental difference between nuclear weapons and cyber attacks, is the attribution, or one of the fundamental differences If you can fix one thing in the world in terms of cybersecurity that would make the world a better place, what would you fix?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not allowed to fix like authoritarian regimes, and you can't.
Right.
You have to keep that. You have to keep human nature as it is.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of on the security side, technologically speaking, you mentioned there's no regulation on companies in the United States. What if you could just fix with the snap of a finger? What would you fix?
Two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication. It's ridiculous how many of these attacks come in because someone didn't turn on multi-factor authentication. I mean, Colonial Pipeline, okay? They took down the biggest conduit for gas, jet fuel, and diesel to the east coast of the United States of America. How? Because they forgot to deactivate an old employee account whose password had been traded on the dark web, and they'd never turned on two-factor authentication. This water treatment facility outside Florida was hacked last year. How did it happen? They were using Windows XP from like a decade ago that can't even get patches if you want it to, and they didn't have two-factor authentication. Time and time again, if they just switched on two-factor authentication, some of these attacks wouldn't have been possible. Now, if I could snap my fingers, that's the thing I would do right now. But of course, this is a cat and mouse game, and then the attacker's on to the next thing. But I think right now, that is like bar none. That is the easiest, simplest way to deflect the most attacks. And the name of the game right now isn't perfect security. Perfect security is impossible. They will always find a way in. The name of the game right now is make yourself a little bit harder to attack than your competitor, than anyone else out there, so that they just give up and move along. And maybe if you are a target for an advanced nation state or the SVR, you're going to get hacked no matter what. But you can make cyber criminal groups, Deadbolt is it? You can make their job a lot harder. Simply by doing the bare basics. And the other thing is stop reusing your passwords. But if I only get one, then two-factor authentication.
So what is two-factor authentication? Factor one is what? Logging in with a password. And factor two is like have another device or another channel through which you can confirm, yeah, that's me.
Yes. Usually this happens through some kind of text. You get your one-time code from Bank of America or from Google. Better way to do it is spend $20 buying yourself a FIDO key on Amazon. That's a hardware device. And if you don't have that hardware device with you, then you're not going to get in. And the whole goal is, basically, my first half of my decade at the Times was spent covering like the cop beat. It was like Home Depot got breached, News at 11, Target, Neiman Marcus, like who wasn't hacked over the course of those 5 years? And a lot of those companies that got hacked, what did hackers take? They took the credentials. They took the passwords. They can make a pretty penny selling them on the dark web. And people reuse their passwords. So you get one from, God knows who, I don't know, LastPass. The worst case example, actually, LastPass. But you get one, and then you go test it on their email account. And you go test it on their brokerage account, and you test it on their cold storage account.
Yeah.
That's how it works. But if you have multi-factor authentication, then they can't get in because they might have your password, but they don't have your phone. They don't have your FIDO key, and so you keep them out. And, I get a lot of alerts that tell me someone is trying to get into your Instagram account or your Twitter account or your email account. And I don't worry, because I use multi-factor authentication. They can try all day. Okay, I worry a little bit, but it's the simplest thing to do, and we don't even do it.
Well, there's an interface aspect to it because it's pretty annoying if it's implemented poorly.
Yeah.
So, so actually, bad implementation of two-factor authentication, not just bad, but just something that adds friction, is a security vulnerability, I guess, because it's really annoying. Like, I think MIT for a while had two-factor authentication. It was really annoying. The number of times it pings you, like it asks to re-authenticate across multiple subdomains. Like, it just feels like a pain. I don't know what the right balance there.
Yeah, it feels like friction in our frictionless society. It feels like friction. It's annoying. That's security's biggest problem. It's annoying. We need the Steve Jobs of security to come along, and we need to make it painless. And actually, on that point, Apple has probably done more for security than anyone else simply by introducing biometric authentication, fingerprint, and then with Face ID. It's not perfect, but if you think just 8 years ago, everyone was running around with either no passcode, an optional passcode, or a 4-digit passcode on their phone that anyone, think of what you can get when you get someone's iPhone, if you steal someone's iPhone. And, props to them for introducing the fingerprint and Face ID. And again, it wasn't perfect, but it was a huge step forward. Now it's time to make another huge step forward. I want to see the password die. I mean, it's gotten us as far as it was ever going to get us. And I hope whatever we come up with next is not going to be annoying. It's going to be seamless.
When I was at Google, that's what we worked on and there's a lot of ways to call it active authentication, passive authentication. So basically you use biometric data, not just like a fingerprint, but everything from your body to identify who you are, like movement patterns. To basically create a lot of layers of protection where it's very difficult to fake, including like face unlock, checking that it's your actual face, like the liveness tests. So like from video, so unlocking it with video, voice, the way you move the phone, the way you take it out of the pocket, that kind of thing. All of those factors. It's a really hard problem though.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's very difficult to beat the password in terms of security.
Well, there's a company that I actually will call out, and that's Abnormal Security. So they work on email attacks. And it was started by a couple guys who were doing, I think, ad tech at Twitter. So, ad technology now, like, it's a joke how much they know about us. You always hear the conspiracy theories that, you saw someone's shoes and next thing you know, it's on your phone. It's amazing what they know about you. And they're basically taking that and they're applying it to attacks. So they're saying, okay, this is what your email patterns are. It might be different for you and me because we're emailing strangers all the time. But for most people, their email patterns are pretty predictable. And if something strays from that pattern, that's abnormal. And they'll block it, they'll investigate it, and that's great. Using that kind of targeted ad technology to protect people. And it's not going to get us away from the password and using multi-factor authentication, but the technology is out there and we just have to figure out how to use it in a really seamless way, because it doesn't matter if you have the perfect security solution if no one uses it. I mean, when I started at the Times, when I was trying to be really good about protecting sources, I was trying to use PGP encryption, and it's like, it didn't work. The number of mistakes I would probably make just trying to email someone with PGP just wasn't worth it. And then Signal came along, and Signal made it wicker. They made it a lot easier to send someone an encrypted text message. So we have to start investing in creative minds, in good security design. I really think that's the hack that's going to get us out of where we are today.
What about social engineering? Do you worry about sort of hacking people?
Yes. I mean, this is the worst nightmare of every chief information security officer out there. Social engineering. We work from home now. I saw this woman posted online about how her husband, it went viral today, but it was her husband had this problem at work. They hired a guy named John, and now the guy that shows up for work every day doesn't act like John. I mean, think about that. Think about the potential for social engineering in that context. You apply for a job and you put on a pretty face, you hire an actor or something, and then you just get inside the organization and get access to all that organization's data. You know, a couple of years ago, Saudi Arabia planted spies inside Twitter. You know, why? Probably because they were trying to figure out who these people were who were criticizing the regime on Twitter. You know, they couldn't do it with a hack from the outside, so why not plant people on the inside? And that's like the worst nightmare. And it also, unfortunately, creates all kinds of xenophobia at a lot of these organizations. I mean, if you're going to have to take that into consideration, then organizations are going to start looking really skeptically and suspiciously at someone who applies for that job from China. And we've seen that go really badly at places like the Department of Commerce, where they basically accuse people of being spies that aren't spies. So it is the hardest problem to solve. And it's never been harder to solve than right at this very moment, when there's so much pressure for companies to let people work remotely.
That's actually why I'm single. I'm suspicious that China and Russia, every time I meet somebody, are trying to plant and get insider information. So I'm very, very suspicious. I keep putting the Turing test in front. No.
No, I have a friend who worked inside NSA and was one of their top hackers. And he's like, every time I go to Russia, I get hit on by these 10s.
Yeah.
And I come home, my friends are like, I'm sorry, you're not a 10. Like,
yeah.
the common story.
I mean, it's difficult to trust to trust humans in this day and age online, you know, because so we're working remotely. That's one thing. But just interacting with people on the internet, it sounds ridiculous, but you know, I've because of this podcast in part, I've gotten to meet some incredible people. But it makes you nervous to trust folks. And I don't know how to solve that problem. So I'm talking with Mark Zuckerberg, who dreams about creating the metaverse. What do you do about that world where more and more our lives is in the digital sphere? Like, one way to phrase it is most of our meaningful experiences at some point will be online. Like falling in love, getting a job, or experiencing a moment of happiness with a friend, with a new friend made online. All of those things. Like more and more, the fun we do, the things that make us love life will happen online. And if those things have an avatar that's digital, that's like a way to hack into people's minds, whether it's with AI or kind of troll farms or something like that. I don't know if there's a way to protect against that. That might fundamentally rely on our faith in how good human nature is. So if most people are good, we're going to be okay. But if people will tend towards manipulation and malevolent behavior in search of power, then we're screwed. So I don't know if you can comment on how to keep the metaverse secure.
Yeah, I mean, all I thought about when we were talking just now is my 3-year-old son. You know, he asked me the other day, "What's the internet, Mom?" And I just almost wanted to cry. You know, I don't want that for him. I don't want all of his most meaningful experiences to be online. You know, by the time that happens, how do you know that person's human? That avatar is human? I believe in free speech. I don't believe in speech for robots and bots. And like, look what just happened over the last 6 years. You know, we had bots pretending to be Black Lives Matter activists just to sow some division, or, you know, Texas secessionists, or, you know, organizing anti-Hillary protests, or just to sow more division, to tie us up in our own politics so that we're so paralyzed we can't get anything done. We can't make any progress, and definitely can't handle our adversaries and their long-term thinking. It really scares me. And here's where I just come back to, just because we can create the metaverse, you know, just because it sounds like the next logical step in our digital revolution, do I really want my child's most significant moments to be online? They weren't for me, so maybe I'm just stuck in that old school thinking, or maybe I've seen too much. And I'm really sick of being the guinea pig parent generation for these things. I mean, it's hard enough with screen time. Like, thinking about how to manage the metaverse as a parent to a young boy, like, I can't even let my head go there. That's so terrifying for me. But we've never stopped any new technology just because it introduces risks. We've always said, okay, the promise of this technology means we should keep going, keep pressing ahead. We just need to figure out new ways to manage that risk. And that's the blockchain right now. Like, when I was covering all of these ransomware attacks, I thought, okay, this is going to be it for cryptocurrency. Governments are going to put the kibosh down. They're going to put the hammer down and say enough is enough. Like, we have to put this genie back in the bottle because it's enabled ransomware. I mean, 5 years ago, they would hijack your PC and they'd say, go to the local pharmacy, get an e-gift card and tell us what the PIN is, and then we'll get your $200. Now it's pay us, 5 Bitcoin. And so there's no doubt cryptocurrencies enable ransomware attacks, but after the Colonial Pipeline ransom was seized, because if you remember, the FBI was actually able to go in and claw some of it back from DarkSide, which was the ransomware group that hit it. And I spoke to these guys at TRM Labs. So they're one of these blockchain intelligence companies. And a lot of people that work there used to work at the Treasury. And what they said to me was, yeah, cryptocurrency has enabled ransomware. But to track down that ransom payment would have taken, if we were dealing with fiat currency, would have taken us years to get to that one bank account or belonging to that one front company in the Seychelles. And now, thanks to the blockchain, we can track the movement of those funds in real time. And you know what? These payments are not as anonymous as people think. Like, we still can use our old hacking ways and 0 days and old school intelligence methods to find out who owns that private wallet and how to get to it. So it's a curse in some ways in that it's an enabler, but it's also a blessing. And they said that same thing to me that I just said to you. They said, we've never shut down a promising new technology because it introduced risk. We just figured out how to manage that risk.
And I think that's where the conversation, unfortunately, has to go, is how do we, in the metaverse, use technology to fix things. So maybe we'll finally be able to, not finally, but figure out a way to solve the identity problem on the internet, meaning like a blue check mark for actual human, and connect it to identity, like a fingerprint. You can prove you're you, and yet do it in a way that doesn't involve the company having all your data. So allowing you to maintain control over your data, or if you don't, then there's complete transparency of how that data is being used, all those kinds of things. And maybe as you educate more and more people, they would demand in a capitalist society that the companies that they give their data to will respect that data.
Yeah. I mean, there is this company, and I hope they succeed. Their name's Piano. And they want to create a vault for your personal information inside every organization. And ultimately, if I'm going to call Delta Airlines to book a flight, they don't need to know my social security number. They don't need to know my birth date. They're just going to send me a one-time token to my phone. My phone's going to say, or my FIDO key is going to say, yep, it's her. And then we're going to talk about my identity like a token, some random token. They don't need to know exactly who I am. They just need to know I am, the system trusts that I am who I say I am, but they don't get access to my PII data. They don't get access to my social security number or my location, or the fact I'm a Times journalist. I think that's the way the world's going to go. enough is enough on sort of losing our personal information everywhere, letting data marketing companies track our every move. They don't need to know who I am. Okay, I get it. We're stuck in this world where the internet runs on ads. So ads are not going to go away. But they don't need to know I'm Nicole Perlera. they can know that I'm token number, X567.
And they can let you know what they know and give you control about removing the things they know.
Yeah, right to be forgotten.
To me, you should be able to walk away with a single press of a button. And I also believe that most people, given the choice to walk away, won't walk away. They'll just feel better about having the option to walk away when they understand the trade-offs. If you walk away, you're not going to get some of the personalized experiences that you would otherwise get, like a personalized feed and all those kinds of things. But the freedom to walk is, I think, really powerful. Definitely, there's all these HTML forms where you have to enter your phone number and email and private information from Delta, every single airline.
Mm-hmm.
New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many opinions on this. Just the friction and the sign up and all of those kinds of things. I should be able to. This has to do with everything. This has to do with payment too. This payment should be trivial. It should be one click and one click to unsubscribe and subscribe, and one click to provide all of your information that's necessary for the subscription service, for the transaction service, whatever that is, getting a ticket. As opposed to, I have all these fake phone numbers and emails that I use now to sign up because you never know if one site is hacked, then it's just going to propagate to everything else.
Yeah, and there's low-hanging fruit, and I hope Congress does something. And frankly, I think it's negligent they haven't, on the fact that elderly people are getting spammed to death on their phones these days with fake car warranty scams. And I mean, my dad was in the hospital last year, and I was in the hospital room and his phone kept buzzing, and I looked at it and it's just spam attack after spam attack, people nonstop calling about his freaking car warranty. Why? They're trying to get his social security number. They're trying to get his PII. They're trying to get this information. We need to figure out how to put those people in jail. And we need to figure out why in the hell we are being required or asked to hand over our social security number and our home address and our passport, all of that information to every retailer who asks. I mean, that's insanity. And there's no question they're not protecting it. Because it keeps showing up in spam or identity theft or credit card theft or worse.
Well, the spam is getting better, and maybe I need to, as a side note, make a public announcement. Please clip this out, which is if you get an email or a message from Lex Friedman saying how much I, Lex, appreciate you and love you and so on, and please connect with me on my WhatsApp number and I will give you Bitcoin or something like that, please do not click. And I'm aware that there's a lot of this going on, a very large amount. I can't do anything about it. This is on every single platform. It's happening more and more and more. Which I've been recently informed that they're now emailing. So it's cross-platform. They're taking they're somehow, this is fascinating to me because they are taking people comment on various social platforms and they somehow reverse engineer. They figure out what their email is and they send an email to that person saying from Lex Friedman, and it's like a heartfelt email with links. It's fascinating because it's cross-platform now. It's not just a spam bot that's messaging a comment that in a reply. They are saying, okay, this person cares about this other person on social media, so I'm going to find another channel, which in their mind probably increases, and it does, the likelihood that they'll get the people to click. And they do. I don't know what to do about that. It makes me really, really sad, especially with podcasting. There's an intimacy. that people feel connected and they get really excited. Okay, cool. Like, I want to talk to Lex, and they click. And like, I get angry at the people that do this. I mean, it's like the John that gets hired, the fake employee. I mean, I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I suppose I suppose the solution is education. It's telling people to be skeptical on stuff they click. That's that balance with the technology solution of creating a maybe like two-factor authentication and maybe helping identify things that are likely to be spam. I don't know. But then the machine learning there is tricky because you don't want to add a lot of extra friction that just annoys people because they'll turn it off. Because you have the accept cookies thing, right? That everybody has to click on now, so now they completely ignore the accept cookies. This is very difficult to find that frictionless security. You mentioned Snowden. You talked about looking through the NSA documents he leaked and the hard work of that. What do you make of Edward Snowden? What did you learn from those documents? What do you think of him? Is in the long arc of history, is Edward Snowden a hero or a villain?
I think he's neither. I have really complicated feelings about Edward Snowden. On the one hand, I'm a journalist at heart, and more transparency is good. And I'm grateful for the conversations that we had in the post-Snowden era about the limits to surveillance and how critical privacy is. And when you have no transparency and you don't really know, in that case, what our secret courts were doing, how can you truly believe that our country is taking our civil liberties seriously? So on the one hand, I'm grateful that he cracked open these debates. On the other hand, when I walked into the storage closet of classified NSA secrets, I had just spent 2 years covering Chinese cyber espionage almost every day, and this sort of advancement of Russian attacks that were just getting worse and worse and more destructive. And there were no limits to Chinese cyber espionage and Chinese surveillance of its own citizens. And there seemed to be no limit to what Russia was willing to do in terms of cyber attacks and also, in some cases, assassinating journalists. So when I walked into that room, there was a part of me, quite honestly, that was relieved to know that the NSA was as good as I hoped they were. And we weren't using that knowledge to, as far as I know, assassinate journalists. We weren't using our access to, take out pharmaceutical companies. For the most part, we were using it for traditional espionage. Now, that set of documents also set me on the journey of my book, because to me, the American people's reaction to the Snowden documents was a little bit misplaced. They were upset about the phone call metadata collection program. Angela Merkel, I think, rightfully was upset that we were hacking her cell phone. But in sort of the spy world, hacking world leaders' cell phones is pretty much what most spy agencies do. And there wasn't a lot that I saw in those documents that was beyond what I thought a spy agency does. And I think if there was another 9/11 tomorrow, God forbid, we would all say, how did the NSA miss this? Why weren't they spying on those terrorists? Why weren't they world leaders? There's some of that too. But I think that there was great damage done to the US's reputation. I think we really lost our halo in terms of a protector of civil liberties. And I think a lot of what was reported was unfortunately reported in a vacuum. That was my biggest gripe, that we were always reporting the NSA has this program and here's what it does, and the NSA is in Angela Merkel's cell phone, and the NSA can do this, and no one was saying, and by the way, China has been hacking into our pipelines, and they've been making off with all of our intellectual property, and Russia's been hacking into our energy infrastructure, and they've been using the same methods to spy on, track, and in many cases kill their own journalists. And the Saudis have been doing this to their own critics and dissidents. And so you can't talk about any of these countries in isolation. It is really like spy out there. And so I just have complicated feelings. And the other thing is, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit of a tangent, but the amount of documents that we had, like thousands of documents, most of which were just crap, that had people's names on them. Part of me wishes that those documents had been released in a much more targeted, limited way. It's just a lot of it just felt a PowerPoint that was taken out of context. And you just sort of wish that there had been a little bit more thought into what was released, because I think a lot of the impact from Snowden was just the volume of the reporting. But I think, based on what I saw personally, there was a lot of stuff that I don't know why that particular thing got released.
As a whistleblower, what's the better way to do it? Because, there's fear, it takes a lot of effort to do a more targeted release. If there's proper channels, you're afraid that those channels will be manipulated. Like, who do you trust?
Mm-hmm.
What's a better way to do this, do you think? As a journalist, this is almost like a journalistic question. Reveal some fundamental flaw in the system without destroying the system. I bring up, again, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. There was a whistleblower that came out about Instagram internal studies. And I also am torn about how to feel about that whistleblower. Because from a company perspective, that's an open culture. How can you operate successfully if you have an open culture where any one whistleblower can come out of context, take a study, whether it represents a larger context or not, and the press eats it up, and then that creates a narrative that is just like with the NSA. You said it's out of context, very targeted, to where Facebook is evil, clearly because of this one leak. It's really hard to know what to do there, because we're now in a society that's deeply distrusts institutions, and so narratives by whistleblowers make that whistleblower and their forthcoming book very popular. And so there's a huge incentive to take stuff out of context and to tell stories that don't represent the full context, the full truth. It's hard to know what to do with that, because then that forces Facebook and Meta and governments to be much more conservative, much more secretive. It's like a race to the bottom. I don't know. I don't know if you can comment on any of that, how to be a whistleblower ethically and properly.
I don't know. These are hard questions. And, even for myself, like in some ways, I think of my book as sort of blowing the whistle on the underground 0-day market. But, it's not like I was in the market myself. It's not like I had access to classified data when I was reporting out that book. As I say in the book, listen, I'm just trying to scrape the surface here so we can have these conversations before it's too late. And, I'm sure there's plenty in there that someone who's, the U.S. intelligence agency's preeminent 0-day broker probably has some voodoo doll of me out there. And, you're never going to get it 100%. But I really applaud whistleblowers like, the whistleblower who blew the whistle on the Trump call with Zelensky. People needed to know about that we were basically in some ways blackmailing an ally to try to influence an election. I mean, they went through the proper channels. They weren't trying to profit off of it, right? There was no book that came out afterwards from that whistleblower. That whistleblower's not like, they went through the channels. They're not living in Moscow. Let's put it that way.
Can I ask you a question? You mentioned NSA. One of the things it showed is they're pretty good at what they do. Again, this is a touchy subject, but there's a lot of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies. From your understanding of intelligence agencies, CIA, NSA, and the equivalent of in other countries, are they, one question, this could be a dangerous question, are they competent? Are they good at what they do? And two, are they malevolent in any way? I recently had a conversation about tobacco companies that kind of see their customers as just like they can just play games with people.
Mm-hmm.
Conspiracy theories tell that similar story about intelligence agencies, that they're interested in manipulating the populace for whatever ends the powerful in dark rooms, cigar smoke filled rooms. What's your sense? Do these conspiracy theories have kind of any truth to them? Or are intelligence agencies, for the most part, good for society?
Okay, well, that's an easy one.
Is it?
No. I think, depends which intelligence agency. Think about the Mossad. They're killing every Iranian nuclear scientist they can over the years, but have they delayed the time horizon before Iran gets the bomb? Yeah. Have they probably staved off terror attacks on their own citizens? Yeah. None of these intelligence is intelligence. You can't just say like they're malevolent or they're heroes. Everyone I have met in this space is not like the pound your chest patriot that you see on the beach on the 4th of July. A lot of them have complicated feelings about their former employers. Well, at least at the NSA reminded me to do what we were accused of doing after Snowden, to spy on Americans. You have no idea the amount of red tape and paperwork and bureaucracy it would have taken to do what everyone thinks that we were supposedly doing. But then, we find out in the course of the Snowden reporting about a program called Love-In, where a couple of the NSA analysts were using their access to spy on their ex-girlfriends. So, there's an exception to every case. Generally, I will probably get, accused of my Western bias here again, but I think you can almost barely compare some of these Western intelligence agencies to China, for instance, and the surveillance that they're deploying on the Uyghurs, to the level they're deploying it, and the surveillance they're starting to export abroad with some of the programs like the watering hole attack I mentioned earlier, where it's not just hitting the Uyghurs inside China, it's hitting anyone interested in the Uyghur plight outside China. I mean, it could be an American high school student writing a paper on the Uyghurs. They want to spy on that person too. There's no rules in China really limiting the extent of that surveillance. And we all better pay attention to what's happening with the Uyghurs, because just as Ukraine has been to Russia in terms of a test kitchen for its cyber attacks, the Uyghurs are China's test kitchen for surveillance. And there's no doubt that they're testing them on the Uyghurs. Uyghurs are their petri dish, and eventually they will export that level of surveillance overseas. I mean, in 2015, Obama and Xi Jinping reached a deal where basically the White House said, you better cut it out on intellectual property theft. And so they made this agreement that they would not hack each other for commercial benefit. And for a period of about 18 months, we saw this huge drop-off in Chinese cyber attacks on American companies. But some of them continued. Where did they continue? They continued on aviation companies, on hospitality companies like Marriott. Why? Because that was still considered fair game to China. It wasn't IP theft they were after. They wanted to know who was staying in this city at this time when Chinese citizens were staying there so they could cross-match for counterintelligence who might be a likely Chinese spy. I'm sure we're doing some of that too. Counterintelligence is counterintelligence. It's considered fair game. But where I think it gets evil is when you use it for censorship, to suppress any dissent, to do what I've seen the UAE do to its citizens, where people who've gone on Twitter just to advocate for better voting rights, more enfranchisement, suddenly find their passports confiscated. I talked to one critic, Ahmed Mansour, and he told me, you might find yourself labeled a terrorist one day, and you don't even know how to operate a gun. I mean, he'd been beaten up. Every time he tried to go somewhere, his passport had been confiscated. By that point, it turned out they'd already hacked into his phone, so they were listening to us talking. They'd hacked into his baby monitor, so they're spying on his child. And they stole his car. And then they created a new law that you couldn't criticize the ruling family or the ruling party on Twitter. And he's been in solitary confinement every day since, on hunger strike. So that's evil. That's evil. And we don't do that here. We have here. We don't cross that line. In some cases, like, I won't go to Dubai. I won't go to Abu Dhabi. If I ever want to go to the Maldives, too bad. Most of the flights go through Dubai.
So there's some lines we're not willing to cross. But then again, just like you said, there's individuals within NSA, within CIA, and they may have power. And to me, there's levels of evil. To me personally, this is the stuff of conspiracy theories, is the things you've mentioned as evil are more direct attacks. But there's also psychological warfare. So blackmail. So what does spying allow you to do? Allow you to collect information if you have something that's embarrassing, or if you have, like Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, active manufacture of embarrassing things, and then use blackmail to manipulate the population or all the powerful people involved. It troubles me deeply that MIT allowed somebody like Jeffrey Epstein in their midst, especially some of the scientists I admire, that they would hang out with that person at all. And so, I'll talk about it sometimes. And then a lot of people tell me, well, obviously Jeffrey Epstein is a front for intelligence. And I just, I struggle to see that level of competence and malevolence. But, who the hell am I? And I guess I was trying to get to that point. You said that there's bureaucracy and so on, which makes some of these things very difficult. I wonder how much malevolence, how much competence there is in these institutions. Like, how far, this takes us back to the hacking question. How far are people willing to go if they have the power? This has to do with social engineering. This has to do with hacking. This has to do with manipulating people, attacking people, doing evil onto people, psychological warfare and stuff like that. I don't know. I believe that most people are good. And I don't think that's possible in a free society. There's something that happens when you have a centralized government where power corrupts over time, and you start, surveillance programs kind of, it's like a slippery slope that over time starts to both use fear and direct manipulation to control the populace. But in a free society, I just, it's difficult for me. You can have like somebody like a Jeffrey Epstein a front for intelligence? I don't know what I'm asking you, but I'm just I have a hope that for the most part, intelligence agencies are trying to do good and actually doing good for the world. When you view it in the full context of the complexities of the world. But then again, they're not, would we know? That's why Edward Snowden might be a good thing. Let me ask you on a personal question. You have investigated some of the most powerful organizations in the world of cyber warfare, security. Are you ever life, your own well-being, digital or physical?
I mean, I've had my moments. I've had our security team at the Times called me at one point and said someone's on the dark web offering good money to anyone who can hack your phone or your laptop. I describe in my book how when I was at that hacking conference in Argentina, I came back and I brought a burner laptop with me, but I'd kept it in the safe anyway, and it didn't have anything on it, but someone had broken in and it was moved. I've had all sorts of sort of scary moments. And then I've had moments where I think I went just way too far into the paranoid side. I mean, I remember writing about the Times hack by China, and I just covered a number of Chinese cyber attacks where they've gotten into the thermostat at someone's corporate apartment, and they got into all sorts of stuff. And I was living by myself. I was single in San Francisco, and my cable box on my television started making some weird noises in the middle of the night. And I got up and I ripped it out of the wall. And I think I said something like embarrassing, like, fuck you, China, And then I went back to bed and I woke up and this beautiful morning light. I mean, I'll never forget it. This glimmering morning light was shining on the cable box, which has now been ripped out and is sitting on my floor in the morning light. And I was just like, no. I'm not going down that road. You basically, I came to a road, a fork in the road where I could either go live off the grid, never have a car with nav, never use Google Maps, never own an iPhone, never order diapers, create an alias, or do the best I can and live in this new digital we're living in. And what does that look like for me? I mean, what are my crown jewels? This is what I tell people. What are your crown jewels? Because just focus on that. You can't protect everything, but you can protect your crown jewels. For me, for the longest time, my crown jewels were my sources. I was nothing without them. So I had some sources. I would meet the same dim sum place, or maybe it was a different restaurant, on the same date every quarter. And we would never drive there. We would never Uber there. We wouldn't bring any devices. I could bring a pencil and a notepad. And if someone wasn't in town, there were a couple times where I'd show up and the source never came. But we never communicated digitally. And those were the lengths I was willing to go to protect that source. But you can't do it for everyone. So for everyone else, it was Signal, using two-factor authentication, keeping my devices up to date, not clicking on phishing emails, using a password manager, all the things that we know we're supposed to do. And that's what I tell everyone. Don't go crazy, because then that's the ultimate hack. Then they've hacked your mind, whoever they is for you. But just do the best you can. Now, my whole risk model changed when I had a kid. Now it's, oh God, if anyone threatened my family, I'd help them. But it's it changes you, and unfortunately, there are some things I was really like Russian cybercrime, like Putin himself, And it's interesting. Like, I have a mentor who's an incredible person who was the Times Moscow bureau chief during the Cold War. And after a series of stories about Chinese cyber espionage, he took me out to lunch. And he told me that he was living in Moscow. He was kids off at preschool when they were my son's age now. And the KGB would follow him. And they would make a really like loud show of it. They'd tail him, they'd, honk, they'd just be a ruckus, make a ruckus. And he said, you know what, they never actually did anything. But they wanted me to know that they were following me. And I operated accordingly. And he says, that's how you should operate in the digital world. Know that there are probably people following you. Sometimes they'll make a little bit of noise. But one thing you need to know is that while you're at the New York Times, you have a little bit of an invisible shield on you. If something were to happen to you, that would be a really big deal. That would be an international incident. So I kind of carried that invisible shield with me for years. And then Jamal Khashoggi happened. And that destroyed my vision of my invisible shield. Sure, he was a Saudi, but he was a Washington Post columnist. For the most part, he was living in the United States. He was a journalist. And for them to do what they did to him pretty much in the open and get away with it, and for the United States to let them get away with it because we wanted to preserve diplomatic relations with the Saudis, that really threw my worldview upside down. And, I think that sent a message to a lot of countries that it was sort of open season on journalists. And to me, that was one of the most destructive things that happened under the previous administration. And, I don't really know what to think of my invisible shield anymore.
Like you said, that really worries me on the journalism side, that people would be afraid to dig deep on fascinating topics. And, I have my own, that's part of the reason that I would love to have kids. I would love to have a family. Part of the reason I'm a little bit afraid, there's many ways to phrase this, but the loss of freedom in the way of doing all the crazy shit that I naturally do, which I would say the ethic of journalism is kind of not, is doing crazy shit without really thinking about it, is letting your curiosity really allow you to be free and explore. Whether it's stupidity or fearlessness, whatever it is, that's what great journalism is. And all the concerns about security risks have made me become a better person. The way I approach it is just make sure you don't have anything to hide. I know this is not a thing. This is not an approach to security. This is like a motivational speech or something. It's just like, if you can lose, you can be hacked at any moment. Just don't be a douchebag secretly. Just be like a good person. Because then I had this actually with social media in general. Just present yourself in the most authentic way possible, meaning be the same person online as you are privately. Have nothing to hide. That's one, not the only, but one of the ways to security. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm totally wrong on this, but don't be secretly weird. If you're weird, be publicly weird, so it's impossible to blackmail you. That's my approach to it.
Yeah, well, they call it the New York Times front page phenomenon. Don't put anything in email or I guess social media these days that you wouldn't want to read on the front page of the New York Times. And that works, but sometimes I even get carried. I have not as many followers as you, but a lot of followers, and sometimes even I get carried away.
Be emotional and stuff. You say something.
Yeah. Just the cortisol response on Twitter. Twitter is basically designed to elicit those responses. Every day I turn on my computer, I look at my phone, I look at what's trending on Twitter, and it's what are the topics that are going to make people the most angry today? And, it's easy to get carried away, but it's also just that sucks too, that you have to be constantly censoring yourself. And maybe it's for the better. Maybe you can't be a secret asshole. We can put that in the good bucket. But at the same time, there is a danger to that other voice, to creativity, to being weird. There's a danger to that little whispered voice that's like, well, how would people read that? How could that be manipulated? How could that be used against you? And that stifles creativity and innovation and free thought. And that is on a very micro level. And that's something I think about. And that's actually something that Tim Cook has talked about a lot, and why he has said he goes full force on privacy is it's just that little voice that is at some level censoring you. And what is sort of the long impact of that little voice over time?
I think there's I think that self-censorship is an attack vector that there are solutions to. The way I'm really inspired by Elon Musk, the solution to that is just be privately and publicly the same person and be ridiculous. Embrace the full weirdness and show it more and more. So that's memes that has like ridiculous humor. And I think and if there is something you really want to hide, deeply consider if that you want to be that. Like, why are you hiding it? What exactly are you afraid of? Because I think my hopeful vision for the internet is the internet loves authenticity. They want to see you weird. So be that. And like live that fully. Because I think that gray area where you're kind of censoring yourself, that's where the destruction is. You have to go all the way, step over, be weird. And then it can be painful because people can attack you and so on, but just ride it. I mean, that's just like a skill on a social psychological level that ends up being an approach to security, which is like remove the attack vector of having private information by being your full weird self publicly. What advice would you give to young folks today, operating in this complicated space, but how to have a successful life, can be proud of, a career they can be proud of? Maybe somebody in high school and college thinking about what they're going to do.
Be a hacker. If you have any interest, become a hacker and apply yourself to defense. Every time, like we do have these amazing scholarship programs, for instance, where they find you early, they'll pay your college as long as you commit to some kind of federal commitment to sort of help federal agencies with cybersecurity. And where does everyone want to go every year from the scholarship program? They want to go work at the NSA or Cyber Command. They want to go work on offense. They want to go do the sexy stuff. It's really hard to get people to work on defense. It's always been more fun to be a pirate than be in the Coast Guard, and so we have a huge deficit when it comes to filling those roles. There's 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions around the world. I mean, talk about job security. Like, be a hacker and work on cybersecurity. You will always have a job. And we're actually at a huge deficit and disadvantage as a free market economy because we can't match cybersecurity salaries at Palantir or Facebook or Google or Microsoft. And so it's really hard for the United States to fill those roles. And, other countries have had this workaround where they basically have forced conscription on some level. China tells people, like, you do whatever you're going to do during the day, work at Alibaba, if you need to do some ransomware, okay. But the minute we tap you on the shoulder and ask you to come do this sensitive operation for us, the answer is yes. Same with Russia. A couple of years ago when Yahoo was hacked and they laid it all out in an indictment, it came down to 2 cyber criminals and 2 guys from the FSB. Cyber criminals were allowed to have their fun, but the minute they came across the username and password for someone's personal account that worked at the White House or the State Department or military, they were expected to pass that over to the FSB. So we don't do that here, and it's even worse on defense. We really can't fill these positions. So, if you are a hacker, if you're interested in code, if you're a tinkerer, learn how to hack. There are all sorts of amazing hacking competitions you can do through the SANS org, for example, SANS. And then use those skills for good. Neuter the bugs in that code that get used by autocratic regimes to make people's life, a living prison. Plug those holes, defend industrial systems, defend our water treatment facilities from hacks where people are trying to come in and poison the water. That I think is just an amazing, it's an amazing job on so many levels. It's intellectually stimulating. You can tell yourself you're serving your country. You can tell yourself you're saving lives and keeping people safe. And you'll always have amazing job security. And if you need to go get that job that pays you, $2 million a year, you can do that too.
And you can have a public profile, more so of a public profile. You can be a public rock star. I mean, it's the same thing as sort of the military. There's a lot of well-known sort of people commenting on the fact that veterans are not treated as well as they should be. But it's still the fact that soldiers are deeply respected for defending the country, the freedoms, the ideals that we stand for. And in the same way, I mean, in some ways, the cyber security defense are the soldiers of the future.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I mean, in cybersecurity, the difference is oftentimes you see the more interesting threats in the private sector, because that's where the attacks come. When cyber criminals and nation state adversaries come for the United States, they don't go directly for Cyber Command or the NSA. No, they go for banks, they go for Google, they go for Microsoft, they go for critical infrastructure. And so those companies, those private companies, get to see some of the most advanced, sophisticated out there. And, if you're working at FireEye and you're calling out the SolarWinds attack, for instance, I mean, you just saved God knows how many systems from, that compromise turning into something that more closely resembles sabotage. So, go be a hacker. And or go be a journalist.
So you wrote the book, This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends, as we've been talking about, of course, referring to cyber war, cybersecurity. What gives you hope about the future of our world? If it doesn't end, how will it not end?
That's a good question. I mean, I have to have hope, right? Because I have a kid and I have another on the way. And if I didn't have hope, I wouldn't be having kids. But it's a scary time to be having kids. And, it's like pandemic, climate change, disinformation, increasingly advanced, perhaps deadly cyber attacks. What gives me hope is that I share your worldview that I think people are fundamentally good. And sometimes, and this is why the metaverse scares me to death, but when I'm reminded of that is not online. Like online, I get the opposite. You start to lose hope in humanity when you're on Twitter half your day. It's like when I go to the grocery store or I go on a hike or like someone smiles at me. Or someone just says something nice. People are fundamentally good. We just don't hear from those people enough. And my hope is, I just think our current political climate, like we've hit rock bottom. This is as bad as it gets. We can't do anything.
Don't jinx it.
Well, but I think it's a generational thing. I think baby boomers, like, time to move along. I think it's time for a new generation to come in, and I actually have a lot of hope when I look at, I'm sort of like this, I guess they call me a geriatric millennial or a young Gen X, but like we have this unique responsibility because I grew up without the internet and without social media. but I'm native to it. So I know the good and I know the bad. And that's true on so many different things. You know, I grew up without climate change anxiety, and now I'm feeling it. And I know it's not a given. We don't have to just resign ourselves to climate change. You know, same with disinformation. And I think a lot of the problems we face today have just exposed the sort of inertia that there's been on so many of these issues. And I really think it's a generational shift that has to happen. And I think this next generation is going to come in and say, like, we're not doing business like you guys did it anymore. You know, we're not just going to like rape and pillage the earth and try and turn everyone against each other and play dirty tricks and let lobbyists dictate, you know, what we do or don't do as a country anymore. And that's really where I see the hope.
It feels like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit for young minds to step up and create solutions and lead. So whenever like politicians or leaders that are older, like you said, are acting shitty, I see that as a positive. They're inspiring a large number of young people to replace them.
Yeah.
And so I think you're right. There's going to be, it's almost like you need people to act shitty to remind them, oh, wow, we need good leaders. We need great creators and builders and entrepreneurs and scientists and engineers and journalists.
Yeah.
You know, all the discussions about how the journalism is quote unquote broken and so on. That's just an inspiration for new institutions to rise up that do journalism better, new journalists to step up and do journalism better. So I've been constantly, when I talk to young people, I'm constantly impressed by the ones that dream to build solutions. Mm-hmm. And so that's ultimately why I put the hope. But the world is a messy place, like we've been talking about. It's a scary place.
Yeah, and I think you hit on something earlier, which is authenticity. Yes. Like, no one is going to rise above that is plastic anymore. You know, people are craving authenticity. You know, the benefit of the internet is it's really hard to hide who you are on every single platform. You know, on some level, it's going to come out who you really are. And so you hope that, you know, by the time my kids are grown, like, no one's going to care if they made one mistake online, so long as they're authentic. Mm-hmm. You know, and I used to worry about this. My nephew was born the day I graduated from college. And I just always, you know, he's like born into Facebook. And I just think, like, how is a kid like that ever going to be president of the United States of America? Because if Facebook had been around when I was in college, you know, like, Jesus, you know, how are those kids going to ever be president? There's going to be some photo of them at some point making some mistake. And that's going to be all over for them. And now I take that back. Now it's like, no, everyone's going to make mistakes. There's going to be a picture for everyone. And we're all going to have to come and grow up to the view that as humans, we're going to make huge mistakes. And hopefully they're not so big that they're going to ruin the rest of your life. But we're going to have to come around to this view that we're all human. And we're going to have to be a little bit more giving and a little bit more tolerant when people mess up. And we're going to have to be a little bit more humble when we do. And, like, keep moving forward. Otherwise, you can't, like, cancel everyone. You know?
Nicole, this was an incredible, hopeful conversation. Also, one that reveals in the shadows, there's a lot of challenges to be solved. So I really appreciate that you took on this really difficult subject with your book. That's journalism at its best. So I'm really grateful that you did it, that you took the risk, that you took that on, and that you plugged the cable box back in. That means you have hope. And thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nicole Perleroth. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Nicole herself. Here we are, entrusting our entire digital lives, passwords, texts, love letters, banking records, health records, credit cards, sources, and deepest thoughts to this mystery box, whose inner circuitry most of us would never vet. run by code written in a language most of us will never fully understand. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Let's talk about free speech and censorship.
You don't build a company like this unless you believe that people expressing themselves is a good thing.
Let me ask you as a father, does it weigh heavy on you that people get bullied on social networks?
I care a lot about how people feel when they use our products, and I don't want to build products that make people angry.
Why do you think so many people dislike you? Some even hate you. And how do you regain their trust and support? The following is a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, now called Meta. Please allow me to say a few words about this conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, about social media, and about what troubles me in the world today, and what gives me hope. If this is not interesting to you, I understand. Please skip. I believe that at its best, social media puts a mirror to humanity and reveals the full complexity of our world, shining a light on the dark aspects of human nature and giving us hope, a way out through compassionate but tense chaos of conversation that eventually can turn into understanding, friendship, and even love. But this is not simple. The world is not simple. It is full of human suffering. I think about the hundreds of millions of people who are starving and who live in extreme poverty. The 1 million people who take their own life every year, the 20 million people that attempt it, and the many, many more millions who suffer quietly in ways that numbers can never know. I'm troubled by the cruelty and pain of war. Today, my heart goes out to the people of Ukraine. My grandfather spilled his blood on this land, held the line as a machine gunner against the Nazi invasion, surviving impossible odds. I am nothing without him. His blood runs in my blood. My words are useless here. I send my love. It's all I have. I hope to travel to Russia and Ukraine soon. I will speak to citizens and leaders, including Vladimir Putin. As I've said in the past, I don't care about access, fame, money, or power, and I'm afraid of nothing. But I am who I am, and my goal in conversation is to understand the human being before me, no matter who they are, no matter their position. And I do believe the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man. So this is it. This is our world. It is full of hate, violence, and destruction. But it is also full of love, beauty, and the insatiable desire to help each other. The people who run the social networks that show this world, that show us to ourselves, have the greatest of responsibilities. In a time of war, pandemic, atrocity, we turn to social networks to share real human insights and to organize protests and celebrations, to learn and to challenge our understanding of the world, of our history, and of our future, and above all, to be reminded of our common humanity. When the social networks fail, they have the power to cause immense suffering, and when they succeed, they have the power to lessen that suffering. This is hard. It's a responsibility perhaps almost unlike any other in history. This podcast conversation attempts to understand the man and the company who take this responsibility on, where they fail, where they hope to succeed. Mark Zuckerberg's feet are often held to the fire, as they should be, and this actually gives me hope. The power of innovation and engineering, coupled with the freedom of speech in the form of its highest ideal, I believe, can solve any problem in the world. But that's just it. Both are necessary. The engineer and the critic. I believe that criticism is essential, but cynicism is not. And I worry that in our public discourse, cynicism too easily masquerades as wisdom, as truth, becomes viral and takes over, and worse, suffocates the dreams of young minds who want to build solutions to the problems of the world. We need to inspire those young minds. At least for me, they give me hope. And one small way I'm trying to contribute is to have honest conversations like these that don't just ride the viral wave of cynicism, but seek to understand the failures and successes of the past, the problems before us, and the possible solutions in this very complicated world of ours. I'm sure I will fail often, and I count on the critic to point it out when I do. But I ask for one thing, and that is to fuel the fire of optimism, especially in those who dream to build solutions, because without that, we don't have a chance on this too fragile, tiny planet of ours. This podcast, to support it, please check out our sponsor description. And now, dear friends, here's Mark Zuckerberg. Can you circle all the traffic lights, please? You actually did it. That is very impressive performance. Okay, now we can initiate the interview procedure. Is it possible that this conversation is happening inside the metaverse created by you, by Meta, many years from now, and we're doing a memory replay experience?
I don't know the answer to that. Then I'd be some computer construct and not the person who created that Meta company. But that would truly be Meta.
Right, so this could be somebody else using the Mark Zuckerberg avatar who can do the Mark and the Lex conversation replay from 4 decades ago when Meta it was first sort of...
I mean, it's not going to be 4 decades before we have photorealistic avatars like this. So I think we're much closer to that.
Well, that's something you talk about is how passionate you are about the idea of the avatar representing who you are in the metaverse. So I do these podcasts in person. You know, I'm a stickler for that because there's a magic to the in-person conversation. How long do you think it'll be before you can have the same kind of magic in the metaverse, the same kind of intimacy and the chemistry, whatever the heck is there when we're talking in person? How difficult is it? How long before we have it in the metaverse?
Well, I think this is like the key question, right? Because the thing that's different about virtual and hopefully augmented reality compared to all other forms of digital platforms before is this feeling of presence, right? The feeling that you're right, that you're in an experience and that you're there with other people or in another place. And that's just different from all the other screens that we have today, right? Phones, TVs, all this stuff. It's, you know, they're trying to, in some cases, deliver experiences that feel high fidelity, but at no point do you actually feel like you're in it, right? At some level, your content is trying to sort of convince you that this is a realistic thing that's happening, but all of the kind of subtle signals are telling you, no, you're looking at a screen. So the question about how you develop these systems is like, what are all of the things that make the physical world, all the different cues? So I think on visual presence and spatial audio, we're making reasonable progress. Spatial audio makes a huge deal. I don't know if you've tried this experience, workrooms that we launch where you have meetings, and you know, I basically made a rule for all of the top management folks at the company that they need to be doing standing meetings in workrooms already, right? Like, we got to dog food this. This is how in the future, so we have to adopt this now. And there are already a lot of things that I think feel significantly better than like typicals, even though the avatars are a lot lower fidelity. The idea that you have spatial audio, you're around a table in VR with people. If someone's talking from over there, it sounds like it's talking from over there. You can see, the the arm gestures and stuff feel more natural. You can have side conversations, which is something that you can't really do in Zoom. I mean, I guess you can text someone over or like out of band, but if you're actually sitting around a table with people, you can lean over and whisper to the person next to you and like have a conversation that you can't, that you can't really do with in just video communication. So I think it's interesting in what ways some of these things already feel more real than a lot of the technology that we have, even when the visual fidelity isn't quite there. But I think it'll get there over the next few years. Now, I mean, you were asking about comparing that to the true physical world, not Zoom or something like that. And there, I mean, I think you have feelings of like temperature, olfactory, obviously touch, right? We're working on haptic gloves. The sense that you want to be able to, put your hands down and feel some pressure from the table. All these things I think are going to be really critical to be able to keep up this illusion that you're in a world and that you're fully present in this world. But I don't know, I think we're going to have a lot of these building blocks within, the next 10 years or so. And even before that, I think it's amazing how much you're just going to be able to build with software that sort of masks some of these things. I realize I'm going long, but I was told we have a few hours here.
Yeah,
so it's
we're here for 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah, so I mean, that's on the shorter end of the congressional testimonies I've done. But one of the things that we found with hand presence, right? So the earliest VR, you just have the headset, and then that was cool. You could look around, you feel like you're in a place, but you don't feel like you're really able to interact with them until you have hands. And then there was this big question where once you got hands, what's the right way to represent them? And initially, all of our assumptions was, okay, when I look down and see my hands in the physical world, I see an arm, and it's going to be super weird if you see, just your hand. But it turned out to not be the case, because there's this issue with your arms, which is like, what's your elbow angle? And if the elbow angle that we're kind of interpolating based on where your hand is and where your headset is actually isn't accurate, it creates this very uncomfortable feeling where it's like, oh, like my arm is actually out like this, but it's like showing it in here. And that actually broke the feeling of presence a lot more. Whereas it turns out that if you just show the hands and you don't show the arms, it actually is fine for people. So I think that there's a bunch of these interesting psychological cues where it'll be more about getting the right details right. And I think a lot of that will be possible even over, a few-year period or a 5-year period. And we won't need like every single thing to be solved to deliver this like full sense of presence.
Yeah, it's a fascinating psychology question of what is the essence that makes in-person conversation special. It's like emojis are able to convey emotion really well, even though they're obviously not photorealistic. And so in that same way, just like you're saying, just showing the hands is able to create a comfortable expression with your hands. So I wonder what that is. People in the world wars used to write letters, and you can fall in love with just writing letters. Mm-hmm. You don't need to see each other in person. You can convey emotion. You can be depth of experience with just words. So that's I think a fascinating place to explore psychology of like, how do you find that intimacy?
Yeah, and the way that I come to all of this stuff is, I basically studied psychology and computer science. So all of the work that I do is sort of at the intersection of those things. I think most of the other big tech companies are building technology for you to interact with. What I care about is building technology to help people interact with each other. So I think it's a somewhat different approach than most of the other tech entrepreneurs and big companies come at this from. And a lot of the lessons in terms of how I think about designing products come from some just basic elements of psychology, right? In terms of, our brains, you can compare to the brains of other animals, we're very wired to specific things, facial expressions, right? I mean, we're very visual, right? So compared to other animals, I mean, that's clearly the main sense that most people have. But there's a whole part of your brain that's just kind of focused on reading facial cues. So, when we're designing the next version of Quest or the VR headset, a big focus for us is face tracking and basically eye tracking so you can make eye contact, which again isn't really something that you can do over a video conference. It's sort of amazing how how far video conferencing has gotten without the ability to make eye contact, right? It's sort of a bizarre thing if you think about it. You're like looking at someone's face, sometimes for, an hour when you're in a meeting, and like you looking at their eyes to them doesn't look like you're looking at their eyes. So
yeah, you're always looking, past each other, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right. You're not sending that signal.
Trying to.
Right, you're trying
like
to.
A lot of times, or at least I find myself, I'm trying to look into the other person's eyes.
But they don't feel like you're looking to their.
So then the question is, all right, am I supposed to look at the camera so that way you can, have a sensation that I'm looking at? That's an interesting question. And then, with VR today, even without eye tracking and knowing what your eyes are actually looking at, you can fake it reasonably well, right? So you can look at like where the head pose is, looks like I'm kind of looking in your general direction, then you can sort of assume that maybe there's some eye contact intended, and you can do it in a way where it's okay, maybe it's not a fixated stare, but it's somewhat natural. But once you have actual eye tracking, you can do it for real, and I think that's really important stuff. So think about Meta's contribution to this field. I have to say it's not clear that any of the other companies that are focused on the metaverse or on virtual and augmented reality are going to prioritize putting these features in the hardware, because like everything, they're trade-offs, right? I mean, it adds some weight to the device, maybe it adds some thickness. You could totally see another company taking the approach of let's just make the lightest and thinnest thing possible. But I want us to design the most human thing possible, that creates the richest sense of presence. And because so much of human emotion and expression comes from these like micro movements. If I like move my eyebrow, a millimeter, you will notice, and that like means something. So the fact that we're losing these signals in a lot of communication, I think is a loss. And so it's not like, okay, there's one feature and you add this, then it all of a sudden is going to feel like we have real presence. You can sort of look at how the human brain works and how we express and kind of read emotions, and you can just build a roadmap of that, of just what are the most important things to try to unlock over a 5 to 10 year period, and just try to make the experience more and more human and social.
When do you think would be a moment, like a singularity moment for the metaverse, where there's a lot of ways to ask this question, but people will have many or most of their meaningful experiences in the metaverse versus the real world? And actually, it's interesting to think about the fact that a lot of people are having the most important moments of their life happen in the digital sphere, especially now during COVID. Like even falling in love or meeting friends or getting excited about stuff that is happening on the 2D digital plane. When do you think the metaverse will provide those experiences for a large number, like a
I think it's a really good question. There was someone, I read this piece that framed this as, a lot of people think that the metaverse is about a place, but one definition of this is it's about a time when basically immersive digital worlds become the primary way that we live our lives and spend our time. I think that's a construct, and from that perspective, I think you also just want to look at this as a continuation, because it's not like, okay, we are building digital worlds, but we don't have that today. I think you and I probably already live a very large part of our life in digital worlds. They're just not 3D immersive virtual reality, but I do a lot of meetings over video, or I spend a lot of time writing things over email or WhatsApp or whatever. So what is it going to take to get there for kind of the immersive presence version of this, which I think is what you're asking? And for that, I think that there's just a bunch of different use cases, right? And I think when you're building technology, I think a lot of it is just you're managing this duality, where on the one hand you want to build these elegant things that can scale and have billions of people use them and get value from them, and then on the other hand you're fighting this kind of ground game where there are just a lot of different use cases and people do different things, and like you want to be able to unlock them. So the first ones that we basically went after were gaming, with Quest, and social experiences. And this is, it goes back to when we started working on reality. My theory at the time was basically, people thought about it as gaming, but if you look at all computing platforms up to that point, gaming is a huge part. It was a huge part of PCs, it was a huge part of mobile, but it was also very decentralized, right? There wasn't, for the most part, one or two gaming companies. There were a lot of gaming companies, and gaming is somewhat hits-based. I mean, we're getting some games that have more longevity, but in general, there were a lot of different games out there. But on PC and on mobile, the companies that focused on communication and social interaction, there tended to be a smaller number of those, and that ended up being just as important of a thing as all of the games that you did combined. I think productivity is another area. That's obviously something that we've historically been less focused on, but I think it's going to be really important.
With workroom, or you mean productivity in the collaborative aspect?
Yeah, I think that there's a workrooms aspect of this, like a meeting aspect, and then I think that there's like a Word, Excel, productivity. You're working or coding or what knowledge work, right? It's as opposed to just meetings. So you can kind of go through all these different use cases. Gaming, I think we're well on our way. Social, I think we're just the kind of preeminent company that focuses on this, and I think that that's already on Quest becoming if you look at the list of what are the top apps, social apps are already number 1, 2, 3. So that's kind of becoming a critical thing. But I don't know. I would imagine for someone like you, it'll be until we get a lot of the work things dialed in, right? When this is just like much more adopted and clearly better than Zoom for VC. When if you're doing your coding or your writing or whatever it is in VR, which it's not that far off to imagine that, because pretty soon you're just gonna be able to have a screen that's bigger than it'll be your ideal setup, and you can bring it with you and put it on anywhere and have your kind of ideal workstation. So I think that there are a few things to work out on that, but I don't think that that's more than 5 years off. And then you'll get a bunch of other things that like aren't even possible, or you don't even think about using a phone or PC for today, like fitness, right? So I mean, I know that you're we were talking before about how you're into running, and like I'm really into a lot of things around fitness as well. Different things in different places. I got really into hydrofoiling recently, and
nice. I saw a video.
Yeah, and surfing, and I used to fence competitively. I like run. So,
and you were saying that you were thinking about trying different martial arts, and I tried to trick you and convince you into doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Or you actually mentioned that was one you're about, and I don't. Yeah, I don't know. We're in the metaverse now.
Yeah, no, I took that seriously. I thought that was a real suggestion.
That would be an amazing chance if we ever step on the mat together and just like roll around. I'll show you some moves.
Well, give me a year to train, and then
this
we can
is like
do it.
Rock. You've seen Rocky 4 where the Russian faces off the American. I'm the Russian in this picture, and then you're the Rocky, the underdog that gets to win in the end.
The idea of me as Rocky and fighting is
if he dies, he dies.
I mean,
anyway, yeah.
But I mean, a lot of aspects of fitness. I don't know if you've tried Supernatural on Quest or.
So first of all, can I just comment on the fact every time I played around with Quest 2, I get giddy every time I step into virtual reality. So you mentioned productivity, all those kinds of things. That's definitely something I'm excited about. But really, the possibilities of stepping into that world. It's maybe it's the introvert in me, but it just feels like the most convenient way to travel into worlds that are similar to the real world or totally different. It's like Alice in Wonderland. Just try out crazy stuff. The possibilities are endless. And I personally just get excited for stepping in those virtual worlds. I'm a huge fan. In terms of the productivity as a programmer, I spend most of my day programming. That's really interesting also, but then you have to develop the right IDs. You have to develop there has to be a threshold where a large amount of the programming community moves there. But the collaborative aspect is possible in terms of meetings, in terms of the when two coders are working together. The possibilities there are super, super exciting.
I think that in building this, we sort of need to balance. There are going to be some new things that you just couldn't do before, and those are going to be the amazing experiences. So teleporting to any place, right? Whether it's a real place or something that people made. Some of the experiences around how we can build stuff in new ways where, a lot of the stuff that, you know, when I'm coding stuff, it's like, all right, you code it and then you build it and then you see it afterwards. But increasingly, it's going to be possible to, you know, you're in a world and you're building the world as you are in it and kind of manipulating it. You know, one of the things that we showed at our Inside the Lab for recent artificial intelligence progress is this BuilderBot program where now you can just talk to it and say, hey, okay, I'm in this world, like put some trees over there, and it'll do that. And like, all right, put some bottles of water on our picnic blanket, and it'll do that, and you're in the world. And I think there are going to be new paradigms for coding. So yeah, there are going to be some things that I think are just pretty amazing, especially the first few times that you do them, that you're like, whoa, like I've never had an experience like this. But most of your life, I would imagine, is not doing things that are amazing for the first time. A lot of this, in terms of, I mean, just answering your question from before around what is it going to take before you're spending most of your time in this? Well, first of all, let me just say it as an aside. The goal isn't to have people spend a lot more time in computing.
I'm asking for myself.
Yeah,
when will I spend all of my time in?
It's to make computing more natural. But
yes.
But I think you will spend most of your computing time in this when it does the things that you use computing for somewhat better. So, you know, maybe having your perfect workstation is a 5% improvement on your coding productivity. Maybe it's not like a, you know, completely new thing. But I mean, look, if I could increase the every engineer at Meta by 5%, you know, we'd buy those devices for everyone. And I imagine, you know, a lot of other companies would too. And that's how you start getting to the scale that I think, you know, makes this to rival some of the bigger computing platforms that exist today.
Let me ask you about identity. We talked about the avatar. How do you see identity in the metaverse? Should the avatar be tied to your identity, or can I be anything in the metaverse? Like, can I be whatever the heck I want? Can I even be a troll? So there's exciting, freeing possibilities, and there's the darker possibilities too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's going to be a range, right? So we're working on, for expression and avatars, on one end of the spectrum are kind of expressive and cartoonish avatars. And then on the other end of the spectrum are photorealistic avatars. And I just think the reality is that there are going to be different use cases for different things. And I guess there's another axis. So if you're going from photorealistic to expressive, there's also like representing you directly versus like some fantasy identity. And I think that there are going to be things on all ends of that spectrum too, right? So you'll want photo, like in some experience, you might want to be like a photorealistic dragon, right? Or you know, if I'm playing Onward, or just this military simulator game, you know, it's, you know, I think getting to be more photorealistic as a soldier in that could enhance the experience. There are times when I'm hanging out with friends where I want them to, you know it's me. So a kind of cartoonish or expressive version of me is good. But there are also experiences like, you know, VR chat does this well today, where a lot of the experience is kind of dressing up and wearing a fantastical avatar that's almost like a meme or is humorous. So you come into an experience and it's almost like you have like a built-in icebreaker, because like you see people and you're just like, all right, I'm cracking up at what you're wearing because that's funny, and it's just like, where'd you get that? Or, oh, you made that? That's, you know, it's awesome. Whereas, you know, okay, if you're going into a work meeting, maybe a photorealistic version of your real self is going to be the most appropriate thing for that. So I think the reality is there aren't going to be, it's not just going to be one thing. You know, my own sense of kind of how you want to express identity online has sort of evolved over time, in that, you know, early days in Facebook, I thought, okay, people are going to have one identity, and now I think that's clearly not going to be the case. I think you're going to have all these different things, and there's utility in being able to do different things. So some of the technical challenges that I'm really interested in around it are, how do you build the software to allow people to seamlessly go between them? So you could view them as just completely discrete points on a spectrum, but let's talk about the metaverse economy for a second. Let's say I buy a digital shirt for my photorealistic avatar, which, by the way, I think at the time where we're spending a lot of time in the metaverse doing a lot of our work meetings in the metaverse, et cetera, I would imagine that the economy around virtual clothing, as an example, is going to be quite as big. Why wouldn't I spend almost as much money in investing in my appearance or expression for my photorealistic avatar for meetings as I would for the whatever I'm going to wear in my video chat? But the question is, okay, so let's say you buy some shirt for your photorealistic avatar. Wouldn't it be cool if there's a way to basically translate that into a more expressive thing for your kind of cartoonish or expressive avatar? And there are multiple ways to do that. You can view them as two discrete points, and okay, maybe if a designer sells one thing, then it actually comes in a pack and there's two, and you can use either one on that. But I actually think this stuff might exist more as a spectrum in the future, and that's what I do think the direction on some of the AI advances that is happening to be able to, especially stuff around like style transfer, being able to take a piece of art or express something and say, okay, paint me this photo in the style of Gauguin, or whoever it is that you're interested in. Take this shirt and put it in the style of what I've designed for my expressive avatar. I think that's going to be pretty compelling.
And so the fashion, you might be buying like a generator, like a closet that generates a style, and then like with the gowns, they'll be able to infinitely generate outfits, thereby making it. So the reason I wear the same thing all the time is that I don't like choice. You've talked about the same thing, but now you don't even have to choose. Your closet generates your outfit for you every time, so you have to live with the outfit it generates.
I mean, you could do that, although I think that's. I think some people will, but I think that there's going to be a huge aspect of just people doing creative commerce here. So I think that there is going to be a big market around people designing digital clothing. But the question is, if you're designing digital clothing, do you need to design? If you're the designer, do you need to make it for each kind of specific discrete point along a spectrum? Or are you just designing it for kind of a photorealistic case or an expressive case? Or can you design one and have it translate across these things? If I buy a style from a designer who I care about, and now I'm a dragon, is there a way to morph that so it goes on the dragon in a way that makes sense? And that I think is an interesting AI problem, because you're probably not going to make it so that that designers have to go design for all those things. But the more useful the digital content is that you buy in a lot of uses, in a lot of use cases, the more that economy will just explode. I mean, that's a lot of what all of the we were joking about NFTs before, but I think a lot of the promise here is that if the digital goods that you buy are not just tied to one platform or one use case, they end up being more valuable, which means that people are more willing and more likely to invest in them, and that just spurs the whole economy.
But the question is, that's a fascinating positive aspect, but the potential negative aspect is that you can have people concealing their identity in order to troll, or even not people, bots. So how do you know in the metaverse that you're talking to a real human or an AI or a well-intentioned human? Is that something you think about, something you're concerned about?
Well, let's break that down into a few different cases. I mean, because knowing that you're talking to someone who has good intentions is something that I think is not even solved in pretty much anywhere. But I mean, if you're talking to someone who's a dragon, I think it's pretty clear that they're not representing themselves as a person. I think probably the most pernicious thing that you want to solve for is, I think probably one of the scariest ones is, how do you make sure that someone isn't impersonating you? Right, so you're in a future version of this conversation, and we have photorealistic avatars, and we're doing this in workrooms or whatever the future version of that is, and someone walks in who looks like me. How do you know that that's me? And one of the things that we're thinking about is, it's still a pretty big AI project to be able to generate photorealistic avatars that basically become they work like these codecs of you, right? So you kind of have a map from your headset and whatever sensors of what your body's actually doing, and it takes the model and it kind of displays it in VR. But there's a question, which is, should there be some sort of biometric security so that when I put on my VR headset, or I'm going to go use that avatar, I need to first prove that I am that. And I think you probably are going to want something like that. So that's, as we're developing these technologies, we're also thinking about the security for things like that, because and people aren't going to want to be impersonated. That's a huge security issue. Then you just get the question of people hiding behind fake accounts to do malicious things, which is not going to be unique to the metaverse, although, certainly in a environment where it's more immersive and you have more of a sense of presence, it could be more painful. But this is obviously something that we've just dealt with for years in social media and the internet more broadly. And there, I think there have been a bunch of tactics that I think we've just evolved to. We've built up these different AI systems to basically get a sense of, is this account behaving in the way that a person would? And it turns out, so in all of the work that we've done around, we call it community integrity, and it's basically like policing harmful content and trying to figure out where to draw the line. And there are all these like really hard and philosophical questions around like, where do you draw the line on some of this stuff? And the thing that I've kind of found the most effective is, as much as possible, trying to figure out who are the inauthentic accounts, or where are the accounts that are behaving in an overall harmful way at the account level, rather than trying to get into like policing what they're saying, right? Which I think in the metaverse is going to be even harder, because the metaverse, I think, will have more properties of it's almost more like a phone call, right? Or you're, it's not like I post a piece of content and is that piece of content good or bad? So I think more of this stuff will have to be done at the level of the account. But this is the area where, between the kind of counterintelligence teams that we built up inside the company, and like years of building just different AI systems to basically detect what is a real account and what isn't. I'm not saying we're perfect, but like this is an area where I just think we are like years ahead of basically anyone else in the industry in terms of having built those capabilities. And I think that just is going to be incredibly important for this next wave of things.
And like you said, on a technical level, on a philosophical level, it's an incredibly difficult problem to solve. By the way, I would probably like to open source my avatar so there could be like millions of Lexes walking around, just like an army.
Like Agent Smith?
Agent Smith, yeah, exactly. So the Unity ML folks built a copy of me, and they sent it to me. So there's a person running around, and I've just been doing reinforcement learning on it. I was gonna release it now because just to have sort of like thousands of Lexes doing reinforcement learning, so they fall over naturally. They have to learn how to like walk around and stuff. So I love that idea, this tension between biometric security. You want to have one identity, but then certain avatars you might have to have many. I don't know which is better security, sort of flooding the world with Lexes and thereby achieving security, or really being protected over your identity. I have to ask you a security question, actually.
Well, how does flooding the world with Lexes help me know in our conversation that I'm talking to the real Lex?
I completely destroy the trust in all my relationships then, right? If I flood, because then it's,
I think that one's not going to work that well for you.
It's not going to work that well. For the original copy.
It probably fits some things. Like if you're a public figure and you're trying to have, a bunch of, if you're trying to show up in a bunch of different places in the future, you'll be able to do that in the metaverse. So that kind of replication, I think, will be useful. Yeah. But I do think that you're going to want a notion of like, I am talking to the real one.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if the fake ones start outperforming you in all your private relationships, and then you're left behind. I mean, that's a serious concern I have with clones. Again, the things I think about. Okay, so I recently got, I use QNAP NAS storage, so just storage for video and stuff, and I recently got hacked. This is the first time for me with ransomware. It's not me personally, it's all QNAP devices. So the question that people have is about security in general. Because I was doing a lot of the right things in terms of security, and nevertheless, ransomware basically disabled my device.
Yeah.
Is that something you think about? What are the different steps you could take to protect people's data on the security front?
I think that there's different solutions for and strategies where it makes sense to have stuff kind of put behind a fortress, right? So the centralized model versus decentralizing. And I think both have strengths and weaknesses. So I think anyone who says, okay, just decentralize everything, that'll make it more secure, I think that that's tough because, I mean, the advantage of something like, encryption is that, when we run the largest encrypted service in the world with WhatsApp. And, we're one of the first to roll out a multi-platform encryption service. And that's, something that I think was a big advance for the industry. And one of the promises that we can basically make because of that, our company doesn't see when you're sending an encrypted message, and an encrypted message, what the content is of what you're sharing. So that way, if someone hacks Meta's servers, they're not going to be able to access, the WhatsApp message that you're sending to your friend. And that I think matters a lot to people because obviously, if someone is able to compromise a company's servers and that company has hundreds of millions or billions of people, then that ends up being a very big deal. The flip side of that is, okay, all the content is on your phone. Are you following security best practices on your phone? If you lose your phone, all your content is gone. So that's an issue. Maybe you go back up your content from WhatsApp or some other service in iCloud or something, but then you're just at Apple's whims about, are they going to go turn over the data to some government, or are they going to get hacked? So a lot of the time it is useful to have data in a centralized place too, because then you can train systems that can just do much better personalization. I think that in a lot of cases, centralized systems can offer, especially if you're a serious company, you're running the state-of-the-art stuff, and you have red teams attacking your own stuff, and you're putting out bounty programs and trying to attract some of the best hackers in the world to go break into your stuff all the time. So any system is going to have security issues, but I think the best way forward is to basically try to be as aggressive and open about hardening the systems as possible, not trying to kind of hide and pretend that there aren't going to be issues, which I think is over time why a lot of open source systems have gotten relatively more secure, is because they're open, and it's not, rather than pretending that there aren't going to be issues, just people surface them quicker. So I think you want to adopt that approach as a company and just constantly be hardening yourself.
Trying to stay one step ahead of the attackers.
Yeah, it's an inherently adversarial space.
Yeah.
But I think it's an interesting, security is interesting because of the different kind of threats that we've managed over the last 5 years. There are ones where basically the adversaries keep on getting better and better. So trying to kind of interfere with, security is certainly one area of this. If you have like nation states that are trying to interfere in elections or something, like they're kind of evolving their tactics. Whereas on the other hand, I don't want to be too simplistic about it, but like if someone is saying something hateful, people usually aren't getting smarter and smarter about how they say hateful things, right? So maybe there's some element of that, but it's a very small dynamic compared to how advanced attackers and some of these other places get over time.
I believe most people are good, so they actually get better over time at not being less hateful, because they realize it's not fun being hateful. That's at least the belief I have. But first, bathroom break?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll come back to AI, but let me ask some difficult questions now. Social Dilemma is a popular documentary that raised concerns about the effects of social media on society. You responded with a point-by-point rebuttal titled, "What the Social Dilemma Gets Wrong." People should read that. I would say the key point they make is because social media is funded by ads, algorithms want to maximize attention and engagement, and an effective way to do so is to get people angry at each other, increase division, and so on. Can you steel man their criticisms and arguments that they make in the documentary as a way to understand the concern and as a way to respond to it?
Well, yeah, I think that that's a good conversation to have. I don't happen to agree with the conclusions, and I think that they make a few assumptions that are just very big jumps that I don't think are reasonable to make. But I understand overall why people would be concerned that our business model and ads in general, we do make more money as people use the service more in general, right? So as a kind of basic assumption, okay, do we have an incentive for people to build a service that people use more? Yes, on a lot of levels. I mean, we think what we're doing is good. So, we think that if people are finding it useful, they'll use it more. Or if you just look at it as this sort of, if the only thing we cared about is money, which is not for anyone who knows me, but okay, we're a company. So let's say you just kind of simplified it down to that. Then would we want people to use the services more? Yes. But then you get to the second question, which is, does kind of getting people agitated make them more likely to use the services more? And I think from looking at other media in the world, especially TV, and there's the old news adage: if it bleeds, it leads. Like I think that there are a bunch of reasons why someone might think that that kind of provocative content would be the most engaging. Now, what I've always found is two things. One is that what grabs someone's attention in the near term is not necessarily something that they're going to appreciate having seen or going to be the best over the long term. So I think what a lot of people get wrong is that I'm not building this company to like make the most money or get people to spend the most time on this in the next quarter or the next year. Right? I've been doing this for 17 years at this point, and I'm still relatively young and have a lot more that I want to do over the coming decades. So like I think that it's too simplistic to say, hey, this might increase time in the near term, therefore it's what you're going to do. Because I actually think a deeper look at kind of what my incentives are, the incentives of a company that are focused on the long term, is to basically do what people are going to find valuable over time, not what is going to draw people's attention today. The other thing that I'd say is that I think a lot of times people look at this from the perspective of media, or kind of information or civic discourse. But one other way of looking at this is just that, okay, I'm a product designer, right? Our company, we build products. And a big part of building a product is not just the function and utility of what you're delivering, but the feeling of how it feels, right? And we spent a lot of time talking about virtual reality and how the kind of key aspect of that experience is the feeling of presence, which it's a visceral thing. It's not just about the utility that you're delivering, it's about like the sensation. And similarly, I care a lot about how people feel when they use our products. And I don't want to build products that make people angry. I mean, that's like not, I think, what we're here on this earth to do, is to build something that people spend a bunch of time doing and it just kind of makes them angrier at other people. I mean, I think that's that's not good. That's not what I think would be sort of a good use of our time or a good contribution to the world. So, okay, it's like people, they tell us on a per content basis, does this thing, do I like it? Do I love it? Does it make me angry? Does it make me sad? And, based on that, we choose to basically show content that makes people angry less. Because, of course, right? If you're designing a product and you want people to be able to connect and feel good over a long period of time, then that's naturally what you're going to do. So I don't know. I think overall, I understand at a high level, if you're not thinking too deeply about it, why that argument might be appealing. But I just think if you actually look at what our real incentives are, not just like, if we were trying to optimize for the next week, but like as people working on this, like why are we here? And I think it's pretty clear that that's not actually how you would want to design the system. I guess one other thing that I'd say is that, while we're focused on the ads business model, I do think it's important to note that a lot of these issues are not unique to ads. I mean, so take like a subscription news business model, for example. I think that has, just as many potential pitfalls. Maybe if someone's paying for a subscription, you don't get paid per piece of content that they look at. But, say, for example, I think like a bunch of the partisanship that we see could potentially be made worse by you have these kind of partisan news organizations that basically sell subscriptions, and they're only going to get people on one side to basically subscribe to them. So their incentive is not to print content or produce content that's kind of centrist or down the line either. I bet that what a lot of them find is that if they produce stuff that's kind of more polarizing or more partisan, then that is what gets them more subscribers. So I think that this stuff is all, there's no perfect business model. Everything has pitfalls. The thing that I think is great about advertising is it makes the consumer services free, which if you believe that everyone should have a voice and everyone should be able to connect, then that's a great thing, as opposed to building a luxury service that not everyone can afford. But look, I mean, every business model, you have to be careful about how you're implementing what you're doing.
You responded to a few things there. You spoke to the fact that, there is a narrative of malevolence, like, you're leaning into them making people angry just because it makes more money in the short term, that kind of thing. So you responded to that. But there's also kind of reality of human nature, just like you spoke about. There's fights, arguments we get in, and we don't like ourselves afterwards, but we got into them anyway. So our long-term growth is, I believe for most of us, has to do with learning, challenging yourself, improving, being kind to each other, finding a community of people that you connect with on a real human level, all that kind of stuff. But it does seem, when you look at social media, that a lot of fights break out, a lot of arguments break out, a lot of viral content ends up being sort of outrage in one direction or the other. And so it's easy from that to infer the narrative that social media companies are letting this outrage become viral. And so they're increasing the division in the world. And perhaps you can comment on that, or further, how can you push back on this narrative? How can you be transparent about this battle? Because I think it's not just motivation or financials. It's a technical problem too, which is, how do you improve long-term well-being of human beings?
I think that going through some of the design decisions would be a good conversation. But first, I actually think, I think you acknowledge that, that narrative is somewhat anecdotal. And I think it's worth grounding this conversation in the actual research that has been done on this, which by and large finds that social media is not a large driver of polarization, right? And there's been a number of economists and social scientists and folks who have studied this, in a lot of polarization. It varies around the world. Social media is basically in every country. Facebook's in pretty much every country except for China and maybe North Korea. And you see different trends in different places where, in a lot of countries, polarization is declining. In some, it's flat. In the U.S., it's risen sharply. So the question is, what are the unique phenomena in the different places? And I think for the people who are trying to say, hey, social media is the thing that's doing this, I think that clearly doesn't hold up, because social media is a phenomenon that is pretty much equivalent in all of these different countries. And you have researchers like this economist at Stanford, Matthew Genskow, who has just written at length about this. It's a bunch of books by political scientists, like Ezra Klein and folks, Why We're Polarized, basically goes through this decades-long analysis in the U.S. Before I was born, basically talking about some of the forces in kind of partisan politics and Fox News and different things that predate the internet in a lot of ways that I think are likely larger contributors. So to the contrary on this, not only is it pretty clear that social media is not a major contributor, but most of the academic studies that I've seen actually show that social media use is correlated with lower polarization. Genskow, the same person who just did the study that I cited about longitudinal polarization across different countries, also did a study that basically showed that if you looked after 2016 election in the U.S., the voters who were the most polarized were actually the ones who were not on the internet. So, and there have been recent other studies, I think in Europe and around the world, basically showing that as people stop using social media, they tend to get more polarized. Then there's a deeper analysis around, okay, well, what polarization actually isn't even one thing. Because, having different opinions on something isn't, I don't think that's by itself bad. What people who study this say is most problematic is what they call affective polarization, which is basically, do you have negative feelings towards people of another group? And the way that a lot of scholars study this is they basically ask a group, would you let your kids marry someone of group X? Whatever the groups are that you're worried that someone might have negative feelings towards. And in general, use of social media has corresponded to decreases in that kind of affective polarization. So I just want to, I think we should talk through the design decisions and how we handle the kind of specific pieces of content. But overall, I think it's just worth grounding that discussion in the research that's existed that I think overwhelmingly shows that the mainstream narrative around this is just not right.
But the narrative does take hold, and it's compelling to a lot of people. There's another question I'd like to ask you on this. I was looking at various polls and saw that you're one of the most disliked tech leaders today. 54% unfavorable rating. Elon Musk is 23%. It's basically everybody has a very high unfavorable rating that are tech leaders. Maybe you can help me understand that. Why do you think so many people dislike you? Some even hate you. And how do you regain their trust and support? Given everything you just said, why are you losing the battle in explaining to people what actual impact social media has on society?
Well, I'm curious if that's a U.S. survey or world.
It is U.S., yeah.
So I think that there's a few dynamics. One is that our brand has been somewhat uniquely challenged in the U.S. compared to other places. It's not that there are, other countries we have issues too, but I think in the U.S. there was this dynamic where if you look at like the net sentiment of kind of coverage or attitude towards us, before 2016, I think there were probably very few months, if any, where it was negative. And since 2016, I think there have probably been very few months, if any, that it's been positive.
So politics.
But I think it's a specific thing. And this is very different from other places. So I think in a lot of other countries in the world, the sentiment towards Meta and our services is extremely positive. In the US, we have more challenges. And I think compared to other companies, you can look at certain industries, I think, if you look at it from like a partisan perspective, not from like a political perspective, but just kind of culturally, it's like there are people who are probably more left of center, and there are people who are more right of center, and there's kind of blue America and red America. There are certain industries that I think maybe one half of the country has a more positive view towards than another, and I think we're in a one of the positions that we're in that I think is really challenging is that because of a lot of the content decisions that we've basically had to arbitrate, and because we're not a partisan company, right? We're not a Democrat company or a Republican company. We're trying to make the best decisions we can to help people connect and help people have as much a voice as they can while having some rules because we're running a community. The net effect of that is that we're kind of constantly making decisions that piss off people in both camps. And the effect that I've sort of seen is that when we make a decision that's a controversial one, that's going to upset, say, about half the country, those decisions are all negative sum from a brand perspective, because it's not like if we make that decision in one way and say half the country is happy about that particular decision that we make, they tend to not say, oh, sweet, Meta got that one right. They're just like, you didn't mess that one up, right? But their opinion doesn't tend to go up by that much. Whereas the people who kind of are on the other side of it are like, God, how could you mess that up? Like, how could you possibly think that that piece of content is okay and should be up and should not be censored? Or, and so I think whereas if you leave it up and it's or if you take it down, the people who thought it should be taken down, or it's like, all right, fine, great, you didn't mess that one up. So our internal assessment of and kind of analytics on our brand are basically anytime one of these big controversial things comes up in society, our brand goes down with half of the country. And then if you just kind of extrapolate that out, it's just been very challenging for us to try to navigate what is a polarizing country in a principled way, where we're not trying to kind of hew to one side or the other. We're trying to do what we think is the right thing. But that's what I think is the right thing for us to do, though. So, I mean, that's what we'll try to keep doing.
Just as a human being, how does it feel, though, when you're giving so much of your day-to-day life to try to heal division, to try to do good in the world, as we've talked about, that so many people in the U.S., the place you call home, have a negative view of you as a leader, as a human being, and the company you love?
Well, I mean, it's not great, but I mean, look, if I wanted people to think positively about me as a person, I don't know. I'm not sure if you go build a company. I mean, it's like
or a social media company.
I mean,
it seems exceptionally difficult to do with a social media.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. There is a dynamic where a lot of the other people running these companies, internet companies, have sort of stepped back, and they just do things that are sort of, I don't know, less controversial, and some of it may be that they just get tired over time. But it's so I don't know. I think that running a company is hard. Building something at scale is hard. You only really do it for a long period of time if you really care about what you're doing. And yeah, so I mean, it's not great, but look, I think that at some level, whether 25% of people dislike you or 75% of people dislike you, your experience as a public figure is going to be that there's a lot of people who dislike you, right? So, yeah. So I actually am not sure how different it is. Certainly, the country's gotten more polarized, and we in particular have gotten more controversial over the last 5 years or so. But I don't know. I kind of think as a public figure and leader of one of these enterprises,
no one on
comes with the job.
Part of what we do is and look, you can't just, the answer can't just be ignored, right? Because a huge part of the job is you need to be getting feedback and internalizing feedback on how you can be better. But I think increasingly what you need to do is be able to figure out, who are the kind of good faith critics who are criticizing you because they're trying to help you do a better job rather than tear you down. And those are the people who I just think you have to cherish and like and listen very closely to the things that they're saying, because I think it's just as dangerous to tune out everyone who says anything negative, and just listen to the people who are kind of positive and support you, as it would be psychologically to pay attention trying to make people who are never going to like you. So I think that's just kind of a dance that people have to do. But I mean, so you kind of develop more of a feel for like who actually is trying to accomplish the same types of things in the world, and who has different ideas about how to do that, and how can I learn from those people. And like, yeah, we get stuff wrong, and when the people whose opinions I respect call me out on getting stuff wrong, that hurts and makes me want to do better. But I think at this point I'm pretty tuned to just, all right, if I know they're kind of like operating in bad faith and they're not really trying to help, then I don't know. It doesn't. I think over time it just doesn't bother you that much.
But you are surrounded by people that believe in the mission, that love you. Are there friends or colleagues in your inner circle you trust that call you out on your bullshit whenever your thinking may be misguided, as it is for leaders at times?
I think we have a famously open company culture, where we sort of encourage that kind of dissent internally, which is why there's so much material internally that can leak out with people sort of disagreeing, is because that's sort of the culture. Our management team, I think it's a lot of people. There's some newer folks who come in. There's some folks who've kind of been there for a while, but there's a very high level of trust, and I would say it is a relatively confrontational group of people. And my friends and family, I think, will push me on this. But look, I think it's not just. But I think you need some diversity, right? It can't just be people who are your friends and family. It's also, there are journalists or analysts or peer executives at other companies, or other people who sort of are insightful about thinking about the world. Certain politicians, or people kind of in that sphere who I just think have like very insightful perspectives. Who, even if they come at the world from a different perspective, which is sort of what makes the perspective so valuable. But I think fundamentally we're trying to get to the same place in terms of, helping people connect more, helping the whole world function better, not just, one place or another. And I don't know. Those are the people whose opinions really matter to me. And I just, it's, that's how I learn on a day-to-day basis. People are constantly sending me comments on stuff or links to things they found interesting. And I don't know, it's kind of constantly evolving, this model of the world and kind of what we should be aspiring to be.
You've talked about you have a famously open culture, which comes with the criticism and the painful experiences. So let me ask you another difficult question. Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, leaked the internal Instagram research into teenagers and well-being. Her claim is that Instagram is choosing profit over well-being of teenage girls, so Instagram is, quote, toxic for them. Your response, titled, "What Our Research Really Says About Teen Well-Being," and Instagram says, no, Instagram research shows that 11 of 12 well-being issues, teenage girls who said they struggle with those difficult issues also said that Instagram made them better rather than worse. Again, can you steel man and defend the point and Frances Haugen's characterization of the study, and then help me understand the positive and negative effects of Instagram and Facebook on young people?
So there are certainly questions around teen mental health that are really important. It's hard to, as a parent, it's like hard to imagine any set of questions that are sort of more important. I guess maybe other aspects of physical health or well-being or probably come to that level. But like, these are really important questions, right? Which is why we dedicate teams to studying them. I don't think the internet or social media are unique in having these questions. I think people, and there have been sort of magazines with promoting certain body types for women and kids for decades, but we really care about this stuff. So we wanted to study it, and And of course, we didn't expect that everything was going to be positive all the time. So, I mean, the reason why you study this stuff is to try to improve and get better. So, I mean, look, the place where I disagree with the characterization, first, I thought, some of the reporting and coverage of it just took the whole thing out of proportion, and that it focused on, as you said, I think there were like 20 metrics in there, and on 18 or 19, the effect of using Instagram was neutral or positive on the teen's well-being. And there was one area where I think it showed that we needed to improve, and we took some steps to try to do that after doing the research. But I think having the coverage just focus on that one without focusing on the, I think an accurate characterization would have been that kids using Instagram, or not kids, teens, is generally positive for their mental health. But of course, that was not the narrative that came out. So I think it's hard to, that's not a kind of logical thing to straw man, but I sort of disagree, or steel man, but I sort of disagree with that overall characterization. I think anyone sort of looking at this objectively would. But then, there is this sort of intent critique that I think you were getting at before, which says, it assumes some sort of malevolence, right? It's like, which it's really hard for me to really wrap my head around this, because as far as I know, it's not clear that any of the other tech companies are doing this kind of research. So why the narrative should form that we did research because we were studying an issue because we wanted to understand it to improve, and took steps after that to try to improve it, that your interpretation of that would be that we did the research and tried to sweep it under the rug. It sort of is like, I don't know, it's beyond credibility to me that like that's the accurate description of the actions that we've taken compared to the others in the industry. So I don't know, that's my view on it. These are really important issues, and there's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to be working on related to teen mental health for a long time, including trying to understand this better. And I would encourage everyone else in the industry to do this too.
Yeah, I would love there to be open conversations and a lot of great research being released internally and then also externally. It doesn't make me feel good to see press obviously get way more clicks when they say negative things about social media. Objectively speaking, I can just tell that there's hunger to say negative things about social media. And I don't understand how that's supposed to lead to an open conversation about the positives and the negatives, the concerns about social media, especially when you're doing that kind of research. I mean, I don't know what to do with that, but let me ask you as a father, does it weigh heavy on you that people get bullied on social networks? So people get bullied in their private life. But now, because so much of our life is in the digital world, the bullying moves from the physical world to the digital world. So you're now creating a platform on which bullying happens, and some of that bullying can lead to damage to mental health, and some of that bullying can lead to depression, even suicide. Does it weigh heavy on you that people have committed suicide or will commit suicide based on the bullying that happens on social media?
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a set of harms that we basically track and build systems to fight against, and bullying and self-harm are, I mean, these are some of the biggest things that we are most focused on. For bullying, like you say, it's going to be, while this predates the internet, and it's probably impossible to get rid of all of it. You want to give people tools to fight it, and you want to fight it yourself, and you also want to make sure that people have the tools to get help when they need it. So I think this isn't like a question of, can you get rid of all bullying? I mean, it's like, all right, I mean, I have two daughters, and they fight and push each other around and stuff too. And the question is just how do you handle that situation? And there's a handful of things that I think you can do. We talked a little bit before around some of the AI tools that you can build to identify when something harmful is happening. It's very hard in bullying because a lot of bullying is very context specific. It's not like you're trying to fit a formula of like, if like looking at the different harms, someone promoting a terrorist group is like probably one of the simpler things to generally find, because things promoting that group are going to, look a certain way or feel a certain way. Bullying could just be, someone making some subtle comment about someone's appearance that's idiosyncratic to them.
And it could look at just like humor. So humor to one person could be destructive to another human being. Yeah.
So with bullying, I think there are certain things that you can find through AI systems, but I think it is increasingly important to just give people more agency themselves. So we've done things like making it so people can turn off comments or take a break from hearing from a specific person without having to signal at all that they're going to stop following them or kind of make some stand that, okay, I'm not friends with you anymore, I'm not following you. I just don't want to hear about this, but I also don't want to signal at all publicly that or to them that there's been an issue. And then you get to some of the more extreme cases like you're talking about, where someone is thinking about self-harm or suicide, and there we found that is a place where AI can identify a lot, as well as people flagging things. If people are expressing something that is potentially they're thinking of hurting themselves, those are cues that you can build systems and hundreds of languages around the world to be able to identify that. And one of the things that I'm actually quite proud of is we've built these systems that I think are clearly leading at this point, that not only identify that, but then connect with local first responders and have been able to save, I think at this point, it's, in thousands of cases, be able to get first responders to people through these systems who really need them, because of specific plumbing that we've done between the AI work and being able to communicate with local first responder organizations. We're rolling that out in more places around the world, and I think the team that worked on that just did awesome stuff. So I think that's a long way of saying, yeah, I mean, this is a heavy topic, and you want to attack it in a bunch of different ways, and also kind of understand that some of nature is for people to do this to each other, which is unfortunate, but you can give people tools and build things that help.
It's still one hell of a burden, though. A platform that allows people to fall in love with each other is also by nature going to be a platform that allows people to hurt each other. And when you're managing such a platform, it's difficult. And I think you spoke to it, but the psychology of that, of being a leader in that space, of creating technology that's playing in the space, like you mentioned, psychology, is really damn difficult. And I mean, the burden of that is just great. I just wanted to hear you speak to that point. I have to ask about the thing you've brought up a few times, which is making controversial decisions. Let's talk about free speech and censorship. So there are two groups of people pressuring Meta on this. One group is upset that Facebook, the social network, allows misinformation in quotes to be spread on the platform. The other group are concerned that Facebook censors speech by calling it misinformation. So you're getting it from both sides. You, in 2019, October, at Georgetown University, eloquently defended the importance of free speech. But then COVID came, and the 2020 election came. Do you worry that outside pressures from advertisers, politicians, the public have forced Meta to damage the ideal of free speech that you spoke highly of?
Just to say some obvious things up front, I don't think pressure from advertisers or politicians directly in any way affects how we think about this. I think these are just hard topics. So let me just take you through our evolution from kind of the beginning of the company to where we are now. You don't build a company like this unless you believe that people expressing themselves is a good thing.
I think you're the
right. So that's sort of the foundational thing. You can kind of think about our company as a formula where we think giving people voice and helping people connect creates opportunity. Right, so those are the two things that we're always focused on, are sort of helping people connect. We talked about that a lot. but also giving people voice and ability to
everybody
express
knows it.
themselves. And by the way,
I
most of
know
the time
it.
when people express themselves, that's not like
You know it.
politically controversial content. It's like expressing something about their identity that's more related
I
to the
make
avatar
myself an
conversation we had earlier in terms of expressing something facet. But
they're like,
that's
they
what's
think
important
it's
to
funny.
people on a
No,
day-to-day
you're just
basis.
a
And
billionaire. And they
sometimes
have
when
to be
people
nice
feel
to you.
strongly enough about something, it kind of becomes a political topic. That's sort of always been a thing that we've focused on. There's always been the question of safety in this, which, if you're building a community, I think you have to focus on safety. We've had these community standards from early on, and there are about 20 different kinds of harm that we track and try to fight actively. And we've talked about some of them already.
How about go
so
fuck yourself?
It includes things like bullying and harassment. It includes things like terrorism or promoting terrorism, inciting violence, intellectual property theft. And in general, I think, call it about 18 out of 20 of those. There's not really a particularly polarized definition of that. I think you're not really going to find many people in the country or in the world who are trying to say we should be fighting terrorist content less. I think that the content where there are a couple of areas where I think that this has gotten more controversial recently, which I'll talk about. And you're right that misinformation is basically up there, and I think sometimes the definition of hate speech is up there too. But I think in general, most of the content that I think we're working on for safety is not actually, people don't kind of have these questions. So it's sort of this subset. But if you go back to the beginning of the company, this was sort of pre-deep learning days, and therefore, it was me and my roommate Dustin joined me, and like, if someone posted something bad, it was the AI technology did not exist yet to be able to go basically look at all the content, and we were a small enough outfit that no one would expect that we could review it all. Even if like someone reported it to us, we basically did our best, right? It's like someone would report it, and we'd try to look at stuff and deal with stuff. And for call it the first, 7 or 8 years of the company, we weren't that big of a company. For a lot of that period, we weren't even really profitable. The AI didn't really exist to be able to do the kind of moderation that we do today. And then at some point in kind of the middle of the last decade, that started to flip. And we got to the point where we were sort of a larger and more profitable company, and the AI was starting to come online to be able to proactively detect some of the simpler forms of this. So things like pornography. You could train an image classifier to identify what a nipple was, or you can fight against terrorist content.
There's actually papers on this. It's great.
Oh, of course there are.
Technical papers.
Of course there are. Those are relatively easier things to train AI to do than, for example, understand the nuances of what is inciting violence in 100 languages around the world, and not have the false positives of like, okay, are you posting about this thing that might be inciting violence because you're actually trying to denounce it? In which case, we probably shouldn't take that down. Where if you're trying to denounce something that's inciting violence in some kind of dialect in a corner of India, as opposed to, okay, actually you're posting this thing because you're trying to incite violence. Okay, building an AI that can basically get to that level of nuance in all the languages that we serve is something that I think is only really becoming possible now, not towards the middle of the last decade. But there's been this evolution, and I think what happened, people sort of woke up after 2016, and a lot of people are like, okay, the country is a lot more polarized, and there's a lot more stuff here than we realized. Why weren't these internet companies on top of this? And I think at that point, it was reasonable feedback that some of this technology had started becoming possible. And at that point, I really did feel like we needed to make a substantially larger investment. We'd already worked on this stuff a lot, on AI and on these integrity problems, but that we should basically invest, have 1,000 or more engineers basically work on building these AI systems to be able to go and proactively identify the stuff across all these different areas. Okay, so we went and did that. Now we've built the tools to be able to do that, And now I think it's actually a much more complicated set of philosophical rather than technical questions, which is the exact policies, which are, okay, now the way that we basically hold ourselves accountable is we issue transparency reports every quarter, and the metric that we track is for each of those 20 types of harmful content, how much of that content are we taking down before someone even has to report it to us, right? So how effective is our AI at doing this? But that basically creates this big question, which is, okay, now we need to really be careful about how proactive we set the AI and where the exact policy lines are around what we're taking down. It's certainly at a point now where, you know, I felt like at the beginning of that journey of building those AI systems, there's a lot of push. There's things like, okay, you've got to do more. There's clearly a lot more bad content that people aren't reporting, or that you're not getting to, and you need to get more effective at that. And I was pretty sympathetic to that. But then I think at some point along the way, there started to be almost equal issues on both sides of, okay, actually you're kind of taking down too much stuff, right? Or some of the stuff is borderline, and it wasn't really bothering anyone, and they didn't report it. So is that really an issue that you need to take down? Whereas we still have the critique on the other side too, where a lot of people think we're not doing enough. So it's become, as we've built the technical capacity, I think it becomes more philosophically interesting, almost where you want to be on the line. And I just think, like, you don't want one person making those decisions. So we've also tried to innovate in terms of building out this independent oversight board, which has people who are dedicated to free expression, but from around the world, who people can appeal cases to. So a lot of the most controversial cases basically go to them, and they make the final binding decision on how we should handle that. And then, of course, their decisions, we then try to figure out what the principles are behind those and encode them into the algorithms.
And how are those people chosen? Which, you're outsourcing a difficult decision.
Yeah, the initial people, we chose a handful of chairs for the group, and we basically chose the people for a commitment to free expression and like a broad understanding of human rights and the trade-offs around free expression, so but fundamentally people who are going to lean towards free expression.
Towards freedom of speech. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's also this idea of fact checkers, so jumping around to the misinformation questions, especially during COVID, which is an exceptionally, speaking of polarization.
Yes, can I speak to the COVID thing? And yes. I mean, I think one of the hardest set of questions around free expression, because you asked about Georgetown, is my stance fundamentally changed? And the answer to that is no, my stance has not changed. It is fundamentally the same as when I was talking to Georgetown from a philosophical perspective. The challenge with free speech is that everyone agrees that there is a line where if you're actually about to do physical harm to people, that there should be restrictions.
No.
So, I mean, there's the famous Supreme Court historical example of, like, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
Yeah, you can. There's
the
a
thing
fire,
that everyone disagrees on is what is the definition of real harm? Where I think some people think, okay, this should only be a very literal, I mean, take it back to the bullying conversation we were just having, where is it just harm if the person is about to hurt themselves because they've been bullied so hard? Or is it actually harm like as they're being bullied? And kind of at what point in the spectrum is that? And that's the part that there's not agreement on. But I think what people agree on pretty broadly is that when there is an acute threat, that it does make sense from a societal perspective to tolerate less speech that could be potentially harmful in that acute situation. So I think where COVID got very difficult is, I don't think anyone expected this to be going on for years. But if you'd kind of asked, a priori, would a global pandemic where a lot of people are dying and catching this, is that an emergency that where you'd kind of consider it that it's problematic to basically yell fire in a crowded theater? I think that probably passes that test. So I think it's a very tricky situation, but I think the fundamental commitment to free expression is there, and that's what I believe. And again, I don't think you start this company unless you care about people being able to express themselves as much as possible. But But I think that's the question, right? Is like, how do you define what the harm is and how acute that is?
And what are the institutions that define that harm? A lot of the criticism is that the CDC, the WHO, the institutions we've come to trust as a civilization to give the line of what is and isn't harm in terms of health policy have failed in many ways, in small ways and in big ways, depending on who you ask. And then the perspective of Meta and Facebook is like, well, where the hell do I get the information of what is and isn't misinformation? So it's a really difficult place to be in, but it's great to hear that you're leaning towards freedom of speech on this aspect. And again, I think this actually calls to the fact that we need to reform institutions that help keep an open mind of what is and isn't misinformation. And misinformation has been used to bully on the internet. I mean, I just have, I'm friends with Joe Rogan, and he's called as I remember hanging out with him in Vegas, and somebody yelled, "Stop spreading misinformation." I mean, and there's a lot of people that follow him that believe he's not spreading misinformation. Like, you can't just not acknowledge the fact that there's a large number of people that have a different definition of misinformation. That's such a tough place to be. Like, who do you listen to? Do you listen to quote unquote experts? And who gets, as a person who has a PhD, I gotta say, I mean, I'm not sure I know what defines an expert, especially in a totally new pandemic or a new catastrophic event, especially when politics is involved, and especially when the news or the media are involved that can propagate sort of outrageous narratives and thereby make a lot of money. Like, what the hell? Where's the source of truth? And then everybody turns to Facebook. It's like, please tell me what the source of truth is.
Well, I mean, how would you handle this if you were in my position?
It's very, 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 very difficult. I would say I would more speak about how difficult the choices are and be transparent about, like, what the hell do you do with this? Like, here, you got exactly ask the exact question you just asked me, but to the broader public. Like, okay, yeah, you guys tell me what to do. So, like, crowdsource it. And then the other aspect is when you spoke really eloquently about the fact that there's this going back and forth, and now there's a feeling like you're censoring a little bit too much. So I would try to be ahead of that feeling. I would now lean towards freedom of speech and say, we're not the ones that are going to define misinformation. Let it be a public debate. Let the idea stand. And I actually place, this idea of misinformation, I place the responsibility on the poor communication skills of scientists. They should be in the battlefield of ideas, and everybody who is spreading information against the vaccine, they should not be censored. They should be talked with, and you should show the data. You should have open discussion, as opposed to rolling your eyes and saying, "I'm the expert. I know what I'm talking about." No, you need to convince people. It's a battle of ideas. So that's the whole point of freedom of speech. It's the way to defeat bad ideas is with good ideas, with speech. So, like, the responsibility here falls on the poor communication skills of scientists. Thanks to social media, scientists are not communicators. They have the power to communicate. Some of the best stuff I've seen about COVID from doctors is on social media. It's a way to learn, to respond really quickly, to go faster than the peer review process. And so they just need to get way better at that communication. And also, by better, I don't mean just convincing. I also mean speak with humility. Don't talk down to people, all those kinds of things. And as a platform, I would say I would step back a little bit. Not all the way, of course, because there's a lot of stuff that can cause real harm, as we talked about, but you lean more towards freedom of speech, because then people from a brand perspective wouldn't be blaming you for the other ills of society, which there are many. The institutions have flaws, the political divide, obviously politicians have flaws, that's news. The media has flaws that they're all trying to work with, and because of the central place of Facebook in the world, all of those flaws somehow kind of propagate to Facebook, and you're sitting there as Plato, the philosopher, have to answer to some of the most difficult questions being asked of human civilization. So I don't know. Maybe this is an American answer though, to lean towards freedom of speech. I don't know if that applies globally. So yeah, I don't know. But transparency and saying, I think as a technologist, one of the things I sense about Facebook and Meta when people talk about this company is they don't necessarily understand fully how difficult the problem is. You talked about AI has to catch a bunch of harmful stuff really quickly. Just the sea of data you have to deal with. It's a really difficult problem. So like any of the critics, if you just hand them the helm for a week, let's see how well you can do. Like that, to me, that's definitely something that would wake people up to how difficult this problem is if there's more transparency saying how difficult this problem is. Let me ask you about on the AI front, just because you mentioned language in my ineloquence. Translation is something I wanted to ask you about. And first, just to give a shout out to the supercomputer. You recently announced the AI Research Supercluster, RSC. Obviously, I'm somebody who loves the GPUs. It currently has 6,000 GPUs. NVIDIA DGX A100s is the systems that have in total 6,000 GPUs. And it will eventually, maybe this year, maybe soon, will have 16,000 GPUs. So it can do a bunch of different kinds of machine learning applications. There's a cool thing on the distributed storage aspect and all that kind of stuff. So one of the applications that I think is super exciting is translation, real-time translation. I mentioned to you that, having a conversation, I speak Russian fluently, I speak English somewhat fluently, and I'm having a conversation with Vladimir Putin, say, as a use case. Me as a user coming to you as a use case. We both speak each other's language. I speak Russian, he speaks English. How can we have that communication go well with the help of AI? I think it's such a beautiful and a powerful application of AI to connect the world, that bridge the gap, not necessarily between me and Putin, but people that don't have that shared language. Can you just speak about your vision with translation? Because I think that's a really exciting application.
If you're trying to help people connect all around the world, a lot of content is produced in one language and people and all these other places are interested in it. So being able to translate that just unlocks a lot of value on a day-to-day basis. And so the kind of AI around translation is interesting because it's gone through a bunch of iterations. But the basic state of the art is that you don't want to go through different kind of intermediate symbolic representations of language or something like that. It's you basically want to be able to map the concepts and basically go directly from one language to another, and you just can train bigger and bigger models in order to be able to do that. And that's where the research supercluster comes in. Is basically a lot of the trend in machine learning is just you're building bigger and bigger models, and you just need a lot of computation to train them. So it's not that like the translation would run on the supercomputer. The training of the model, which could have billions or trillions of examples of just basically that. You're training models on this supercluster in days or weeks that might take a much longer period of time on a smaller cluster, so it just wouldn't be practical for most teams to do. But the translation work, we're basically getting from being able to go between about 100 languages seamlessly today to being able to go to about 300 languages in the near term. And
so from any language to any other language.
Yeah,
and then that's
and part of the issue when you get closer to more languages is some of these get to be pretty not very popular languages, right, where there isn't that much content in them. So you end up having less data, and you need to kind of use a model that you've built up around other examples. And this is one of the big questions around AI is like how generalizable can things be? And that I think is one of the things that's just kind of exciting here from a technical perspective.
But capturing, we talked about this with the metaverse, capturing the magic of human-to-human interaction. So me and Putin, okay, again, this is...
And it's a tough example because you actually both speak Russian and English.
No, but in the future... I see it as a Turing test of a kind because we would both like to have an AI that improves. Because I don't speak Russian that well. He doesn't speak English that well.
Yeah.
It would be nice to outperform our abilities. And
Sure.
it sets a really nice bar, because I think AI can really help in translation for people that don't speak the language at all, but to actually capture the magic of the chemistry, the translation, which would make the metaverse super immersive. I mean, that's exciting. You remove the barrier of language, period.
Yeah, so when people think about translation, I think a lot of that is they're thinking about text to text, but speech to speech, I think, is a whole other thing. And I mean, one of the big lessons on that, which I was referring to before, is I think early models, it's like, all right, they take speech, they translate it to text, to translate the text to another language, and then kind of output that as speech in that language. And you don't want to do that. You just want to be able to go directly from speech in one language to speech in another language and build up the models to do that. And but I think one of there have been, when you look at the progress of machine learning, there have been big advances in the techniques. Some of the advances in self-supervised learning, which I know you talked to Jan about, and he's like one of the leading thinkers in this area. I just think that stuff is really exciting. But then you couple that with the ability to just throw larger and larger amounts of compute at training these models, and you can just do a lot of things that were harder to do before. But we're asking more of our systems too, right? So if you think about the applications that we're going to need for the metaverse, or think about it. Okay, so let's talk about AR here for a second. You're going to have these glasses. They're going to look, hopefully like a normal-ish looking pair of glasses, but they're going to be able to put holograms in the world and intermix virtual and physical objects in your scene. And one of the things that's going to be unique about this compared to every other computing device that you've had before is that this is going to be the first computing device that has all the same signals about what's going on around you that you have. Right? So your phone, you can have it take a photo or a video, but I mean, these glasses are going to, whenever you activate them, they're going to be able to see what you see from your perspective. They're going to be able to hear what you hear because the microphones and all that are going to be right around where your ears are. So you're going to want an AI assistant that's a new kind of AI assistant that can basically help you process the world from this first person perspective, or from the perspective that you have. And the utility of that is going to be huge. But the kinds of AI models that we're going to need are going to be just, I don't know, there's a lot that we're going to need to basically make advances in. But that's why I think these concepts of the metaverse and the advances in AI are so fundamentally interlinked that they're kind of enabling each other.
Yeah, like the war is a really cool idea. Like you could be like a Bob Ross. Like I'm gonna put a little tree right here.
Yeah,
and a little tree. It's missing a little tree, and then but at scale, like enriching your experience in all kinds of ways. You mentioned the assistant too. That's really interesting. How you can have AI assistants helping you out on different levels of sort of intimacy of communication. It could be just like scheduling, or it could be like almost like therapy. Clearly, I need some. So let me ask you, you're one of the most successful people ever. You've built an incredible company that has a lot of impact. What advice do you have for young people today? How to live a life they can be proud of? How to build something that can have a big positive impact on the world?
Well, let's break that down, because I think you proud of have a big positive impact.
Well, you're actually listening.
And how to live your life are actually three different things that I think, they could line up, but and also, like, what age of people are you talking to? Because I can, like,
high school and college, so you don't really know what you're doing, but you dream big, and you really have a chance to do something unprecedented.
Yeah. So
also
I guess
for people my age.
Okay, so let's maybe start with the kind of most philosophical and abstract version of this.
Yes.
Every night when I put my daughters to bed, we go through this thing, and they call it the good night things, because we're basically what we talk about at night. And I go through them.
Sounds like a good show.
That's the good night things. Yeah, Priscilla's always asking. She's like, "Can I get good night things?" Like, I don't know. You go to bed too early. But it's but I basically go through with Max and Augie. What are the things that are most important in life, right? That it's like, what do I want them to remember and just have like really ingrained in them as they grow up? And it's health, right? Making sure that you take care of yourself and keep yourself in good shape. Loving friends and family, right? Because having the relationships, the family, and making time for friends, I think is perhaps one of the most important things. And then the third is maybe a little more amorphous, but it is something that you're excited about for the future. And when I'm talking to a 4-year-old, often I'll ask her what she's excited about for tomorrow or the week ahead. But I think for most people, it's really hard. I mean, the world is a heavy place, and I think like the way that we navigate it is that we have things that we're looking forward to. So whether it is building AR glasses for the future, or being able to celebrate my 10-year wedding anniversary with my wife that's coming up, it's like I think people, you have things that you're looking forward to. Or for the girls, it's often I want to see mom in the morning, right? It's like I think that's a really critical thing. And then the last thing is I ask them every day, what did you do today to help someone? Because I just think that's a really critical thing. Is like it's easy to kind of get caught up in yourself and kind of stuff that's really far down the road. But like, did you do something just concrete today to help someone? And it can just be as simple as, okay, yeah, I helped set the table for lunch, right? Or this other kid in our school was having a hard time with something, and I like helped explain it to him. But that's sort of like, if you were to boil down my overall life philosophy into what I try to impart to my kids, those are the things that I think are really important. So, okay, so let's say college. So if you're graduating college, probably more practical advice. So I'm always very focused on people. And I think the most important decision you're probably going to make if you're in college is who you surround yourself with, because you become like the people you surround yourself with. And I sort of have this hiring heuristic at Meta, which is that I will only hire someone to work for me if I could see myself working for them. Not necessarily that I want them to run the company because I like my job, but in an alternate universe, if it was their company and I was looking to go work somewhere, would I be happy to work for them? And I think that's a helpful heuristic to help balance. When you're building something like this, there's a lot of pressure you want to build out your teams. There's a lot of stuff that you need to get done. And everyone always says, don't compromise on quality, but there's this question of, okay, how do you know that someone is good enough? And I think my answer is, I would want someone to be on my team if I would work for them. But I think that's actually a pretty similar answer to like if you were choosing friends or a partner or something like that. So when you're kind of in college, trying to figure out what your circle is going to be, trying to figure out, you're evaluating different job opportunities. Who are the people, even if they're going to be peers in what you're doing, who are the people who in an alternate universe you would want to work for them because you think you're going to learn a lot from them because they are kind of values aligned on the things that you care about, and they're going to and they're going to push you, but also they know different things and have different experiences that are kind of more of what you want to become like over time. So I don't know. I think probably people are too, in general, objective focused and maybe not focused enough on the connections and the people who they're basically building relationships with.
I don't know what it says about me, but my place in Austin now has 7-legged robots. So I'm surrounding myself by robots, which is probably something I should look into. What kind of world would you like to see your daughters grow up in, even after you're gone?
So that's like, he sucks. Take me down, ban me, fuck.
Well, I think one of the promises of all the stuff that is getting built now is that it can be a world where more people can just live out their imagination, It's one of my favorite quotes. I think it was attributed to Picasso. It's that all children are artists, and the challenge is how do you remain one when you grow up. And I mean, it's like if you have kids, this is pretty clear. I mean, they're just like have wonderful imaginations, and part of what I think is going to be great about the creator economy and the metaverse and all this stuff is like this notion around that a lot more people in the future are going to get to work doing creative stuff than what I think today we would just consider traditional labor or service. And I think that that's awesome. And
Rabbi.
I think that that's like what
Love you.
a lot of what people are here to do is like collaborate together, work together, think of things that you want to build, and go do it. And I don't know, one of the things that I always think is striking. So I teach my daughters like some basic coding with Scratch. I mean, they're still obviously really young, but I think of coding as building. Right, it's like when I'm coding, I'm like building something that I want to exist. But my youngest daughter,
I hate you.
She's very musical and pretty artistic, and she thinks about coding as art. She calls it code art, not the code, but the output of what she's making. It's like she's just very interesting visually in what she can kind of output and how it can move around. And do we need to fix that? Are we good?
What happened? Do we have to clap?
Yeah.
Alexa.
Yes, I was just talking about Augie and her code art.
No one gives a shit about it.
I mean, to me, this is like a beautiful thing, right? That the notion that like for me, coding was this functional thing, and I enjoyed it, and it like helped build something utilitarian. But that for the next generation of people, it will be even more an expression of their kind of imagination and artistic sense for what they want to exist. So I don't know if that happens, we can help bring about this world where a lot more people can that's like their existence going forward is being able to basically create and live out all these different kinds of art. I just think that that's like a beautiful and wonderful thing, and will be very freeing for humanity to spend more of our time on the things that matter to us.
Yeah, allow more and more people to express their art in the full meaning of that word.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful vision. We mentioned that you are mortal. Are you afraid of death? Do you think about your mortality? And are you afraid of it? You didn't sign up for this on a podcast, did
No,
you?
I mean it's an interesting question. I mean I'm definitely aware of it. I do a fair amount of like extreme sport type stuff. So so I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah.
And
you're flirting with it a bit.
I train hard. I mean, so it's like if I'm gonna go out in like a 15-foot wave,
go out
like,
big. Then
it's like, all right, I'll make sure we have the right safety gear and like make sure that I'm like used to that spot and all that stuff. But I mean,
the risk is still there.
You take some head blows along the way.
Yes.
But definitely aware of it. Definitely would like to stay safe. I have a lot of stuff that I want to build and want to.
Does it freak you out that it's finite though? That there's a deadline when it's all over? And that there'll be a time when your daughters are around and you're gone?
I don't know. No, that doesn't freak me out. I think. Constraints are helpful.
Yeah, the finiteness is makes ice cream taste more delicious somehow. The fact that it's going to be over. There's something about that with the metaverse too. We talked about this identity earlier, like having just one, like NFTs. There's something powerful about the constraint of finiteness or uniqueness. That this moment is singular in history.
But I mean, a lot of, as you go through different waves of technology, I think a lot of what is interesting is what becomes in practice infinite or kind of there can be many of a thing, and then what ends up still being constrained. So the metaverse should hopefully allow a very large number, or maybe in practice, hopefully expression and worlds, and still only have a finite amount of time. I think longer is good. And our philanthropic work is it's not focused on longevity, but it is focused on trying to achieve what I think is a possible goal in this century, which is to be able to cure, prevent, or manage all diseases. So I certainly think people kind of getting sick and dying is a bad thing, because I'm dedicating almost all of my capital towards advancing research in that area to push on that, which we could do another one of these podcasts about that, because that's
so what people should
fascinating topic.
I mean, this is with the White Priscilla Chan. You formed the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, gave away 99% or pledged to give away 99% of Facebook, now Meta shares. I mean, like you said, we could talk forever about all the exciting things you're working on there, including the sort of moonshot of eradicating disease by the mid-century mark. Or
I don't actually know if you're going to ever eradicate it, but I think you can get to a point where you can either cure things that happen, right? So people get diseases, but you can cure them. Prevent is probably closest to eradication, or just be able to manage is sort of like ongoing things that are not going to ruin your life. And I think that that's possible. Well, I think saying that there's going to be no disease at all probably is not possible within the next several decades.
Basic thing is increase the quality of life.
Yeah.
And maybe keep the finiteness, because it makes everything taste more delicious.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just being a romantic 20th century human.
Maybe. But it was an intentional decision to not focus on our philanthropy on explicitly on longevity or living forever.
Yes.
Look at this athleticism.
If at the moment of your death, and by the way, I like that the lights went out when we start talking about death, you get to meet.
It does
God.
make it a lot more dramatic.
It does.
Oh, God,
As you get closer to the mic.
Thank you.
At the moment of your death, you get to meet God. And you get to ask one question. What question would you like to ask?
Fuck off, Rabbi.
Or maybe a whole conversation. I don't know. It's up to you.
Don't weep in my
It's more dramatic when it's just one question.
Have a date with the butterfly that dances
Well,
in the air.
if it's only one question and I died,
free, playing tag with the wind while I'm waiting
I
for
would
thee.
just want to know that Priscilla and my family, if they were going to be okay. That might
Zuckerberg,
depend
your
on
family would be better off
the
if you were
circumstances of
fucking
my death,
dead.
but I think
Everyone
that
hates
in
you and
most
thinks you
circumstances that I can think of, that's probably the main thing that I would care about.
Yeah, I think God would hear that question and be like, all right, fine, you get in. That's the right question to ask.
No, if he's there,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
want to be
The
there.
humility and selfishness.
Well,
all right,
come
you're
kiss
right.
my
I mean,
ass if he's there.
But
This sucks.
well,
They're
maybe.
gonna be fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Zuckerberg,
But one of the things that I think I struggle with at least is, on the one hand, that's probably the thing that's closest to me and maybe the most common human experience. But I don't know, one of the things that I just struggle with in terms of running this large enterprise is
just buying up other companies.
should the thing that I care more about be that responsibility? And
Dog, look at this athleticism.
I think it's shifted over time. Before I really had a family, that was the only thing I cared about. And I at this point, it's, I care deeply about it, but I think that's not as obvious of a question.
Yeah, we humans are weird. You get this ability to impact millions of lives, and it's definitely something.
Look at this
Billions of
athleticism.
lives. It's something you care about, but the weird humans that are closest to us, those are the ones that mean the most. And I suppose that's the dream of the metaverse, is to connect, form small groups like that, where you can have those intimate relationships. Let me ask you the big, ridiculous
One, to be able to be close,
athleticism.
not just based on who you happen to be
Spam
next
a
to.
lot.
I think that's what the internet is already
Dog,
doing.
if this shit
Is
isn't
allowing
working,
you to
I'm
spend
throwing
more of your
fists.
time not physically proximate. I always think when you think about the metaverse, people ask this question about the real world. It's the virtual world versus the real world. And it's the real world is a combination of the virtual world and the physical world. But I think over time, as we get more technology,
is one of the worst.
the physical world is becoming less of a percent of the real world. And I think that opens up a lot of opportunities for people, because you can work in different places. You can stay more close to stay closer to people who are in different places. So I think that's good.
Removing barriers of geography and then barriers of language.
His wife
Yeah,
is
that's
Priscilla
beautiful
Chan.
vision.
She hates
Big
Mark
ridiculous
Zuckerberg.
question. What do
Mark
you think is the meaning of
Zuckerberg.
life?
Priscilla Chan hates Mark Zuckerberg. Priscilla Chan hates Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg